Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful people, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful Kenyans. How are you? Great to see you, great to have you. Above all, great to be part of this awesome debate that we normally have every day from 10 in the evening. This is Mtembei Live, and I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. Karibuni sana kwa hii show fiti. Show mmekuja kupenda, mmekuja kuingoja. Inapotimu tu midaa ya saa 4 mnajiunga nami live na tunafanya ile kitu. Thank you so much for being part of this show. Thank you so much for being part of the discussions that we normally have here at Mtembei. Thank you very, very much. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and this is Mtembei Live. Karibuni sana. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for being part of this conversation. We have a great show lined up for you. We have a great show lined up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know where you're watching me from. Nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi na tutafanya ile kitu. Like the video, share the video. And this will be a good debate. Asante sana. Leo ni ile siku ambayo the government has suffered a blow. I remember a few years ago, I think 2, the same happened to Uhuru Kenyatta. Many celebrated when BBI fell. Today, many have celebrated when the courts have issued something that Ruto probably didn't expect, but it has happened. Let us have a good debate. Let us have a good discussion. Join me live. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and this is Mtembei Live Show. Karibuni sana, karibuni wadau. Wacha tuwe na show moja fiti. I see wengi wameshaanza kuingia. Thank you for being part of the show. Tuma ujumbe hapo. Let me know where you're watching me from. Nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi. Watu wa Nairobi, karibuni show. Watu wa Mombasa, karibuni show. Watu wa Kisumu City, karibuni kwa hii show. Watu wa Siaya, vipi? Watu wote ambao unitazama, karibuni sana. Today, I have some great news for you, especially concerning what the courts decided to do today. So, show alone fiti. Show alone kali. This one you don't want to miss. I have a great show lined up for you. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Give it a thumbs up hapo kwa Facebook. Give it a thumbs up hapo kwa YouTube. Naona wengi wameshaanza kuingia. Nani hapa? Lamek Oliech, I see you. Unaniambia unatazama ukiwa Ruiru. Karibu sana. Sofa Skyscraper, I see you. Asante sana. Aha, uko ndani, karibu. Namuona Brian Onyango ako ndani, asante sana. Evans Barasa ako ndani. Eddie J Atito uko locked, karibu sana my brother. Nani mwingine? Nijuze uko wapi? Let me know where you're watching me from. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Let me know hii show inakupata ukiwa wapi. Show kali, show umekuja kupenda, show umekuja kuenjoy every day. Namuona Eric Asini anasema you're watching from Machakos County. Watu wa Machakos vipi? Karibuni sana kwa show. Let me know where you're watching me from. Maureen, I see you. You're tuning in from Kisumu. Karibu sana. Lillian Kwamboka, I see you. Hesbon Kaunda, I see you. Let me know where you're watching me from. Like the video, share the video. Comment hapo kwa comment section. Naona wengi mmejaja. I see Okiri Moses, I see you. I see Paul JC, I see you. Thank you for liking. Namuona Maureen Nyar County, I see you. Asante kwa kulike video. Namuona Eddie Atito, I see you. Namuona Simon says, asante sana. Tony, I see you. Thank you for liking the video. Namuona Rosemary Masicha anasema hi to you as well. Mary Achieng, I see you. Unasema keep up the good work. Asante sana. Namuona Joel Barongo unasema uko maeneo ya Rimuru Road. Karibu sana Joel Barongo. Nani mwingine kwa show? Let me know where you're watching me from. Let me know where this show is finding you live and direct. Aha, namuona Gideon ananiambia kwa maeneo ya Moyale. Karibu sana watu wa Moyale, karibuni sana kwa hii show. Let me know where this show is finding you. Yeah, karibu sana. Catherine Okiru, I see you. Unasema my happiest day. Kuna watu wamefurahi hapa nje. Kuna wame celebrate the rulings of the court today. I'll be telling you more about it. I'm sure some already know. But above all, you guys are welcomed to be part of this show. Let me know your reactions. What did you feel VP? The courts have told William Ruto for the first time, null and void, unconstitutional. Those 3 words, hey, the first time I heard them was during BBI, and they were nice. They sounded nice, rhythmical, and very sweet. Today they were used on William Ruto. I'll be telling you more about that. I'll be taking you back and bringing you to today's ruling. Today's ruling was more fire, according to Osembo. Just what I see you. Namona Kamuto Mo here. Unaniambia kwa Kamota, yes. Kamota, unaniambia kwa maeneo ya Kilifi. Karibu sana. Millicent of Jambo, watching from Siaya. Let me know where you're watching this show from. Let me know unantazama ukiwa wapi. Tuma like, tuma share the video. Let us have a good time together in this show. Rosemary Muchisa unasema hi to you as well. Aha, karibu sana kwa show. Nijuze tu hapo kwa comment section, where are you watching me from? Do you remember this day? This day, the president had all the media interviewing him, and he was asked about the CASs. I want us to begin from there, okay?
Naam. Si umeniuliza nafanya nini kwa mahasla. Mahasla ndio hawa wanahangaika na gharama ya
swali lao kuu mahasla wanasema jinsi unavyokusanya na matumizi yako hayatoi picha ya hasla. Kwa mfano kuachilia kuongezwa fedha ambazo zinatumika ikuluni,
nitakurudi hapo,
na mshahara kama hawa ma CAS ambao hadi sasa hujazungumzia kama unakubaliana au la, licha watu kwenda mahakamani kupinga hilo.
Mambo ya CAS ni mpango wangu wa serikali.
Naam.
Yeah. It is my decision.
Okay. We, wadau. Alipoulizwa kuhusu mambo ya CAS, with all the pride as a leader, akasema mambo ya CAS ni mpango wangu mimi. He didn't cite the constitution. Yeye kama rais, he felt totally entitled. Ati tulimchagua juu watu walimpea kura, juu Chebukati alidecide vile alidecide. He felt it is up to him to make that decision. No apologies, no consultation, nothing. Did you hear him? Naanzia hapo wadau. Unajua hapa ndo mnapenda zaidi. Sikiza hapa. Akaulizwa, ulichagua wana CAS. Why? This was the reason.
Hasla wanasema jinsi unavyokusanya na matumizi yako hayatoi picha ya hasla. Kwa mfano kuachilia kuongezwa fedha ambazo zinatumika ikuluni,
nitakurudi hapo,
na mshahara kama hawa ma CAS ambao hadi sasa hujazungumzia kama unakubaliana au la, licha watu kwenda mahakamani kupinga hilo.
Mambo ya CAS ni mpango wangu.
Ilikuwa ni mpango wake, wadau. Ilikuwa ni mpango wake. Yeye kama William Ruto, rais wa Kenya, yeye kama yeye. Ilikuwa ni mpango wake. Of course, hapo mbele alielezea kwa sababu aliona Rigiji na Musalia wanalala ofisi. Hivyo basi akawapea watumishi wa kazi. Right? But thanks to our courts today, what parliament refused to do, the court of Kenya has done today. We celebrate them, and I wish even parliament can borrow a cue and let us have all these institutions working. When he was asked about these CASs, do you remember these words? He said it live and direct.
Sasa wamekuja bei ya chini. No. Without us doing much.
Nafikiria hiyo ni mipango mizuri.
Sasa nikueleze. Si umeniuliza nafanya nini kwa mahasla. Mahasla ndio hawa wanahangaika na gharama ya.
Swali lao kuu mahasla wanasema jinsi unavyokusanya na matumizi yako hayatoi picha ya hasla. Kwa mfano kuachilia kuongezwa fedha ambazo zinatumika ikuluni,
nitakurudi hapo,
na mshahara kama hawa ma CAS ambao hadi sasa hujazungumzia kama unakubaliana au la, licha watu kwenda mahakamani kupinga hilo.
Mambo ya CAS ni mpango wangu wa serikali.
Naam.
Yeah. It is my decision. Ya kwamba mimi naona ya kwamba kuna sababu ya wale ma CAS kuweko. Kwa sababu agenda nilio nayo kusukuma Kenya hii. Leo naibu wangu karibu analala kwa ofisi. Leo yule Musalia Mudavadi unaona amepunguza kilo siku hizi kwa sababu karibu analala kwa ofisi.
Sasa wadau, hao jamaa walichaguliwa kwa sababu Rigiji alikuwa analala ofisi. Musalia alikuwa analala ofisi. In fact, kulingana na those words, alikuwa lose some weight. So we needed to add the CASs whether it was constitutional or unconstitutional, we needed to add. Why? So that Rigiji, kazi ambao walituomba kwanza, walikuja wakasema they are well able to do this job, right? We didn't ask them to complain about it. We didn't ask them to do anything about it. We just asked them to do the job. Lakini baada ya kupata job, what do? Wanataka, hey, manze, Musalia may lose weight. Okay, I don't want to talk about weight, But one of the reasons the CAS walichaguliwa kulingana na the president is because the DP, Rigiji, analala ofisi. Yeah? Not reasons in the constitution. Listen to these reasons. Very flimsy reasons. Why? Rigiji analala ofisi, Musalia ana lose weight, so we need to give them CISs. Wadau.
Ile kilo 3 ilikuwa 1100. Saa hii ni 750. Sababu gani? Wale makatel ambao walikuwa wanafanya hiyo biashara, wakati walijua, kwa sababu tunajua bei ya hizi vitu kwa soko ya kimataifa, tukawaambia simupunguzeni jameni. Wao sasa wamekuja bei ya chini. No. Without us doing much.
Nafikiria hiyo ni mipango mizuri.
Sasa nikueleze. Si umeniuliza nafanya nini kwa mahasla. Mahasla ndio hawa wanahangaika na gharama ya
swali lao kuu mahasla wanasema jinsi unavyokusanya na matumizi yako hayatoi picha ya hasla. Kwa mfano kuachilia kuongezwa fedha ambazo zinatumika ikuluni,
nitakurudi hapo,
na mshahara kama hawa ma CAS ambao hadi sasa hujazungumzia kama unakubaliana au la, licha watu kwenda mahakamani kupinga hilo.
Mambo ya CAS ni mpango wangu wa serikali.
Naam.
Yeah.
Leo mpango mmoja wa serikali umechapwa dafrau. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Mpango mmoja wa serikali leo imepigwa knockout na the courts, and koti wamefanya ile kitu. Sikiza hapa.
Today marks the first major legal setback for President William Ruto's 10-month-old administration, and in what appears to be a continuation of a trend established during former President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, the High Court has once again asserted its authority on constitutional matters, quashing as unlawful 50 high-level appointments made by President Ruto. And as Brenda Wanga now reports, today's judgment bore the hallmarks on the judgment on the Building Bridges Initiative, the BBI, which saw the courts of law sending the political executive to the rails for engaging in constitutional misadventures.
I, Isaac Maigwa Mwaura.
For President William Ruto, the CAS judgment becomes an early but direct equivalent of former President Uhuru Kenyatta's BBI moment. In both cases, the interpretation of the Constitution was on the table, and in both cases, the High Court has delivered a firm indictment against executive misadventure, and effectively, the 4 months wait for the CAS appointed by President William Ruto has come to an end, with judges not falling short on some of the unforgiving lines.
It is therefore our considered view that the creation of a similar office to the Assistant Minister, now in name of CAS, cannot be created in the manner the first respondent and the fifth respondent proceeded. Based on the reasoning set out above, we do not think that it was the intention of the framers of the Constitution to have 50 CASs deputizing 22 cabinet secretaries.
The judgment strikes at the heart of the executive and its powers by faulting the president's exercise of powers that the courts say are not his to use. The president had appointed the CASs whose role isn't quite clear. Indeed, the judge is turning the president's attention to the relevant laws that have literally snatched the paycheck out of the CAS's hands and landed the president his first major loss.
Is that the CASs are, for all purposes, assistant cabinet secretaries, reporting directly to the CS. The PS is relegated to the position where he reports to the CAS and the CS. Doubt is completely removed by their job description in Gazette Notice number 12432 of 12 October 2022. And duties specified therein, and the fact the CAS will be in a higher job group, CSG3, than the PS.
The courts also reminding the president of the limits of what he can and cannot do in relation to creating his government.
That the size of the cabinet secretaries is now capped at 22. Article 152 of the Constitution provides that the cabinet shall comprise of A, the president, B, the deputy president, C, the attorney general, and D, not fewer than 14 and not more than 22 cabinet secretaries.
The High Court upsetting of the apple cart for the presidency comes 3 days after a judge temporarily stopped the implementation of the controversial Finance Act 2023 in what is turning out to be President Ruto's earliest constitutional setbacks. But he isn't the only president to feel the burn from the judiciary's boldness under the 2010 Constitution. His predecessor, Uhuru Kenyatta, has dealt with an emboldened judiciary, right from the contested presidential election that led to the historic annulment of a presidential election result, and the second term of the Uhuru presidency also seeing the courts assert itself by denying the former president his plan to implement the Building Bridges initiative. The Ruto administration came into power with the promise to increase the financial independence of the judiciary and to respect the rule of law. But already, the same administration has locked horns with the executive over the implementation of the court's orders. The injunction against the implementation of the Finance Act has been ignored by the Kenya Kwanza administration. It remains unclear whether the executive will heed these latest court orders.
Wadau, sasa so far tuko pamoja, right? William Ruto has been told that, you know what? Your appointments of the 50 CSs was unconstitutional. It was null and void. That statement alone, hey. Now, let's listen to what the cronies, those who are awarded, Akina Millicent, Omanga, Akina Cate, what is their fate? Before we even ask ourselves, how much have we saved by these guys going home, if they will go home? Listen to Trevor Kidogo.
Contentious Chief Administrative Secretary, that is a CAS position, has been dealt a major blow after a 3-judge bench declared the position as unconstitutional and went on to quash President William Ruto's decision to appoint the individuals without vetting. Some of the appointees who were present in court as judges delivered the judgment that virtually ends their dreams to what was widely considered a cabinet-level appointment. Chemtai Goin has more.
Some of the appointees were present at the High Court, eagerly awaiting the decision of the 3-judge bench with bated breath after the same court on 24th March barred them from assuming office.
These are our final orders.
Monday afternoon, they watched in disbelief as their ambitions were cast to the wind as the judges delivered the judgment which they have disputed. Those present were Foreign Affairs Chief Administrative Secretary Josh Mangi, his lands counterpart Kimani Ngunjiri, CAS in the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary Isaac Mwaura, and State Law Office CAS Alan Kosgei.
This is the most bizarre judgment I've ever seen in my 33 years as a lawyer. This court sat on its own judgment. It kept on relying on the Murima case, which was withdrawn. And the record is there that the matter was withdrawn. Why they chose to rely on the Murima case when they knew the case was withdrawn is a bit logic.
We have two separate decisions that are competing, a decision made in the Employment and Labor Relations Court and a decision made here, which conflict on the constitutionality of the office of the CAS. So we are going to study very carefully the decision that was made today.
The appointees who watched as the rug was pulled from under their feet say their next destination is the Court of Appeal to attempt to reverse the decision of the 3-judge bench.
Sisi ni Wakenya kama wale wengine. Sisi pia tuna haki ya kushiriki katika mambo ya kitaifa. Tutakwenda katika mahakama ya rufaa na tuna uhakika. We are very convinced that we will be successful, because there is no way you can say that 23 are lawful and the others are saying 50 are constitutional. There's no way you can say that President Uhuru Kenyatta, who had 41 CASs, was right, but President Ruto, who had 50, was wrong.
This court created their own order, their own prayers, and they granted them. We are definitely going to the Court of Appeal. We hope that justice will be served.
The list of the 50 comprised of former governors and poll losers in the 2022 general election, and also loyalists and close lieutenants of President William Ruto. Some notable figures were blogger and digital strategist Dennis Itumbi, who was handpicked as ICT CAS, former Nairobi woman representative Millicent Omanga to the powerful Interior Ministry, former Laikipia woman representative Cate, who was set to serve in the Transport Ministry, former Natis GN nominated MP Wilson Sosion, former two-term Narok Governor Samuel Oletunai, Nairobi gubernatorial aspirant Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, and former Mumias East MP Benjamin Washiali, amongst others. Others included leaders who hail from regions President William Ruto was wooing to solidify his base for his re-election bid, including former Homme gubernatorial aspirant Evans Kidero, earmarked for the Trade Ministry, his Siaya counterpart engineer Nicholas Gumbo, Trans Nzoia gubernatorial aspirant Chris Wamalwa, who had resigned from his position as Ford Kenya Secretary General, Nancy Kibaba, who had also resigned from the position of CEC in Bungoma County, among others.
It is not just in the manner in which the offices were sought to be established. It is not just in the manner in which public funds would have been wasted in offices that are completely unnecessary and were only intended to be a reward for the political supporters, or as is famously known, the shareholders in this government.
Despite the order barring the chief administrative secretaries from assuming offices, some had already updated their social media accounts to reflect their new status. Some, like Millicent Omanga, who refers to herself as Deputy Cabinet Secretary, and at the peak of the ruling, only shared a short video on a swing captioned, "All work with no play makes Jack a dull boy." Dennis Itumbi carefully stuck to his nominee tag and has since changed his status, leaving a short message: "Come here, go there, focus, service, and connecting dreams." Cate Waiguru too had fully assumed her new role as depicted on her social media account.
Wadau, leo ni ile siku. Kenyans are happy. Nakwambia we, sawa. Kenyans are happy. Kenyans wamefurahia. Leo ni ile siku. I tell you, today is that day. Your statement mara ya kwanza nilipoisikia time ya BBI ili ni nice. Sikudhani itani nice hadi leo. Ya leo imeni nice mbaya. What happens to government ya shareholders? Shareholders leo wamefanywa ile kitu, shares zimeondolewa. We, sawa. Mahakama yetu ya Kenya hoye, Wakenya hoye. You know, si mimi, lakini some of these people tuliwakataa kwa ballot, right? Sisi wa Kenya tuliwatuma home. Sisi wa Kenya tulisema enough is enough with their leadership. But we, prezo akatufanya ile kitu. Kongole to our judges, you have done us proud. Thank you so much for being part of this show. Naona wengi tayari wameingia. Na mwana Shadrack Otielo ako ndani. William Isaboke, I see you. David Ambani, I see you. Innocent Agari, I see you. Thank you for being part of this show. Nani mwingine? Asante sana kwa
both big names and new.
Asante sana kwa hiyo mshiki. Asante sana. We kabla hata sijamkaribisha Ambani, situsikize tu tumesave pesa ngapi na hawa watu kwenda home. Tusikize alafu tuendelee na show. Ama vipi Edgar? Okay, sikiza hii.
Been forced to cough at least over 53 million shillings monthly in salaries to sustain President Ruto's 50 chief administrative secretaries. Cumulatively, the taxpayer would have had to part with over 639 million shillings annually in salaries and a total of 3.2 billion shillings in the first term of Ruto's presidency to make the CASs comfortable. Citizen TV's Mary Mwoki with all that breakdown.
Not refer to the decision
In a decision that has elicited a collective sigh of relief from Kenyans, a 3-bench judge sitting at the Milimani High Court has quashed the appointment of 50 cabinet administrative secretaries appointed by President William Ruto to deputize the 22 cabinet secretaries. In its verdict, the court based its decision on the underlying fact that public participation in the creation of the post of CAS was conducted for 23 CASs only, and as such, the creation of the additional 27 cabinet administrative secretary posts did not adhere to the constitutional requirement of public participation.
Is that the CASs are, for all purposes, assistant cabinet secretaries reporting directly to the CS. The PS is relegated to the position where he reports to the CAS and the CS. Doubt is completely removed by their job description in Gazette Notice number 12432 of 12 October 2022 and duties specified therein, and the fact the CAS will be in a higher job group, CSG3, than the PS.
But even though the court declined to give its stand on whether or not the creation of the post of Chief Administrative Secretary is a waste of public resources, CAS ranks directly under the Cabinet Secretary and above the Principal Secretary. The Public Service Commission has classified CAS under Job Group V, making them entitled to a monthly salary of 765,188, a house allowance of 200,000 and 100,000 entertainment allowance, costing the taxpayer 53,259,400 for all the 50 chief administrative secretaries and over 639 million annually to make the CAS comfortable. The 50 CAS are also entitled to a 10 million car grant, which will cost an already struggling taxpayer 500 million, and a mortgage of 35 million amounting to 1.75 billion. They are also entitled to 2 high-end vehicles, 2 secretaries, a driver and a personal assistant. They also rank a security detail who were tasked with protecting them while on and off duty. Included in their fringe benefits, they will also enjoy a whopping 10 million inpatient and 300 outpatient medical cover. In her ruling on the financial implication of the creation of the CAS offices, and if it amounts to a wastage of public resources, Justice Hedwig Kongundi said the court cannot delve deeper into the issue, terming the budgetary concern a policy matter which is a preserve of a different arm of the government.
The legislature has the power over public finance, and the independent offices of the control of budget and the Auditor General to report to it. These are the offices that should determine the issue of wasteful spending.
Cost of including the position of CAS in the structure of government has been a key consideration among Kenyans opposed to it.
Well, null and void, unconstitutional. Sorry for me, but I can add hot air. Hey. Karibu sana wadau, leo ni ile siku. Tunaye show fiti, show moja kali. Asante sana. Na mwanambani amejaja, Steve Chalo ako ndani. Edgar Tito ndio huyo, amejaja na macho zingine bigi kwali. Ili aweze kutazama hizo maneno, lazima angevaa kitu ya kumsaidia. Lakini zaidi ya yote, karibu sana kwa show. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Jiloni, wacha nianze na order ya age. Vipi Steve Chalo?
Poa. Leo sitaweza ukaa sana, naelekea kazini sahihi.
Naelewa kaka, na nimekupa muda wa kwanza maana wewe ndiye mzee katika show leo. Kaka, ukitazama leo koti imefanya kitu.
Nawasalimia wote kwanza. Kitu cha kwanza nawasalimia wote. Okay. Koti hiyo imefanya vile imefanya. Na mambo yamechemka, lakini hatujui yamechemka kwa muda gani. Kwa sababu jamaa sijui wako vipi, lakini wanaweza wakazingirwa na zile bahasha zile za brown zile za kaki ama brown.
Tulisema hivyo wakati wa BBI, lakini we
lakini kuna
koti ya upeo na hakuna.
Lakini wanaweza kuzingira na hizo bahasha na tukashangaa kwa sababu yale maamuzi kamili hawakutaka kuyafikia. Hata naona katika hii video umetuma hawakusema mambo mengi sana. Wao wamesema hiyo tu, lakini hawajasema mambo ya hot air nini na nini. Huko hawakufika. Kwa hivyo ni kama ni mtego wa panya umewekwa pale, alafu tuziana tufanye ngeta. Sasa wacha tuumie sote, lakini koti lilofanya ni kwamba wamefikiria wananchi. Sasa sijui kama wananchi wataifikiria vipi sasa. Wataifikiria kama rais wetu alikuwa anafanya kitu cha kweli ama rais wetu amefanya kitu cha uongo. Ni sisi wananchi wenyewe sasa tuwe tutaweza kujifikiria. Mimi sina la zaidi, wacha nipishe mwenzangu naye hapo kidogo.
Edgar vipi? Good to see you. Ulikuwa wa kwanza.
Good to see you too, Jex. Good morning, good evening, all of you. Jex, kwanza wacha niseme leo ni ile siku ya furaha. Sisi tumefuraha sote kama Wakenya. And, we are thankful for our court.
Okay.
Now it's very
okay, huyo furaha yake imemtupa nje, lakini ni sawa. Show lazima iendelee. Ambani, habari ya leo? Ambani vipi? Hawa jamaa wana furaha isiyokuwa na bashasha, inawatupa nje. Steve Chalo, ni wiki jana tu tuliona koti ikisimamisha stories za finance bill. Sasa leo imetupa nje stories za CAS. Ni kana kwamba stories za bahasha unazozungumzia ni kama hazitafua dafu na hii serikali bwana.
Hiyo mambo sijaamini mimi bado. Mambo mimi sijaamini hiyo mpaka nione mwisho, lakini saa hizi hiyo mambo mimi sijaamini, maanake saa hizi nimeona kuna pahali Ndindi Nyoro na mwingine sijui ni nani walikuwa wanateta sana kuhusu story ya koti. Wanasema kwa koti inataka kufanya mambo ambayo sio ya haki. Kwanza especially walipokuwa wamestop ile mambo ya finance bill. Walienda kwa mkutano, sijui walikuwa wapi pahali fulani, na waliteta sana. Waliteta sana juu ya hiyo. So hatujui, wacha tuone kwanza. Sisi tukasema baba ana mbio na Mmasai hajarudi. Wajua kama unafukuzwa na Mmasai na hajakushika, usiseme una mbio. Sisi sasa tunaweza furahikia tu kwa leo, lakini historia ikabadilika kivyengine. Manake mambo ni mengi.
Licha ya yote, at least tunaona kuna watu wanaweza fanya uamuzi. You know, kama kulikuwa na mahali tulikuwa na ngojanga zamani, ilikuwa ni either bungeni na kotini, right? Sasa hatuna bunge, right? Hatuna bunge. Wabunge wetu waliamua kuwa ni vibaraka, kama nitatumia hiyo jina kwa heshima, kwa sababu kuna majina mengi tungetumia. Lakini baada ya wao kuwa vibaraka, tulikosa watetezi wa haki, watetezi wa wananchi, right? Sasa itakuwaje ya kwamba tusifurahie siku kama hii ya leo bana, kwa sababu a small win, whatever magnitude, it's a win. So Wakenya wamefurahi. Mimi personally, wacha niwe leo biased, mimi personally nimeshukuru, nimefurahia, nimefeel vizuri, kwa sababu hatuwezi kukuangusha kwa debe alafu uende upewe kazi, right? Sisi tuliona hauwezi kazi, mwingine akaamua hapana, wacha tukupe ofisi, right? So ikawa ni ofisi za kureward vibaraka, right? Watu ambao walikukampenia, watu ambao walisema Ruto tosha, Raila tosha, whatever tosha. Hao ndio wanapewa kazi. Hawakupewa kazi kwa sababu ya utenda kazi ama jinsi wanaweza leta manufaa kwa wananchi.
Alinyima mmoja alinyima huyu Mkisii huyu ambaye yuko Amerika, huyu ambaye anajiita sijui nani, huyu mwenye madevu huyu. Amenyimwa na huwa saa zote anateta, mpaka leo alikuwa akiteta sana. Kwa nini alinyimwa? Sijui hakupata kwa nini. Huyo ndo amekuja akiteta, hata leo amefurahikia sana. Nimemwona leo akicheza kabisa kuhusu ile
amecheza rumba.
Amecheza rumba nzuri sana. Kwa hiyo ni hayo tu, acha nisikize wenzangu kidogo kwa dakika za kuhesabu niingie kazi.
Edgar vipi, naona mkono wako unakwea juu?
Pole sana, nimekuwa na tatizo lingine kidogo kwa kimtandao kiasi, but I think I'm back.
Ni furaha yako ambayo imesheheni, lakini ni sawa.
Yeah, I was saying leo ni ile siku wa Kenya tumejawa na furaha kila mahali. And it's a clear indication that for once our courts have actually done justice and have done the right thing that they're supposed to do.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we are dealing with an executive that does not respect the rule of law and constitution as well. You know, I listened to Mwaura. Mwaura was saying there's no way court can rule that the appointment is illegal, yet Uhuru was okay. You know, you cannot make a right with the wrong, with two wrongs. But now, because my predecessor or my immediate boss did this, now I also need to do the same, so that to justify the mistake by his conduct. That is absolutely wrong. Another thing, Jakes, we've seen, and like I said before, sometimes back here during the show, that we are dealing with people who have no respect to the Constitution. They have no respect to court orders. Jakes, you know, even the contested finance bill, it's still in the court. But the way you see our executive is doing, it's like they're implementing it behind our backs. But now, today is the day. We are hoping that the Court of Appeal will also throw it away like it has been done Parliament. And we are asking Kenyans of goodwill to come out in large numbers and tell the government that it is wrong. Let them feel that we are not happy with whatever they are trying to do. The Constitution says that we need to have a minimum of 14 and a maximum of 24 CS. But currently,
22.
how many do we have?
22, not 24.
22, right? Yes, 22. But right now, how many do we have? Quite a solemn one. We need to reduce this.
With the inclusion
in fact,
of Malala and the other three, we have around 27 there.
If we can amend our constitution so that to win at less than 100 MPs, Jakes, that will save us a lot. That will save us a lot because we actually we don't have enough money to pay them, and that is why we are being overtaxed. You know, when you are overtaxing your people, you cannot. There is nothing good that can happen, especially in a developed country. When you are highly taxing us, there is nothing actual that can happen to the economy because we'll have nothing to spend. We'll have nothing to spend, and you'll have no one to tax anymore.
Okay, shikilia hapo tu kidogo. Allow me to invite many who are tuning in live. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. This is Mtembe Live. You are host here, Jakes, the moderator. I'm with Edgar and SG Kamau. To join us in the studio is not difficult. Link ambao umetumiwa hapo na Mtembe TV, Mtembe Official, Mtembe YouTube, Mtembe Facebook. That's the link unatumia, unajikuta umeingia moja kwa moja hapa kwa studio. Unafanya aje ukiingia kwa studio? Lazima uwe umewasha kamera ambayo iko kwa hiyo link umetumia na Mtembei. Lazima uwashe kamera, uwashe mic na utajikuta umekuwa pamoja nasi. Asante sana. We have a great show lined up for you. We have a lot coming up, including, this Friday. Yeah, you heard me right. This Friday is Sabasaba, or the 7th of July. Let's first continue to try and exhaust what happened today. SG, kama habari leo?
Poa. Mambo vipi bana? Baridi.
I'm fine, bro. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm fine, thank you. Baridi is too much here in Limuru.
I can see umejifunika gubi.
Ni kumbi tukigojea kimbi week Friday.
Good to see you. Great to have you. Now, what is your feeling after the courts of today did what they did?
I'm so proud of the court. Sijui kama anakunywa kitu apewe on my behalf.
Okay.
Watumanishiwe kitu, I'll pay. Because what they did, you know, we are worried because everybody was this government is being paid, and there's a lot of money moving around, being sent by the government. I think I'm told that this guy called this helper of Ruto called I don't know what I don't remember the name.
Farouk
buying people.
Farouk Kibet.
Farouk is the one being used to go buying people up and down. He's very busy nowadays, buying MPs, buying who. And so I'm so proud of the 3 judges who stood with the people of Kenya. We were so proud of them because CAS or that position is a useless position. We do not need it. We passed a constitution that does not recognize the vice or the deputy ministers or CAS for that matter. And therefore, we do not need people at 3 CASs in one ministry. Doing what? For what? And that is what we are telling people, that we cannot pay taxes and then thieves are deployed in the name of Millicent, Omanga, who, Maura, to come and steal money. So for us, we are very proud of the courts. And we are telling washikilie hapo hapo. We hope that money of Farouk will not reach the appeal court, because we are so scared that our taxpayer money is being used to buy Kenyans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shikilia hapo. But before I even come back to you, let me come back to Edgar. Edgar, the finance bill as well was given a pause. And its judgment will be on the 5th. I think tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Today is when? Today is on the... Just one moment. Nimepoteza calendar yangu. Today is the 3rd. Tomorrow is the 4th. Now, on the 5th, the day after tomorrow, the ruling on the financial bill. What do you think in your mind? Will Omtata carry the day again?
I doubt, because I think they've seen what has happened today, and actually we are dealing with crooks. We are being led by crooks, and they won't allow it. Like my friend SG has said, Farouk will make good use of his real motives, walking around with cash to buy the judges.
So, you see, the problem I'm almost asking is, if the courts rule in favor of the government, you'll say the courts have been compromised, right? But today we are here celebrating them.
Can I tell you something,
because they rule against the government. So, which one is it, sir?
Can I tell you something?
Please do.
Unajua hata hii ruling pia inaweza kuwa ya kutupumbaza sisi akili ili you know the main target of the president or this legitimate government is finance bill, and therefore this ruling coming earlier before the ruling of finance bill may be something that at least watatumia kama reference. We obeyed the ruling of the other case. Now, why are you saying that the court have been compromised? There might be such a scenario, and we must be very careful. I'm afraid they might judges might be compromised to give a ruling that will favor the executive, so that finance bill will sell. Because I remember sometimes back, Gachagua said, hata mvae sufuria kichwani kwenye kichwa itapita. And therefore, you know, hii ilikuwa ni kupea wengine kazi, but now that one itakuwa ni ya kuchukua pesa kutoka kwetu. So I think hii, kwa sababu they were not going to benefit that much from this position of CAS, but now this one now touches them directly.
Okay.
I'm afraid, Jakes.
SG hii ilikuwa role moja ya Gachagua ya kusema, you know what, mimi ndio niko na kitabu, right? Mimi ndio kitabu ya mashares, mimi ndio niko nayo. Nikiona wewe ulifanya hii, nasema pewa job. One of the things Gachagua came out saying that this government is a government of shareholders. he meant that during jobs, wakati jobs na piano. Sorry, I'll be laughing so much because when I remember what they were using. Now, what do you think? Does it deflate such statements?
Yeah, and it's, you know, Gachagua is a disgrace to this country because he's one man who is for lack of a better word, entitled. He feels like he can speak anything without any remorse. Particularly when he is addressing issues to do with government, you find him saying that he, like you say, he has a roll call. He's calling people who are voted for him, and therefore we know what we are capable of doing. So we are not celebrating yet, as Edgar says. We should not celebrate anything. It can be a tactical move by Ruto to brainwash us, and then later on they win against the finance bill, and then they appeal also approved. So for us, we are very much skeptical. We know that what they are capable of. This is a thuggery government, and that is why we are urging even the Azimio group to know they are dealing with thugs. Let us not have diplomacy with these people. If they are using thuggery method, let us also be using thuggery method, because hatuna serikali hapa. Sinaona wameambia watu wakate miti waingie kwa mashamba, na kuwa huko France yeye ni rockstar. Yeye ni environmental champion. Wazungu wanalia machozi wakifikiria we have a saint. Yeah, like somebody said yesterday. When you look at Ruto from afar, he looks very good. But when you get nearer to him, he is far from good. So you have to understand that we have a man here who is a double speaker, a liar, a thug, and that is why we cannot trust him. Kama juzi alienda kufanya harusi hii ya e-citizen, unamuona anakiss bibi ya mtu kwa hewa. Like I mean, hata ana heshima bwana. Huyu ni rais ya bwana. Uliona hiyo kitu wewe?
Wewe acha hizo.
Au kuona hiyo?
Niliona lakini sikuichukulia vile wewe umeichukulia, but ni sawa.
Hapana, it wasn't easy bana. That is a height of immorality. But what I'm trying to say in simple terms is that we have a leader who is not beyond reproach. Yeah, and that is why we have a problem, because we cannot trust him with our monies. In fact, let me tell you, Jakes. Sisi wa Kenya tunapenda kulipa ushuru. No wonder tulipa ushuru hata excess wakati ya Kibaki. Tukalipa ushuru excess wakati wa Kibaki because it is Kibaki. Unaelewa Kibaki na wakina Mwiralia, they were people who can trust with their taxes. But who can trust Ruto with the taxes? Yeah, we can see his children dishing money all over the country. Because it is not possible to trust this regime with our taxes, and that is why we are calling upon the people of Kenya on 7th. It is a time.
Kabla tukuja hapo kwa 7th, tutakuja hapo kwa 7th. I'll give you an opportunity to really preach the 7th gospel. Innocent vipi?
Salama sana, Mr. Jakes. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too. It has been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but karibu sana kwa show. What's your take on what the courts have done today?
I will be very careful to what I say, because Mr. Kamau has preempted what I had thought. Because we have a president who is capable of anything. The other day we saw, a little bit to go outside, we saw a SRC coming out with a pronouncement, and then quickly I remember Adana post, and I had said this could be a hoodwinking tactic that the president could be using, at least maybe to gain sympathy from his voting blocks, where he tells them, you see, there was a proposal on the table for me to have a salary hike, and I was so mindful about you, and I decided I'm not going to take the huge perks. And actually it didn't take long before we saw that coming out. I don't know if we have people who still trust in this government, because whatever they are doing, if you look at it, it's not good for the nation, and it's not at the heart of the nation. The courts have done well. The pronouncement is well. We receive it well, but we hope it's not used for maybe tactical moves, because obviously we saw now the real mamambogas, the Akina Kideros, ganging out and doing a press after the pronouncement of the court and saying that they're going to take things higher. This is the way now we are supposed to go as a nation. Vibrant institutions, because we don't have a parliament which will be able to speak for the ordinary Kenyans. You see the kind of profiling that is there. But when now the courts come out this way, we'll be able to see how they be able to receive the news. We'll be able to see how they go. I mean, this president is going to applaud the courts, or is going to castigate them the way he came and defended Mr. Kuria. We don't know, but we'll be able to see. But also, William Ruto is capable of using the courts, maybe, just to say it, and in one way, he feels like he rewarded friends. And now he's talking to the courts. Can you now go on the legal side and try to denounce whatever I did? He's one man, you will never know his cards. But the decision is good for the nation. At least we have seen what the majority of us has been thinking about the chief administrative secretaries, their role. And most of them, we have seen them on social media. We are not saying social media is not powerful, but we have seen them on TikTok doing some funny things. And the moment we allowed people to go out and help people, and then we carry cameras and do videos and do photos, that was the last day we killed the soul of our nation. It's a time we need to look at ourselves and see where we made mistakes. And I feel it's not late. Mr. William Ruto is like Trump. We can be able to topple him come on the next election. If we can be able to work as a unit, as a people. That is what I can be able to say at this particular time. Thank you, Mr. Jakes.
I'll be coming to you, Innocent, just now. I have like 2 questions. But before I do that, allow me to have Clinton and Joseph Bibo give out their sentiments. Clinton, are you there?
Niko kama kawaida bana.
Vipi bros? Siku nyingi kaka, karibu sana kwa show.
Asante.
Sasa leo preso amefanywa ile kitu na koti.
Hizo ni vita vya mende kwa panzi. Sijui Kiswahili wanasemaje. Mheshimiwa Rais alisema kwamba alipowachagua CSS 52 ilikuwa ni njia mojawapo ambayo alikuwa anatumia kuijenga serikali yake. Kwa hivyo koti haiwezi ikakuja leo ituambie kwamba hatufai kuwa na CSS 51, 52. And yet this was the decision of the president of how he wants the services to be delivered to his people. Uhuru had, I don't know, 25 CSS. That was his decision then. And according to how he arranged this government, William Ruto's government has got even more PSS. And now when we have more CSS, people are complaining. And to be sincere, I don't understand why. The opposition people are just looking for excuses. That they can use to bring us down. But I'm very happy with the few Kenyans that appeared on the TV screens in Kenya supporting President William Ruto's decision to name the 51 CSS. I also join hands with them. Everybody has a way that he or she wants his government to run. And this is William Ruto's decision. Why are we criticizing?
Okay.
Yet they are only 6 months into office. Let us give them time. We see in 2027 we'll have to. You had even 52 CSS. What did you do with them? Huh? You know, I don't understand why we should even go to demonstrations because of such useless things. You know, we are demonstrating for a government that has not. We started demonstration even before William Ruto read his first budget. That he must go. He has failed. We are comparing him with someone who worked for over 10 years. Let us be sober as Kenyans. Let us give the president time. His policies are very nice, Jakes.
Okay.
And when changes come, kuna wenye watasikia uchungu na kuna wenye watasikia utamu. Kama mahasla niko sure tutasikia utamu. Ukiona vile Ruto anasema kwamba NHIF sijui NSSF watu walipe kulingana na mapato yao. Mbona majina mnaenda kwa barabara?
Okay.
Babu mnafinya. So Jakes bana, I support, let Kidero continue his work. Let huyu mzungu nimekuwa kwa TV leo aendelee na kazi yake kila CS. Alafu pia kuna kitu jamaa amesema hapo that you can't understand Mheshimiwa William. Sababu nilipomsikia akiwa juu ya gari pale ilikuwa Nakuru on Sunday. Yaani jamaa utafikiria bado ako kwa campaign ya 2022 ama ashamaliza hiyo campaign sasa na campaign ya 2027. But that is my president. Sometimes I fail to understand him, but the love I have for him is still so Jakes, the guy is experimenting with everything. But let us give time. Mimi ni time tu naomba. Msianze kupitishia hapa na sabasaba. Hata Uhuru huyu anazurura Afrika mlimfanyia sabasaba. Na alimaliza zake. So let us give the government of today time. That is my humble prayer to you people.
Okay. Thank you, Clinton. I don't know if you are through, but let me ask you this question. What happens to the shareholder statement? Because the shareholders leo wamefanywa ile kitu bwana. What happens to those who had received some shares?
Yes, the shareholder statement is a very useless statement from a very useless person. Huyo mtu tutampigia kura na Waiguru 2027 tukitafuta running. Na ataona moto. Wewe kuwa deputy president lakini unaongea kama sijui nini. Unaongea kama gaucho. Gaucho na deputy
Did you just compare Rigidi with Gaucho?
But Gaucho is better. Kila siku tuzipo microphone eti watu wa Nyeri mko na shares kwa hiyo serikali na bado mtapata shares. What is that for a leader? And then I also sympathize when Moses Kuria talked bad about the media. Alafu pale kwa safari rally huyu jamaa Mkonde akapewa mic akamsupport bwana, nikichiwa nguvu bwana. Nikaanza kublame yule safari rally driver, mbona haku nini
hakufanya ile kitu.
Subaru itakukujia ni kitu gani?
We Clinton shikilia hapo kwa sababu interesting. I like what you are saying. Now,
our deputy president designate is Waiguru 2027.
Okay.
Huyu mwingine ni kupitisha tu wakati.
Okay.
Kama baba pia akitaka utaunda coalition na baba kwa prime minister. Na hakutakuwa na uchaguzi.
Okay.
Either a reform ama endelee kushindana na Gaucho kwa maneno.
Okay. So wewe unasema 2027 lazima tufanye elections za running mate kwanza.
Hiyo ni lazima. Wakenya watakuwa wanampenda Ruto, lakini kitu ambacho kitakuwa nyuma ya Ruto tutafukuza wengi bana. So itabidi tuchambue mchele na mchanga.
Okay. Aha, shikilia hapo. Ninaona kuna mwenzako hapa anajiita Clinton na pia kuna Joseph. Aha, Joseph, vipi? What do you say of what the courts have done to the government today? Leo wamewafanyia ile kitu. What do you think? How are you feeling?
Hi, Jax.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. This is the day that I feel happy that our courts can do something different from what Ruto was expecting. And by the way, I hope that judge atakuwa wasije wakamthreaten tena tusikia amepotea, because that is their way of working.
Kama Irene Masit
anataka akue na asimame imara, hata finance bill tena ipitie kwake tena na Mukia Mtata aiangushe, so that Ruto ajue we have the constitution that is leading Kenyans.
Aya, unajua umalize kinywaji kaka.
Nimemaliza. Of late jamaa wamekuwa kijigonga kifua sana. And if you want to know that this thing was not right,
okay,
Jack, imagine the people that walichaguliwa wanakuja kwa media, wanatoa their anger, like, really, you have to wait, this thing was done wrongly, so you want us, and they are very greedy, and I was not expecting that. Like, they come out saying what they said.
Okay.
They didn't have a right to stand up. They could have waited. Because if you want to know the Kenya Kwanza people are greedy, imagine you come out on the media, you express your anger, and you know very well this thing was done lawfully.
Lawfully or unlawfully?
Unlawful.
Okay.
Meaning, they just want to waste our taxpayer money.
Okay.
They are not on us. They just want to add their stomach. So I'm very happy, and let them learn a lesson that actually even those, we need like 12 CSS.
Okay.
Those 50 are many. For what?
For what? Exactly.
For what? For what? This guy promised us very well.
Allow me to be given 2 minutes so that we can.
He promised the Mama Mboga. 1 minute. He promised the Mama Mboga. Kidero is Mama Mboga. Kidero is a boda boda. Let's be honest. Ruto, imagine mahali yuko, he should know that Kenyans we are watching him.
But Joseph, Kidero buys mboga from Mama Mboga. So
Kidero goes to supermarket, my friend. And you know Kidero messed Nairobi. Kidero messed Nairobi. He looted our money.
Okay.
And then now someone is rewarding him. To hell.
Sawa. Clinton Muthuri, habari ya leo Clinton. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Unmute. Unabonga lakini uja unmute. Unmute mic yako Clinton. Okay. Let me see if naweza. Yeah, habari ya leo kaka.
Mimi niko salama nashukuru.
Naona sura yako ni tabasamu tu. Umefurahi kaka vibaya sana.
I'm very happy for the judicial whatever they have done today. I'm extremely happy.
Okay.
Mimi kuna kitu inanishangaza na Wakenya wengine. I don't know if we are in the same country or not. Some people are very happy. Others are wengine wananishangaza wako Kenya gani? Kwa sababu I've seen nikiwa na watch news hapa naona Wakenya wengine wanasema that this government has done How can you appoint 53 CSs and we have nini 22 cabinet secretary.
I played the reasons why Ruto did that. He explained that one of the reasons was because Msali alikuwa ame lose weight and walikuwa analala ofisi, so he had to make sure. I played that clip just now. Why we had to have many? So
no,
you don't want Msali to lose weight, my friend.
Unajua anatutumia.
We want even to die. Let him die even.
mi nashangaa kwa sababu hii serikali how can you appoint these are nini assistant cabinet secretaries? We have 22 cabinet secretaries.
Okay.
How can you appoint 53? They are using our tax money.
It's because I have said, and maybe
yes, I've listened to you, but that's not logical. That's not logical at all.
The president, that is the word of the president. The president is a logical man.
No, not at all. See, you saw that the SLC defined, but he defined the orders that he gave, that they are not in need of the increment of their salaries. The president knew it very well that this will not happen. The SRC, from 2013 to they earned to amend the nini so that they can be increased the salaries. 2013 to 2015, 2015 to 2017, president alikuwa anajua vizuri, hata akisema he is going to do nothing about it.
Okay.
Na pesa itaongezwa. Saa alikuwa anafumbaza Wakenya macho waone we are all in the nini. We are all in the same page. But what I can tell Kenyans and those who are watching, I can hear some people here saying that the president did well, the president has done well. Hebu niwaambie hapa waliongea nini, how many 1.75% yenye ilikatwa kwa nini kwa housing. Alisema ataongeza nini pesa ngapi? He is going to earn 7 to 10%. Ile ni kumaanisha ametoa kwa hii mfuko kidogo amewapelekea huku. Huyu mama mboga alikuwa na campaign na mtu wa mkokoteni na mtu wa pikipiki. We are going to suffer very hard. Tutasuffer sana.
Okay.
Wezi, and they are increasing their salaries. The cabinet secretaries, the president and the president wana increase in 14%.
Okay.
Na hao wengine police officers and other civil servants, they are being increased to 7 to 10%. And which of wanakatwa 1.7%. Nani ameenda hasara? Mwananchi wa chini ni nini inafanya nini? Kenyans should wake up. Let us wake up on 7. Hebu tuende kwa baba Jakaranda.
Shikilia kwanza hizo za 7. Tutadiscuss tu. Hiyo ni refu Tutadiscuss tu saa hizi kuhusu ya 7. Kaka Msimamo na kaka Alex na Innocent wako ndani. Sijui nianze na yupi? Acha nianze na yupi? Piki ponki. Aya. Acha nianze na kaka Alex. Kaka Alex vipi?
Mzuri sana Jex, habari yako?
Niko mzima. Buheri wa afya.
Kwa salama, tunashukuru Maulana. Tulimaliza Eid vizuri, niliongea na marafiki zangu Waislamu.
Okay.
Wakanielezea Eid ni nini. Na nilifurahia kukuwa na hii holiday ya Eid. Sasa habari yako pia wewe? Msimamo, habari yako?
Mimi niko salama kabisa.
Siku ya leo ni siku ambayo ina furaha lakini na huzuni pia.
Okay. And why is that?
Kwa sababu wale ambao wanatamka hii sheria ni wale ambao ni maadui zetu, kwa sababu walikataa kuangalia mbali wakati walimwapisha mtu ambaye hakushinda kura. Lakini sasa sijui ni kama wanatucheza kichwa, wanatucheza akili, ama sisi ndio tuko na uzito wa ubongo ama tuko na ubongo mzito. Labda Msimamo atusaidie. kuna tofauti ya kuwa na ubongo mzito na kuwa na uzito wa ubongo. Because unapoangalia katika the ruling of today, nilisikiza tangu mwanzo hadi mwisho. Na nilimtaka Mburu akue hapa kwa sababu huyu Kanyi Kimondo anaongea kama Mburu. Sijui kama ni relative ya Mburu. Huyu jamaa sauti yake ni kama Mburu.
Natafuta Mburu baadaye kwa show.
Yeah, alikuwa anaongea kama Mburu. Lakini I think ukimwangalia vizuri na ukimsikiza katika his previous rulings which I had to go Google, yeye ndiye alisema, mtu anaitwa Alfred Keter wakati alikuwa anashtua watu katika ile Weighbridge. He has to answer about it. And many other rulings. It's like the lady, and I'm sorry to use because nimesahau jina yake, mnaweza nisaidia. There's this lady that used to be in Nairobi. And I'm sorry to use the name that she was albino, but she had very good rulings. Mpaka akatolewa Nairobi akapelekwa sijui ni Kiambu ama
Justice Mumbi.
Yes. So ukimwangalia Justice Kanyi Kimondo is not that type of justice judge ambaye anafanyiwa mchezo. His rulings are very particular. He follows the law. Na kesi inapopelekwa kwake na ukijua ni yeye anaenda kurule, expect a thorough rule of the law. And I like what he said. The punchline of this, and this is what most of the learned friends are talking about. He said, the CAS are equivalent to the assistant minister.
Okay.
A position that was scrapped after the Kenya adopted the 2010 constitution. The CAS ni kama assistant minister. Watu wengi hawajui hivyo. CAS is an assistant minister. So we scrapped off that position in the 2010 constitution. Then he asked the question in the 3 bench. He said, I don't know how 50 CAS are deputizing 22 ministers.
Okay.
Can you imagine? Like we have 22 ministers, but then we have 53 deputizing them.
Okay.
My good friend, who was the CS for industrialization and so on and so forth, unamjua ni nani? Sitaki kusema kwa sababu tunaenda kanisa pamoja na yeye, sitaki kumtaja jina yake, apendangi akitajwa jina. Is a young man. When he had to hand over, to 7 people. Actually, later on, he handed over to 9 people. One CAS handing over to how many people? 9 people. Does that seem normal to you? Even if you are a president, even if you are a fool, does that really seem normal to you?
But we want to preserve the weight of Musalia, my friend.
So Musalia actually haja lose weight. Ukiangalia vizuri, there's a guy that one of the best and the most refined journalists in the history of mankind is somebody called Tim Russell, who used to have a show called Meet the Press on Sunday. Tim Russell, when he sat on the seat, you never knew that he was a big man. But one day after the show, in 2007, when the caucuses of Indiana were going on, and actually Obama won against Clinton, then he declared those were caucuses of Democratic Party. Before even we had a nominee for Democratic Party. Once Obama won that seat, he said, here come the next president of the Republic of America. And 2 days later, he died. That man was so refined that, in his sitting akikaa hivi, haukuwa unajua, I mean, he needs to be helped. So Musalia asikuje kutudanganya hapa kuwa yeye ndiye anatakana kusaidiwa. Musalia ako na shida zake, na shida zake tunajua zilianzia Nakuru. Hatutaki kuzitaja hapa. So na unazijua ni gani. But let me say this. I think Kenyans are happy now. Kenyans are happy temporarily because at least for the last 1 week, we are seeing a function of the judiciary that we saw when Kibaki was in power, when Uhuru was in power, that we could actually go to the court to get conservatory rulings so that we can stop this present government from using thorax to enact laws that are unlawful because just they are in the government. If you look at, and the only man standing here, I had to go back and rewatch him. It is Okiya Omtata. Okiya Omtata is so hardworking in the Senate, but at the same time, as a civil, watu wenye wanatutetea wanaitwaje? I mean, I'm losing it. But if you look at it, he case activist.
He's an activist.
To stop also the Finance Act of 2023. When you listen to the man, he's so sober. I mean, his celebration is to the people of the Republic of Kenya.
Okay.
And you ask yourself, where is Okongo Mgeni, who is my senator? Where are other senators who are lawyers? Leave alone the ones like, you know, the senator. I don't even know what the senator of Machakos is doing, because they chose not even a class 8 dropout. They chose a class 7 dropout to be a senator. So when we are, you know, conducting these things, we look at senators who actually can really tetea, you know, maisha yetu. But, you know, this is not the function even of the senators, because when Duale was the majority leader, he refused to actually commend and even recognize the Senate as the upper house. As we sit today, the Senate is just as useless as you and me, if you don't know.
Okay.
So, but when you look at what Okiya Omtata is doing, he's going after, he's using his seat very well, he's going after these people, and he's telling us that this cannot be done.
Okay.
During the last regime, you remember Matiang'i was so pissed off at one time. He said, there is one man in this country, whenever he goes to court, he gets all the conservatory rulings that he wants to get into. It's not like Okiya Omtata gets them free. Okiya Omtata does his homework. Okay? He knows where things have been done wrong. He's not political. Remember, he's a senator for Busia, and he's an independent senator. He is not Azimio. He is not Kenya Kwanza. He's an independent senator. Okay? But as a lone ranger, he has been able 2 times to stop Ruto, where even Baba has not been able to stop Ruto.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Kanyangia hapo kidogo, Alex, I'll be coming to you because leo niko na udaku kibao.
I disagree completely.
No, let's continue.
Jakes, I have a question. There are 2 of them.
Who is having a question? I can't seem to see who is asking the question.
Keep.
Yes, Keep.
Omtata, you know, Omtata has been fighting for a long time.
Yeah.
And the number of battles he's had.
And I think we have a stranger in the house that we cannot see his face. It's like Malala sitting in the cabinet. I can't see Malala. This is Malala sitting in the cabinet.
He has a very beautiful photo representing him.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, Keep.
Just because this guy has been battling for so long, you know how many times he's lost? He's lost so many times, he's just won a few. Number two, don't you think, this is just a question, don't you think that the reason why this has failed is because the judiciary have not been paid for the budget that they asked for? If they had the budget they had asked for, that thing would have passed.
Interesting question.
Just answer me there. If that budget that they asked for as the judiciary could lipa the lower courts, I don't think Martha Koome would have rejected this thing. Me, that's what I think. That's my own opinion. That's all I want to say. Omtata winning this one is a fluke. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll be coming to you, Kip, because there's things you have raised and it is very intriguing. And I'll have your question answered just now by the panelist. But allow me to listen to Msimamo. He hasn't said anything. And then I'll come to you as even we respond to your question, which is very, very important. Msimamo, mtazamo wako wa leo. Sijui umeuchukulia vipi? Wakenya leo wamegawanyika. Kuna wale wana furaha, kuna wale sijui kama kuna ule anaomboleza, lakini kuna mixed reactions. What do you think, sir? Wewe kwako umechukulia vipi? Najua either umefurahi ama vipi?
Ngoja ngaze kwanza propela ya koo, lakini pia nikushukuru kwa hii nafasi na wale wote ambao wako wakiongozwa na ndugu yangu hapo Alex Kip na Joseph Edgar na wengine. Mimi leo si kwamba na furaha. Furaha yangu ya kweli ni pale tutahakikisha kwamba hirijimu umeenda nyumbani yote. Lakini hili kiasi fulani tu kwamba ni matumaini, lakini si furaha. Maana ili kuachana na kidonda ni kuhakikisha kidonda kimepona. Na kidonda bado hakijapona.
Okay.
Kwa hivyo hii judicial recovery inatufufua matumaini mapya, nikiongeza lile kipo ameleta hapa. Kwamba maybe pengine hawajalipa na whatever. Lakini haja yangu kubwa ni kuhakikisha hii regime imeenda home. Kwa sababu ubovu wote wa hii regime si kwamba tumeletea haya mingine hivi vitu vyote na nini. So the judiciary ile imeamua na ni haki yao na ni haki pia kwa Kenya, ni furaha baadhi. Lakini kile ambacho nasubiri ni mahakama kubwa. Mahakama ya public, koti ya public hii. Koti ya mwananchi. Wakiwemo majaji ni bwana Msimamo, Alex Media, Jex, Kip na wengine. Hiyo koti ndio naisubiria zaidi kuona je, itatuletea uamuzi ambao utatutetea kaka yangu Jex, ama itatukandamiza. Mna hiyo ndio koti kubwa macho yangu naangazia zaidi. Kwa maana hiyo mimi nitakataa watu wakitaja hapa 7-7, lakini nangojea koti ya mwananchi ambaye jaji ni Msimamo na wengine tarehe hiyo ya 7-7 tuone je majaji hawa kuna Msimamo watatoa muamuzi gani. Kwa sababu kaka Jex nikimaliza kabla uende mwingine, nadhani imefikia hatua ya tuweke taifa mbele. Lakini taifa ni muhimu kuliko kitu kingine. Kwa maana hiyo dalili tunaiona, huenda ikawa pengine hawajalipwa ama pengine ni mpango fulani tu ambao pengine upo ili tuone kwamba mambo yanabadilika na tujisahau tena kama tulivyojisahau wakati ule na kuja matumaini kisha kuacha lengo. Hapa hakuna haja ya kuacha lengo, haja ni kuhakikisha viongozi watakao tuongoza wataweka taifa mbele na hususan Kenya mbele. Hivi vitu tunavipata katika karatasi ya serikali.
Aya. Kip, I want to come to you, and I come to you in a very funny way. This is how I come to you. And I know your question is pending, and I'm coming to you with a reversed question. Think about it. This will be, some pundits are calling it an interesting week for the government. Today, the courts have blown a blow to it by terming the CAS as null and void and unconstitutional. Now, the day after tomorrow, the ruling on the financial bill happens. As if that is not even enough, on Friday again, the Azimio Brigade have said itakuwa ni a date with destiny again. What do you make of this week?
This week is full of vitimbi, yeah. First of all, I'm Azimio. Trust me, I'm not Kenya. Just know me for this, yeah. Let me tell you the truth, yeah. Forget about what's happening behind the closed doors. Whether you think there were people who were given money, Azimio people, UDA people, KK people given money behind the door. All these people talking about public participation is absolute nonsense. Let me tell you one thing. The legislation you voted for did it legally. That financial bill failed. That financial bill sailed legally. The only problem we have is the extra stuff that was added after the finance bill. But before that, everything sailed the way it was supposed to do, because every single Kenyan voted for that MP, whether you believe the MP came in legally or not. Let's just get that straight. The legislation of Kenya is an independent body that should make decisions by themselves. And that is the one thing even MPs themselves in Kenya do not understand. That they have so much power that they could have stopped that finance bill. What the executive is to give suggestions, because the legislation holds the pulse of the country. So let's put that to the side. The only thing that Tata has come in to bring, and I think I condemn him. I put now I remove the hat to him, and Apo Alex nakubali na the extra stuff that they tried to put after the bill was passed was wrong. So why the budget is being stopped is because the finance bill has not been completed. Understand? You have the bill first, then you have the budget. So what is happening is Ruto is rushing these things too fast. So we're just having a banana republic. Things are just going haywire. But trust me, me. They will both pass. The budget and the finance bill, whether you like it or not, as Kenyans. Let me tell you what you need to do as Kenyans, and this is an opinion I have here. Next time, be careful who you vote as a member of parliament. Remember, a member of parliament represents you as a mwananchi. Think very hard, protect your vote. Yeah. Number 2, Friday, and this is what I've always fought for, and this is all I'll ever fight for. You can see me, I don't care about the finance bill, I don't care about the budget. I really don't care. What wanasema Azimio MPs betrayed us. UDA guys betrayed the other people. By the UDA people are also betrayed by the finance bill. I'm talking neutral here. There are people in UDA that were betrayed by their own MPs. Their own MPs should have been protected. They should have protected them against this bill. E bill is not just Azimio against it. But anyway, that is besides the point. You need to vote for the right MP. But my main issue is Friday is a date to destiny, and it's the last chance for Kenyans to fight for what I originally have been fighting for: electoral justice. Electoral justice is the most important conversation in Kenya right now. Some of us have moved on and will want to discuss and declare President as Ruto as their president. I will never, ever in my life call that man my president. And that is my right under the Constitution, by the way. If Friday, this is my declaration, if Friday, mimi mwachana na mimi, I'll sit down with my NAK Kenya, nyinyi muendelee kivyenu. So I'm just telling you, Kenya, this is your last chance as Kenyans to fight for your right, to fight for electoral justice. Because I don't believe August 2022, that election was fair. That election was stolen from us. So I'm going back to that conversation. I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. You've brought me to Friday. Friday is fighting for the August 22 election. Hii mambo ya sijui nasema high cost of living, sijui finance bill is all nonsense to me. If you want that thing to be fixed, fight for your electoral justice. That's what thank you very much. I rest my case.
Before you even do that, let me. There are things you have raised which are interesting. Number one, you say that it's important that mwananchi always takes into account the person he votes for, either as an MP and even a senator. Now, my question to you is this: is
MP,
mwananchi so preoccupied?
All of it. MP, senator, governor.
all the 6 posts. Is mwananchi so preoccupied by who becomes the president that easy offices zingine, even though they're extremely important, they end up not really taking their time to scrutinize and put people who really further the agenda, either in parliament, because I realized even the county offices are equally as important. The MCA's office is equally as important. So is mwananchi so focused on the two, right? The two, rather the presidential ticket, so much that these other positions wanaziona ni kama hazifai, or rather they don't take them as serious, yet in one way or another they have come to bite them seriously.
Actually, I concur to that question, and I actually agree with you. The most important seat, actually, to me, is the MCA. MCA ni mtu nakuja kutana naye, because that's the guy who's going to tell me about my school situation, my hospital situation, and that is the person naweza kunok kwa mlango yake nikwambia wewe ulinipromise hizi vitu, and that's the person I need to hit. In terms of my region's budget, Yeah? For example, kwa kina Alex huko kwao. There are things that the people of the Kisi people need, and it's very important to them that they will need the members of parliament to fight for in that finance bill. None of them did that. None of them did that. So I think we are so preoccupied with this presidential bid, and secondly, we're in such a hiccup as a whole nation. We're in a hiccup or a hangover of the last constitution that we don't realize that the new constitution gives some of these positions a lot of power, more power than the president himself, if all these people come together and work together. So in some cases, like I've repeated this several times, there are cases in the United States where people cross the border, cross the party line to vote for a bill that is not against. Mambo ya whipping is nonsense. Whipping is something like you'll be punished by the party, but you can get away with that. But it's more like if something that your constituents need and you're against, like for example in the US, there are things like Roe v. Wade. There are things about gun laws. You find that there's a democratic state that still believes in guns. They'll vote with the Republicans, whether you like it or not, and they'll vote along those lines. So people need to understand. Even MPs themselves don't understand their roles. MCAs don't understand their roles, and that is what makes me very sad. MPs don't. They're still at a hangover of this CDF money. CDF money is an extension of the executive. They're just doing executive roles, which these executive roles have been taken over by the county governments. So MCAs, MPs don't know what they're doing. Number two, Wananchi do not know the roles of MPs and MCAs. Till today, it's 10 years since this constitution has, 11 years since this constitution has taken into place, and we still don't know what they're doing. Yes.
Okay. Final question to you before I go to Ambani and Kenya Rebel, and as well give the other panelists a second round of it. Friday, you say, is an important day. I ask you this point blank: is it a do or die for Azimio, or rather, is this the make it or break it moment? Really, that if you miss out on this one, it's all over.
For me, it's a do or die for the nation. Forget about Azimio. It's a do or die for the nation.
Okay.
Whether now this is where I told you that selfishly, I'm talking about electoral justice. I'm saying this is a do or die for the guys who are fighting against the finance bill. This is a do or die for the guys who are fighting for cost of living. And for people like me, I will no longer fight Ruto in terms of his what he's talking about. I'll never call him president. I'll never fight him. I'll be like, wacha watu warambwe sasa. It's do or die. Otherwise, mungoje hiyo 7 years mwanze kuongea mambo ya IBC. Mwanze kuongea about IBC reform or whatever it is. It's do or die for any of the causes, anybody on the panel here, whether you're UDA or Azimio. Whether you're fighting for cost of living, and that is your main goal, whether you're trying to get Ruto to listen to you about your cost of living, or whether it's me fighting for my party leader's right to be running this country. It's either or. Yes, it's your last chance. Sorry. Otherwise, this guy is going to run the country as a tyrant.
I'll be coming to you with more questions and more remarks as well from you to hear your view on one or two things. Ambani, how are you, my brother? Good to see you. Habari leo Ambani. Busia mko vipi?
Busia tuko sawa, tuko salama, tunaendelea mzuri.
Aha.
Yes.
Sasa leo mahakama imefanya ile kitu. Wewe roho yako leo ina feel vipi?
Sasa roho yangu iko sawa. Naona wale wa CS hao wanaongea na uchungu. Wanaongea na uchungu sana. Wajua Wakenya wako na uchungu. Wajua Wakenya wamepewa gharama, wamewapatia Wakenya gharama hiyo mingi sana. Sasa vile koti imeamua namna hiyo, sisi tunashukuru sana na tunasema koti ikuwe na hiyo mwendo, lakini ikienda kwa ile koti ya juu pale tuko na wasiwasi hapo juu hatujui kama tutakarangwa hapo juu. Kwa sababu akitoka kwa hiyo koti ya chini, Sasa wakienda pale juu ndo tunakarangwangwa pale juu. Sasa tunaomba tu pale juu wasitukarange, lakini wajue
kama mumeanguka hapa chini hapo juu, si labda pia the system might continue.
Tutakarangwa tu, lakini tarehe 7 tuko nao. Tarehe 7 tumejipanga kabisa. Tarehe 7 wale wenye wanafanya biashara wale wenye wanafanya biashara, tukifanya maandamano na wanafanya biashara, wafunge hiyo biashara yao, wasilalamike biashara yao imeharibiwa. Mtu afunge biashara yao hiyo siku. Hiyo siku ni siku ya 7/7 maandamano, na kama utafungua biashara yako hiyo siku, tutatafuna hiyo vitu yako, tutatafuna. So hiyo tarehe 7 na hakuna mtu kukaa kwa nyumba. Hakuna mtu kukaa kwa nyumba. Kwa nyumba tunaenda kutoa watu kwa nyumba kwanza huko, tukiwapeleka kwa barabara.
Sawa sawa,
hatutaenda maandamano.
Nafurahi nikiona ukitoa watu kwa nyumba hapa Mtembei.
Tutawatoa kwa nyumba waingie kwa barabara. Hatutaingia kwa barabara peke yetu, kwa sababu hiyo unga tununui peke yetu, tunanunua nao kwa duka moja. So hiyo siku ya tarehe 7 mwenye anafanya biashara afunge biashara yake. Afunge hiyo biashara yake, lakini akifungua biashara kwa barabara, hiyo vitu tutatafuna, tutakula. Na ningependa kusema namna hii, wale vile koti imeamua mzuri, na nitawasomea katika kitabu cha Zaburi 1.
Kidogo tu kabla usome Zaburi. Kidogo tu kabla usome Zaburi.
Asante.
Kidogo tu. Sasa kulingana na wewe, uamuzi wa koti inaashiria kwamba tuko na uwezo wa kwenda kotini wakati hatukubaliani na serikali, na kwamba koti itatusikiza kulingana na wewe?
Koti ya chini. Koti ya chini itatusikiza. Lakini koti ya juu hao ni wafisadi. Ya juu ni wafisadi, lakini ya chini koti ya chini inatusikiza sana, lakini tukifika huko juu wananunuliwa na mapeni. Yes.
Aya, shikilia hapo ambani, naja kwako tu sasa hivi. Kenya Rebel, good to see you. I have missed your hair. How are you?
Mzuri. I'm glad the finance bill has been stopped because hiyo tax ingekuja huku. Lakini wacha nisalimie kila mtu. Alex, Joseph, Clinton, Ambani, Kip, Innocent, habari zenu?
Salama.
Aya. Anyway, I'll be very brief as usual. I'm happy that it's a step in the right direction. The ruling. It shows that the judiciary can actually stand alone and not be influenced by the executive. To stop the extension of illegalities that was started with Kenyatta, who started this. The question is, will Ruto actually stop using this CSS, whatever, chief assistant, whatever? We want to see if he'll actually, not use them because the court ruled that during Kenyatta, they ruled the same. Well, it was unconstitutional, but Kenyatta didn't care. He didn't care about the court rulings. He still ruled. So let's see what Ruto will do. Number 2, to Okiya Omtata, with the finance bill. I think, let me tie this with Azimio, what was Sabasaba or Sabasaba. I think Omtata is showing us how we can actually fight this government without wearing sufurias and making noise in the streets, which we know will not result to anything. Mtaenda, mpigwe tear gas, mwaribu mali, murude, mwanze kulialia, ati watu wameuliwa, ati polisi na tesa wasu, na mtaka hapo, the same position, nothing will happen. But you see what Okiya Omtata is doing. Yes, he has lost a lot of cases, but he's winning. Actually today, Jakes, if you read somewhere, there's another which interests me, news that interests me more. General Auditor, alisema she actually doesn't know how much we owe. I don't know if you had that news. He told the Senate. Which also confirms what Okiya Omtata has been telling us, and Jimmy Wanjigi. So where's the senators who are doing oversight? How do we should be looking at them, hey, listen, how much do we owe? Because the finance bill, they raise taxes.
But it is what Keep is saying, Kenya Rebel, it's what Keep is saying. Keep is saying that when we elect garbage in, what do you expect to come out?
Right.
Revolutionary, I didn't want to interject you.
Okay, go ahead.
The problem with the bicameral parliament we have is this. When Duale was the majority leader, he denied the Senate from interjecting. And even if you listen to Okiya Omtata when he was discussing in Spice FM, he said, I came along as a friend to Kenya because even the finance bill is not even coming to the Senate. You see how unfair that is? So, so when we are talking about where are the senators, I'm telling you, senators are as useless as nothing.
Wait. As per the law, all financial bills, all money bills, they don't go to Senate. They all are deliberated and completed in Parliament.
Kazi ya Senate ni county governments. That is it.
Exactly.
Otherwise, change the constitution to bring the bill to the Senate. So musianze complain as senators.
We are not complaining. We are only saying nobody is complaining. I'm reminding my friend that what Duale did during, you see, these people were given the first set to set the caution when devolution came in, and Duale refused completely to recognize the Senate. Now, the Senate is only glued into county money, nothing else. Unlike other countries whereby, like where we are here, Revolutionary, you know that such kind of magnanimity of a bill cannot pass without the Senate. In fact, the Senate is the big deal. But in Kenya, you question.
Keep Alex and Kenya Rebel so that we can move. Should we tinker with the laws? Just one moment. Should we tinker with the laws so that such bills go to the Senate so that it has a thorough review?
But that is the American system. This is the Kenyan system. According to the constitution of the Kenyan system, they are
interjecting without listening. You know, you're just interjecting without listening.
Okay. Let's have Kenya Rebel finish. But Kenya Rebel, as you're finishing, we have had Kenya Kwanza guys complaining. I've seen Cheriot issuing very funny tweets and many funny guys coming out complaining. I want to play this clip. Immediately after BBI failed, immediately after BBI ilikuwa thrashed, these were the words of the DP then.
Imesema hiyo mambo ya BBI ilikuwa ni mkora mtupu na utapeli mtupu. Hawa majamaa walitumia pesa za serikali, wakatumia uwezo wa serikali, wakasukuma wakitumia njia ya kimabavu kujaribu kuhujumu katiba ya Kenya, na walijaribu kusema ya kwamba Lamu haifai kuwa na pesa chama yao. Na yenye mnanielewa jameni? Tunaelewana? Na ndio mimi nataka niseme, walikuwa wanaturingia ati nobody can stop reggae. Reggae imekwama, haijakwama. Imefika mwisho, haijafika. And we want to tell our friends, the handshake brothers and the BBI fraud they visited on the people of Kenya. Now that it is confirmed by the Supreme Court that the BBI and all the shenanigans around it were matters that were unconstitutional, illegal, null and void. The handshake brothers need to make an apology of our time. They sabotage.
Jake naye amepotea. Can everyone hear me?
I think he's not. He has lost.
We can hear you, Kenyan Rebel. We can hear you.
Okay.
Kenyan Rebel.
Right. Anyway, what I was saying is this, to finish my submission, that the Auditor General is telling us that he doesn't know how much we actually owe and the legislative body, whether it's the MPs or senators, are not asking questions. They're actually behind in their auditing of the debt expenditure, whatever the past debt. Anyway, so that's another. I think that's the news that actually interests me more. Lastly, but let me finish my submission. I'm all over today. But lastly, my submission is this: for those who are happy with this ruling today, that the courts, about the CSS. If you're going to support the court in this ruling, we cannot turn and say that, okay, tunakubaliana na hii ruling, but when it came to the Supreme Court ruling regarding who was the president, we reject that. Unaona, ati akubaliani naye. There'll be winners and losers when it comes to any issue, okay, when you go to the courts. So sometimes it rules against you, sometimes it rules for you, okay, on your side. So for those people who are saying, okay, Ongera judiciary made a good deal, you can't come around and say, okay, we are happy with this one, but we are not happy with the ruling against the presidency. Because like I hear, I think Kip was the one who was saying this. He was saying he'll go to Mandamano on Friday because of electoral justice. Okay? This past election, there's no evidence.
No. You're misquoting. You've only picked a bit of my statement. I've told you that the ruling from the court, I don't agree with it.
Which one?
Both. Yeah, finance bill. Even a finance bill.
Okay, so but you. So okay, yeah, finance bill for the president.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. You're trying to create a narrative here.
No, I'm trying to make it clear.
I've told you.
Go ahead.
I've told you. No, you've got to listen. You've got to listen, Kenya Rebel. I've said
I'm listening.
I don't trust the judiciary. The ruling for both rulings, the ruling for the financial bill and actually the presidency. I disagree with both.
Okay,
so
fair.
don't use that narrative.
I'm not creating any narrative. Okay, you've made it clear. Hold on.
So please
hold on.
Move away from that narrative.
Calm down. Hold on. Let me finish my submission. What I'm saying is this. All right. You made it clear. But all I'm saying is this. For those who are happy with this ruling, do not say that you're not happy with the whatever, because it's the same judiciary that rule over these disputations. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is this. Back to your last comment that you said about going to Mandamano on Friday of electoral justice. All right? We used what is the instruments that we have through the Constitution. If there's a dispute between two parties, you take it to the courts. And we went to the highest court. You presented your evidence as Azimio, member of Azimio coalition. The court looked at the evidence and they decided that you did not have enough evidence to suggest that this election was rigged or was illegal. Okay? So close that chapter. Please move on. We can't go back to that. Now you can go. You have the right to go and mandamane on Friday. That's fine. It's you can, by the Constitution you have that right. Okay, go, let me finish. I'm about done. On Friday you can go. No, I'm finished.
Kenya, mandamano is our right. Mandamano is our right. Don't come here to tell us that those who are going. We are not doing this mandamano because
you're not listening to me.
We are having no. Listen.
No, it's my turn. I was finishing my submission that I let you.
But you cannot come here to the matters.
I finished. I'm about to finish. Can you relax? I said it's your right to go to Mandamano.
Thank you.
That's what I say. But what I'm trying to say is this, okay? Don't come here and tell us that this past election was rigged or whatever. You had your time.
It was rigged. It was rigged.
Where's your evidence? We went to court.
It was rigged.
Yeah.
Show us the evidence.
Let them open. Let them open the server. Let them open the server.
Go to the IBC.
If he won fairly.
Listen.
Okay.
Understand the system. If it is not Kenya Kwanza. Listen, IBC is an independent body. Ruto cannot tell IBC to open the servers. Okay? He has no authority by law.
By taking money is independent?
Kenya
is independent? Kenya Ribe, don't come here to tell us this. You are wasting our time now. Kenya Rebel.
Kenya Rebel, with the due respect, you said today you are all over, and we have tried to pick what you are trying to say.
Yes.
And
Don't
you
try
seem
to
not to
push
be
us on the
coherent
wall.
on what you are trying to tell us.
Put us
Go
on the
ahead,
wall
Innocent.
because of a ruling today. You cannot put us on a wall for a ruling today. And I've told you, some of
Don't
us
do
here
that,
have
my friend.
and we'll never agree with those courts. We don't
You
trust
don't have
those
to.
courts.
You don't have
We
to.
don't trust those
We
courts.
will wish
You
to
don't
know,
have to trust
Mr.
them.
Kenya.
Innocent, go
Mr.
ahead.
Kenya Rebel.
No,
Mr. Kenya
Innocent, go
Rebel.
ahead. Let me listen to Innocent.
Kenya Rebel.
Innocent, what are we saying? Innocent, what are you saying?
Kenya Rebel, we have heard your submissions, and you seem to sit on the fence so much, and you said you are all over today.
I'm not sitting on the fence. I'm very clear. I've said this. For those people who are celebrating this victory with the judiciary, you cannot say you're celebrating the judiciary did their job, but when they didn't rule in your favor when it came to the presidential petition, and you're saying, oh, I don't agree with you. It's either you support the judiciary or not. Now, I asked the gentleman, I'm finishing. I asked this gentleman who was saying the election was rigged. I asked him, hold on, no.
I'm not interjecting what you're trying to say, but I'm trying to qualify your thoughts. And the question is this, as you finish your sentence, please. The question is this. Please, we are not fighting. We are actually making submissions, and we are trying to correct maybe what we say.
You're interrupting me.
Which is the way forward?
Thank you. I'll tell you what the way forward. And let me finish my sentence, and I'll tell you the way forward. I was saying this. This kid came and told us that he's going to Mandamano on Friday. Fine, it's within your right. Go Mandamano, demonstrate. Va chupi in the head if you want to. He said his reason is because he feels that.
Which language is that? Which language is that?
Joseph, please.
Which language is that? Why you say chupi on the head?
Anyway, I'll go ahead. If you feel aggrieved, if you feel aggrieved, you can go demonstrate.
You are my friend. You are my friend. I respect
Joseph,
you.
can you just be quiet?
Let him finish.
Joseph, let him finish. Kenya Ribe is my friend, but now he's coming over.
The I understand. The problem is you don't want him to finish. Let him finish his sentence.
Thank you, Keith.
Then we have few here on the studio. We are very
thank you.
We will come and rebut his stuff. So it's okay. It's okay. Let him. And he's very calm. I like the way he talks. I like the way Kenya Rebel talks. Let him.
Thank you. Okay, let me finish. Even though nakugwara keep, but thank you.
Usiseme mambo ya chupi hapo tutaanza kukosana.
Imagine.
Okay, I'll fix that. Okay, I take that back. Okay, sawa.
Just take that back.
Sawa. Wacha nimalize hata. Haya. Sasa mkienda maandamano nimesema on Friday you go to Mandamano. It's within your right. I'm not saying Mandamano. Nasema Mandamano is your right. Go. But when you come and say, okay, unasema you're fighting for electoral justice. And I say this, we all use the instruments that are given to us by the law as per constitution. It failed. You feel aggrieved. Go ahead. Somebody say that you said very well that you don't recognize Ruto, you never recognize him. You don't have to. He is your president regardless, whether you accept him or not, whether you voted for him or not. Because the majority, walimpigia nini kura. But to me, my opinion is this, to finish, I'm saying this. Ukienda huko atunaandamana, the problem I have with Mandamano, mtaenda huko, kutakuwa na virugo. You heard Mr. Ambani who was telling us ati ukifungwa duka, watafanya siju hivi. Then the police start shooting, then there's chaos, then there's people dying, and nothing will be resolved. So go the Omtata way, using the system that you have. And I'll stop there, because I know you have a lot to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish we could engage you further, but that is your submission, I think, from what you have said.
Innocent, just 1 second. I'll just this is just to close and I go. Kenya Rebel, you're a good debater.
Don't go.
Kenya Rebel, I'll just tell you the truth. Mimi, I don't recognize any courts of Kenya. Yeah, this is me. This is between me and you. I think there we are at a deadlock between the two of us. You have said that is the path, but a person like me who does not trust them, we don't have a path forward. Like my party leader says, we will respect the ruling of the court. We've said it. tumekubali, that is the law, that is what you've said, but we don't accept it. We will respect it as the law of Kenya. It's true. That's why I'm not arguing, by the Kenya Rebel, that's why I'm not arguing with you very vehemently. Hata siwezi kukudharau, siwezi kupiga kelele. We will respect it. But I do not trust them and I will not accept it. And I still do not accept it. You say that whether I like it or not, no, whether I like it or not, Ruto is my president. I will say no, he is not. No, this is my opinion.
But are you Kenyan?
That is no, I'm just told according to my opinion.
Okay, it's your opinion, but lawfully he's your president. That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna use vulgar language. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. So
okay.
but
you get my point, Keep.
I don't accept him. Yes, go
Keep,
on.
you get my point. I'm saying this. Yes, you might not recognize him, you might not like him, whatever the case is. But if you're a Kenyan living within the Kenyan Kenyan land, Ruto rules over you. So if you break the law or ukifanya kitu vingine, he's your president. The outsiders are looking at you, your president, as long as you're Kenyan. So yes, I agree. You might not recognize him individually, in your opinion. So yes, we agree on that. Then there's no fight in this.
That's your agreement. That's your agreement on top of what you're saying. That's your agreement. Comes civil disobedience, meaning that I will disobey him. I will disobey him. There you go.
As long as you don't break the law.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
Okay.
Fair.
Before I was kicked out by my internet, I was playing a clip. Now, keep. I wanted to ask you. I've seen Akina Cheralgei seriously complaining, but from the clip I played, William Ruto went to the point of even saying God himself had posed BBI. Why are they now finding it difficult to suffer the same what do I put it? Kuki kwa nguruwe kwa mwanadamu ni mchungu, because Uhuru Kenyatta had mistakes, right? He's human. Same to him. He's not Superman. He's not immaculate. He's bound to make mistakes. But that time he was quick to really raise some funny arguments, including calling for the former president to apologize to Kenyans. Now, should we also equally, in the same measure, ask him to apologize for one, appointing many CASs, two, for the burden it would have cost the Kenyan taxpayer? Should he, in the same breath, be called to apologize? Because that time he was calling Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta to apologize. Should we, in the same breath, using his own script, borrowing a page from him, should we also equally ask for an apology?
Okay, first of all, why would I ask somebody I don't recognize to apologize for a position he does not deserve? So,
I agree. And this one, it's not about your opinion.
Let me
whether it's concerning secondly, what the rule. It's the same that what you the measure you measure to judge others, should it also not be applied?
No. What you're going for, Jake, you're going for what is good for the goose is good for the gander. I think you're trying to say that. No, for me, I'm saying you wachana nayo. That is politics. Politics is the fact that Ruto overpromised his people, not me, his people. He overpromised them, and that is his cross to carry. So whether he lied to them, hizo vitu zote, mabodaboda, mama mboga, hizo vitu zote, that is him playing bad politics. Good politics to get to the position he is right now. Yeah. Bad politics in terms of, instead of doing what most leaders, I'm not going to call him president, do after they gain power, is trying to unite the people. He's not done that to date. Hajafanya hivyo.
Okay, and can I ask you a final question? It might almost sound personal, but I hope you understand me.
Yes.
And this I ask you because you are among many that says don't recognize William Ruto. And as I've always said, I really like to be balanced. could you be bitter that probably you guys didn't win, and that it's only anger and denial that pushes you guys, in the sense that truly everything happened, whether constitutionally or not, but maybe the game was free and fair? To the best of our knowledge, many who would argue that maybe it was free and fair, but because of denial, anger, and failure to admit that truly you lost, despite having all the support from the government and everyone else, it really didn't go your way. Could it be the case here?
Checks, before he answers, let me just come in.
No. Allow him to answer, Captain. Allow him to answer.
If Captain enters, I leave.
No,
that is the problem with people.
No,
just go.
You see,
in fact, I want you to go.
Look at
Go
Kenya
ahead.
Rebel. Let me tell you. Look at Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel respects me. He respects me. I respect him, and we talk. We have a conversation. We actually have a back and
that's
forth.
why I've asked you
That's
the
the kind
question
of
kindly,
conversation
sir.
I have to have with people. So for me, I have a cousin who's a lawyer. Azimio Damu. Kabisa, and all he ever tells me is, according to him, he believes it that Ruto won, but he hates what Ruto has done. That is for me.
So
for
according
me,
to him, let me, so that I get you correctly, you have said he's a lawyer and an Azimio supporter, and he believes Ruto won.
Yes. According to the evidence.
What informs his argument?
He's a lawyer. Me, I don't trust lawyers.
At times I don't trust lawyers. Lawyers can speak to anything.
No, I don't trust the Kenyan system. I honestly don't trust the Kenyan system. But but for me, I believe from the evidence my side provided, my side of the aisle, my side of the aisle, from the if whatever I saw the whole case going through court till the time for hot air. I believe it's not bitterness, by the way. It's not bitterness. It's to the heart of my heart myself. I believe Azimio won. There's nothing about bitterness here. The legal team that came in present of Azimio had more than sufficient evidence to prove that Raila Amolo Odinga is the president of Kenya. That is my opinion. Again, my opinion.
So,
and my second opinion,
finally, what will be that one thing that needs to happen for you to finally really admit that either Ruto didn't win or he won? What is that one thing that maybe that one is done? If that one is done, probably you might acknowledge, not really honor him as a president, but at least acknowledge that he is the president.
No. This is it. This is where you're wrong. I swear to God, if they open that server, if we have a forensic audit, relax, Kenya Rebel. He's burning there. No, I like this guy. He's got a lot for me right now. He's got a lot for me. If they open that server, if they open that server and there's forensic audit on top of it, outside from an outside body, they open that server, we look at it forensically, and it says Ruto won. I swear to God, I'll call him President Ruto.
Okay.
But then I'll say this. I'll say that, and then I will say this. I'll say this to myself. We voted. Idiots vote for the idiots they want. Okay. People vote for what they deserve. That is it. Sorry, excuse me. I don't want to abuse Ruto. It's not right. People vote for the ones they deserve. Okay.
Now, can I allow people to go for your neck?
I want,
Kenya Rebel, go ahead.
Captain is abusive. I don't want Captain.
No, I'm not abusing anybody. Let me kill your neck. I'm not abusing you, but I just come for your neck.
Let me begin, Captain. Let's have Kenya Rebel. I'll have you just now.
But don't let him to go. I want this neck. I want to kill the neck.
I will leave after that. Let me hear from Kenya Rebel. I love when he talk to me. And
yes, Kenya Rebel.
Actually, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if I'm going for his neck, but I just wanted to say this. You might not recognize Ruto as your president, but his policies will affect you, whether you like it or not. Okay? We might disagree on that. What's the other thing you said? There's something you said. Unajua huyu mzee. Jake wewe wachana kupatia band. Wacha niwachie Captain. I'm sorry. That's all I wanted to say. I forgot what I wanted to say.
No. That is no. Kenya Rebel. That is a fact. His policies will affect me. Facts. Hiyo nimekubali.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Imekuja. I wanted to say this. Thank you. The problem, Keith, vile umesema ati Ruto alidanganya watu wake. But, and it goes back to what Okiya Omtata also said in his tweet. You know, we fail to understand that Ruto's failure is going to be everyone's failure. Si serikali yake ndio itakuwa fail. If Ruto fails, everyone fails.
Facts.
You know, when you're opposing Ruto, even the opposition Azimio, and that's the problem with the Kenyan politics. Tunaangaliana kama adui. Okay? Come up with something that is a better idea or ways in which this government you can work with the government. Unaona? I know you might disagree. So this is why I'm saying kwa wale watu nasema ati you guys sasa wacha itawaramba mlipigia Ruto nini ati sasa msikie vibaya nini. It will affect everyone. So we as Kenyans,
hold up. Just a little bit here.
Okay.
Just go to Kenya Rebel, and I want you to rebut on this. But watching what he does every day, no, just on an object, the way we've been talking right now, from an objective point of view, point of view, every single step he's made over the last 8 months, they've been affecting every single Kenyan negatively. No, just listen to me. In a turamba sisi wote. And yet all of us feel very helpless. Let's forget about the Azimio stuff, forget about the Raila stuff. Let's look at Ruto objectively. Yeah? The things he's done over the last 8 months, from giving positions to super billionaires, not the people that deserve it, like the US. You know the way the US system is, whereby if you were done this, you become the health secretary, or that's the kind of thing that is really irritating most of us. Hata kama, even if objectively, let's just look at it objectively. Even if me and you tumefunga your black box, you know that decision of whether the cat is dead or alive, tufunge hiyo kitu ya server, tufunge tu. We don't know who's won, who's lost. Ruto is there. The moves that Ruto has made over the last few months have been so negative, there's nothing positive, so negative that even if we were to accept him, nothing is going towards his favor because he's done no favors for us. So tell me, Kenya Rebel, what does your president need to do to bring us to his side? Because he's not my president according to what he's done so far. Let's close that box of the election.
Okay, I'll be brief because everyone else wants to contribute. Number one, Kip, I think you haven't followed me. I never voted for him. But what I'm saying is this. The ways in which we can counter what he's doing. If we don't like what he's doing, that's where I disagree with the Azimio folks. I say we can actually counter this guy, but Mandamano is no solution. There's ways we can do that. Okiya Omtata is doing it.
We've given it a new name.
Okay, hold on. I'm finishing. Then others can come in. Others can come. Issue IBC. You know, there's a reason why I keep on saying IBC is an independent body. Ruto cannot tell IBC fungueni server. Even the legislative body cannot tell IBC fungueni server. They can request because. And now we cannot get those results because those results by law should be kept for 3 years. Okay? So, and they can't do so because IBC, they haven't voted for the new commissioners or whatever who should be running it. That's why we have this bipartisan talk that should be happening so that we can have people who are there who we can actually, the legislative body can ask them to open the server, for example. Okay? So when people say ati Ruto fungwe server, I don't know where that's coming from. But anyway, to answer your question, I'm saying this, and then keep it brief so akina Joseph na Masimamu na Innocent pia wengine na watu wengine. I'm saying this. The ways in which the so-called opposition, Azimio, who are the opposition, are going about it is actually emboldening Ruto. Okay? Kwenda maandamano itawasaidia na nini? Ukienda Friday ukimaliza maandamano, will that make Ruto toke kwa ofisi? I mean, just as an example. So let's think beyond just kutupa masufuria na kupigana na polisi huko and people dying. So that's all I'm saying. But anyway, I'll let everybody else. I didn't mean to take a lot of time.
Just a moment, you guys. Now, since it's only Rod, I think, but before I go to hand anyone else, there is something Keeper said that the policies that William Ruto is doing, or rather has been bringing out, in one way or another, for lack of a better word, are turning out to be blunder after blunder. Now, on Sunday, I think yesterday, he said that he's almost giving a nod or an okay to logging, right? Just a few weeks ago, he was there saying about global warming and all that climatic issues. Now, Keep and everyone else, just a minute for everyone, beginning with you, Keep. Is the president reversing all the decisions made by his predecessors to prove a point? We saw him reversing the GMO. I think it's still a matter in court, the GMO thing. We have seen him revising the logging, the cutting of trees and all, because he was in a place where people used to benefit from tree cutting and all. So yesterday he goes out and makes a pronouncement as though he's overruling what Uhuru had done in terms of logging. The act of him reversing all the decisions previous regime had done, does it mean that he's someone who does not really care what informed those decisions? He just wants to come out as almost Mr. Know-it-all?
Brain farts. That's what he has every day. Brain farts.
So
I think Jakes, you have said it all from your questions. This is one president who knows everything. He's not ready to listen to anybody.
He's not the president. Innocent is not the president.
Oh.
Let's call him for what he is, for the sake of the show.
Keep allow me to say that. I know it's not pleasant to. It's not pleasant to your ears. This is one man who believes, yes, accepted. This is one man I believe does not want to have a conversation the way we are having it here. You see, when we listen to everyone talking here, we learn something, which is very important. Even the way we engage ourselves, even the opinions we have, at some point we come to agree on some few things, which seem to make sense for all of us. This is one president who does not want to listen to everybody. Anyone who has a different opinion feels like automatically you become an enemy. And someone had asked a question, I believe, talking about that now the elections were done and the other side seems to be bitter. And can we say now the bygones with the bygones? And the question that came into my mind is this. The other side, maybe, and I'm not saying that they should do it, in any way, if they ever thought of a national conversation, do you think this president is ready to listen to everybody? No. This is one man who likes the microphone, does not want to wear the earphones and listen to others talk. This is someone who will not be able to pick up.
He has to be the man of the match, the man of the moment.
Yes, and is a populist. You have asked a question about him going to a church service and making a pronouncement. That was the lowest point of a president, calling an honorable member who made a decision, which by that time, if you look at it, maybe things have changed about the logging issue, and then it says to call that person an idiot. You can just imagine how deep that one is. So, Jakes, from what you have said, the questions you asked, there were the answers about this president. And they will keep on doing this.
I see your hand up. Msimamo, I see your hand up. Msimamo?
Yeah. My hand is up. Unajua na kitu kinanikereketwa kidogo katika nafsi yangu. Unajua tunazungumzia masuala haya wakati picha tunaiona kwamba nani haswa Ruto ni nani. Hebu tuangalie tu haya masuala aliongea haswa kuhusiana na masuala mazima ya Kakamega Forest.
Mkewe alisema ameadapt hicho kichaka ile apande miti.
Inakuingia kwenye akili kwamba ameandaa hicho kichaka apande miti. Hivi mimi nikisema ni sawa, wacha nikakate miti, maana tumeambiwa tukate miti mizee hapo, maana mzee alisema mzee alisema wacha nikakate miti. Hiyo sauti ya mzee alisema, wewe Jakes, na kukumbusha enzi za kina nani wakati huo. Je, hatujaregeshwa wakati huo wa Moi? Unajua vitu vingine katika maamuzi mpaka tuangalie ni mtu wa namna gani. Alafu pili lingine mlilonichanganya kabisa na kunichoma ni ile alikuwa mna argument kuhusiana kwamba Ruto sijui kashinda na lazima tukubali kwamba yeye ndio rais, sijui nini. Unajua vitu vingine wa Kenya ni sisi ambao tunaharibu nchi ama tunalijenga taifa ama tukuijenga nchi. Kitu kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Kwa sababu ukweli wa mambo kabisa, kiongozi ambaye ameutaka kujua, kiongozi ambaye amechaguliwa na wananchi na wananchi wako pamoja na yeye, utamwona kwa matendo. Ukweli wa mambo yote tuyafiche, hizi zenu mambo na sheria zenu nyingi zote, hii mizunguko yote, lakini ukweli wa mambo utajitokeza wakati wa matendo ya huyo kiongozi. Je, amechaguliwa kweli ama hajachaguliwa kweli? Mfano, na naomba tu nieleze hili jambo kwa undani zaidi ili watu wanielewe. Kati ya kiongozi ambaye amechaguliwa na mwananchi na kiongozi ambaye haswa kaforce na kalazimisha kuingia mahali. Unajua kiongozi aliyochaguliwa na mwananchi kwanza hata hahitaji masuala mengi, hata huu ulinzi pia unakuwa mchache kwa sababu anapendwa pia na wananchi. Wananchi wenyewe wanakuwa walinzi kwa kiongozi kama huyo. Wanamshabikia, ako huru, anatengamana na hao wananchi. Lakini ukitaka kujua kiongozi ambaye hajachaguliwa, kwanza muangalia anakuwa na tight security. Pili, kwa kila anachokiwaza kabisa kiko nje na mwananchi, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe anaamini kwamba njia fulani mimi ndio pesa yangu ndio ambayo imeniweka hapa. So na imani pia hata wakati mwingine pesa yangu ndio taniweka hapa. So ili kutakimini kwamba huyu bwana hajashinda uchaguzi, tutazame matendo yake taingia katika ofisi. Je, yuko na mwananchi? Je, mwananchi anafurahikia? Asilimia kubwa ya mwananchi sasa kila mtu analalamika kutokana na uongozi mbovu. So tukisema Jax anafuata nyayo ama anaangalia yale ambayo yamefanywa na regime iliyopita, huo ni ulumbukeni wa kiongozi. Huwezi tafuta mbinu ambayo mwananchi atakuwa pamoja na wewe. Hata ukienda ukitengeza mikutano yani mataifa mengine na Jax, una nguvu ukijaribu kutangaza masuala ya environment, ukitaka kupigwa makofi huko juu, lakini tazama kwa nyumbani, je, kuko salama? Una upenzi na watu? So ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba bwana huyu hakuchaguliwa na wananchi, bwana hana haja na wananchi. Katumia mbinu zake, watu wachache wamemweka katika hiyo ofisi, kisha alafu kisingizio ni cha mwananchi kwamba alipiga kura. Mwisho kabisa nikimaliza ili kumaliza huu tata, ni lazima wa Kenya tufungamane pamoja hapa ili kusudi tumaliza huu msemo unaosema let's accept and move on. For how long will Kenyans accept and move on? Nini tunakufanya sisi accept and move on kama ndani hakuna lolote hapo? La mwisho, saba ndio deal. Asante.
Saba ndio deal. Joseph Bibo, huyu ni rais wa kupindua mambo yaliyokuwa yamepangwa na wengine hapo awali. Maoni yako ni yapi? I can't seem to,
kwa sababu manifesto yake ilipotea. Manifesto yake ilipotea. Because this guy, he goes where he goes. Yeye bora tu ameongea kitu. Angalia, alisema atarudisha port Mombasa. Ile Mombasa kurudisha port, na akasema wana Mombasa watafurahia. Alichukua nani kusimamia ile port Mombasa?
Someone Ruto, mtu fulani anaitwa Ruto.
Haya, kwa nini akichagua kila akichagua minister chini yake kuna mtu wa kumchunguza na ni kabila yake? That is something that's showing this guy doesn't have any plan for this country. He has put his people in place to rig this country. Waikule kwa sababu anajua in the coming 5 years huyu ni one term president, and he knows because there's no any other Chebukati he's going to get. Because even Chebukati now, very soon you'll see Chebukati crying. saying he doesn't know who won the election. And this one, we have seen it. So, for me, I'm happy. And I'm happy, like, this guy, he doesn't have any plan. He doesn't know what he wants. He's not here for small people, the Mkokoteni people, the Mamamboga he promised. So, mtu kama ajielewi, unafikiri kuna kitu atakusaidia nayo? Ruto ametembea machachi ngapi? Unajua hata saa hii hata mabishop wenyewe saa hii wameaibika. Cause mwananchi analia. Mabishop wamekuwa pale ndio wanamsifu Ruto kwa sababu anawanulia magari kubwa kubwa. But imefika mahali hata nao wanaona haya. Na ninafurahi sana kwa sababu judiciary yetu iwe na msimamo. Because hawa ndio wanaweza kutusaidia.
Okay.
Yes.
Keep, before I let Alex answer your question that you had asked earlier on in the show, why is the president keen to reverse all the decisions previous presidents had made?
Which president?
Like, for instance, Uhuru had placed a ban on logging. Kibaki had placed a ban on GMO.
So, okay, he's not, again, before I answer that question, Ruto is not my president.
It's okay. That one we have established.
Yes.
That one we have established. The question
Yes.
is, why is
so
he keen?
Let me answer the question. Ruto v Uhuru, Trump v Obama. That's how I can answer it. When Trump got into power, he reversed everything that Obama did. And it's exactly what Ruto is doing now. It's revenge, it's spite. And also, I also think it's a brain fart. He's a roadside policy maker. He hears a whisper from a mwananchi just across. Huko Molo alikuwa na complain, no, mulikata tusikate miti. All of a sudden, that is a policy he's going to make that day. So he does that on a whim. So Kenya Rebel, yes, Obama. I'm not a fan of Obama, and I'm not a fan of. I know Kenya Rebel is saying something. Let me tell you, both presidents are not, including Biden. The only thing I like about Trump, just a side note, the only thing I like Trump, he says shithole countries, and Trump stayed away from Africa. Hatukupata aid, hatukupata kitu yote, and that's why I liked Trump. But what I'm just trying to say is sometimes these people act like children, these leaders. So when one did something, the other one was just trying to do some revenge mission on it. So Ruto is just trying to be a revenge over Uhuru. That's my own opinion. As I just gave the American, I'm very biased against both Kenya Rebel. I'm biased against both presidents. I don't know any good president. So don't usinieke hapo. The only thing I like about Trump is he called us shithole countries, and we did not get any aid for 5 years, and I was very happy they stayed away from our business. Thank you.
Now, Alex, Keep earlier on in the show had raised a question, and he said that could we be seeing a court where, since fundings have delayed, and I think we saw the other day the judge, the High Court President, sorry, the Supreme Court, whatever, Martha Koome, her name, complaining that salaries zilikuwa zimeanza kuchelewa of judges, you know, among many other complaints. Na pia ile mgao ambao alikuwa amekuwa promise and all. Could we be seeing, as Keep placed it, could it be that the courts will not favor the government and rule in ways that somehow they will also make a stamping and say that we equally deserve our respect, and you cannot just come and play with our salaries and all, because I think I've asked this question before, where you have refused with my salary and then you have brought issues for me to decide. How fair do you think I'll be? Yes, Alex.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Jex. That's an historical question. And yeah, that's an historical question. It's not just a rhetorical question because, but if you dig in 2008, 2009 there, I may not remember very well. I'm a fan of Charles Njonjo, not because he was a good man, but when it came to law, he was so privy, and whenever he wrote an article, either in National Standard to be published, he was so particular because he saw some loopholes or a patchworks that really needed to be mended, more especially after the Wako draft. He warned us, he said, you have taken a constitution that is going to be particularly hard for you people. Number one, the legislature is going to be useless. Secondly, the judiciary is going to have sweeping powers that you have never seen in the history of Kenya. And he warned us. Now, in warning us to contain, now, the people now who came to understand what that meant, to contain the judiciary, the only way a president or the sitting government must contain the judiciary that is sitting there is refusing to give them funds, and which you can see from Kibaki, which you can see from Uhuru, and now what you are seeing from who? Ruto. Now, Ruto was conniving enough that when he became the president, he understood that it was a contested presidency, and therefore he did what he could do in order to avert some of the problems that Maraga had, even made very sweeping statements that no Supreme Court justice had ever. He said that the president should recall all members of parliament and we should have new election. You remember Maraga being so mad to a point and saying that the president must recall the whole legislature, and because there was a problem, to a point that Maraga one time said, we have a problem, we don't have money, we have backlog of cases, and some of these cases are for legislatures, and they don't want their cases to be heard, and therefore what do? They deny us money. Now, when Ruto came in, he needed that bromance because he understood that there was going to be an epic case that honestly he was either to lose or win, and that really depended on his presidency. And he knew the repercussion of his loss because he had so many enemies. What did he do? From nowhere, he pronounced an 800 million money to the judiciary. I don't know where he got it from. I don't know how they gave them. I don't know if they ever got them. And that bromance started. Immediately after that, again, you saw him inviting Maraga and the judges that were not, that Uhuru had refused to appoint, and they were appointed right away. Okay, now that bromance began. But remember what Uhuru told us, in 3 months to 6 months, things are going to change. It is not as usual as you may think. And I think this is what we are witnessing, that now that he was using Uhuru's budget, it is over. He cannot cry over it anymore. He must use his own budget. We want to know how much he's going to give the judiciary. Usually in the whole world, the budget for the judiciary is supposed to be either from 7 to 10%. Okay? But Kenya is giving the judiciary 4%. If you need to know that. And we have less judges that we ought to have in order to clear the backlog that we have. So the huge task now we have is Muturi versus the Chief Justice and the whole fraternity of judiciary to come up with a formula on how to actually bankroll the judiciary according to the Constitution 2010, which made judiciary to be one of the most expensive institutions, perhaps even more than the executive. You don't know, because it's supposed to take even 14%. Because the way we reform the judiciary is that now we have so many senior counsels, some seats that we never used to have, that we must pay for. Now, the chicken has come home to roost. Okay. Now, Ruto must now look at the eye of Homme and answer the real questions. Are you going to stop the funds the way Uhuru stopped them? Are we going to reform the judiciary so that the judiciary does not get the 14% that they are demanding from Kenyans? Because if you look at it, if they take 14%, what is left? And remember, already 70% of our budget is going on debt. Okay, so there's going to be that tussle. So I don't know how Ruto is going to tussle, but as Kip said it, money revolved for them to be good to Ruto. The money has dried up. The brook has dried up. So what is going to happen? So it's a game of watch and see. The other day you saw, and this is where I'm going to finish. You saw a picture was taken of our Chief Justice driving an armored vehicle that is worthy 20 million just before even gas. That is what, and Ahmed Nasir came blazing. And that is just the Chief Justice. Now, if you look throughout, if you look down the rank and the merits, and because somebody took a stock of what is happening in our judiciary, people are having armored vehicles that we cannot even afford in the executive. So our judiciary has gone rogue. We may castigate what Cheregai said today, but Cheregai said it in regard to the ruling. But if he had said it in a good cause of what truly is going on with the judiciary, I could have agreed that the judiciary has gone rogue. Now, we have a rogue judiciary which is demanding money and cannot do its work. Okay? And we have also a rogue executive which has been bankrolling it for the sake of its cases. Now that all the cases...
But Alex, even as you are wrapping up, how is it rogue when it is not ruling in government's favor? And when it rules in its favor, it's almost worshipped and allowed, given that...
this is the judiciary. This is the judiciary when it came into power, when Ruto came into power, squashed all the cases. My friend, Baraza killed somebody openly. We saw it. It was declared. Aisha Juma, I mean, you can see what it did. But now, because 800 million had been given to it, okay? Now that the money has stopped coming, now you see they are doing things in the right way. Why do they do things in the right way when the money is dried, and they do things in a wrong way when the money is coming? So, I mean, for me, it's the question of let's starve the judiciary so that it can do its work. The only way the judiciary of Kenya works is when it does not have money. And it has proved to be so. Thank you.
Shikilia hapo kidogo. I see Dunia Ina Mambo. I see Aswito, Roda, Captain, Edgar. We, mko wengi. Sasa nianze na nani? Wajamaa umebonga sana.
Anza na nini?
Acha nianze na ladies. Acha nianze na Roda. Roda vipi?
Poa sana. Mmejua vile kulifanyika jana huko Europe.
Sijui kulifanyika nini.
Whole weekend hamjui news. Hamjasikia news vile kumefanyika huko Europe.
I'm in Europe. I didn't hear anything. What happened?
Kulifanyika nini?
Ati?
I'm in Europe. What happened?
Ni nchi ya hii inaitwa
France imefanya nini?
Jana kulichomeka, watu walichoma na nini? Protest.
It was a protest.
Peana nafasi mtu aongee. Wachana na mambo ya Europe, hiyo ni kitu kidogo.
Hiyo ni kitu kubwa. That's a big. Walichoma nchi, whole city, Paris.
Okay.
Where? For me it's a big.
Edgar, wacha tuongee.
Okay. Sawa. Aya, sasa wacha turudi Kenya. Aya, wacha turudi Kenya sasa. Sasa wewe uliona matukio ya leo Kenya basi?
Yes.
I'm so happy about that.
Aha. Okay. Kidogo tu nitoe mtoto wako hapa kwa screen. Aya, tuendelee. Aha.
For me it's a happiness. God answer my prayer because I was praying. Unajua Ruto, he doesn't respect, he hate Kenyans. Anatuchukia. Unajua mtu anachukia nchi yake ni yule aforo katiba. Mtu anafanya vile anataka, atu respect. Ruto, he did hate us. Sasa hiyo, I have been praying for that Kenya yetu ikuwe na nini na rule by the law na constitution na democracy na human right na freedom expression. Ukiona mture ule akolaisi aheshimu hizo vitu nne: rule of the law, constitution, democracy, freedom and human right, that person is bad. Na huyo anataka atolewe, just madamano, just protester. Huyo ni mtu anatakikana atolewe kabisa 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 na afungwe. That's what I'm on. Because I don't believe that every human, me, I'm always stand. I'm always, for me, my own brother, I'm always fight for the human right and humanity. Ruto doesn't have any humanity. He hate Kenyans. So the woman anataka atolewe kabisa.
Let's stick to the topic. What you are discussing. Let's stick to the topic.
Okay. Very good.
Unaongea kwa nini unaongea mimi nikiongea?
Today I might be rough kidogo. Today I might be rough kidogo. But anyway, Asito, let's continue the discussion. What really came to you when ulisikia gavana Zambio, hey, kanyangeni hapo, hizi story mneleta za CAS ni illegal or rather ni unconstitutional? All feel vipi?
Ani walikuwa ready kukula imeng'olewa kwa meno. I was so happy.
Manze, imagine Millicent Omanga bwana alikuwa wetu wa defense bwana, wametunyang'anya powerhouse.
Hapo sasa Jakes, hapo sasa Asito. Let's discuss the topic we are supposed to discuss. Usianze ku discuss vitu zingine atitasaidia.
Okay, let's go.
Did I talk about zingine? You keep quiet. I'm talking about Kenya. The CS when you're they are not legally in the office. That's what I'm talking about. Come on. I'm saying walipatiwa nyama ikawekwa kwa karibu ingizwe kwa mdomo nikatolewa. I'm so happy about it. Yes.
Sasa wametunyang'anya Millicent Omanga bwana. Wametunyang'anya Cate wa Rugoro. You can imagine. Wao feel vibaya.
Omanga si ule mwenye tuna compete na yeye.
In terms of public opinion. Wacha turudi kwa show. But dunia na mambo vipi?
Lakini Jakes, wewe ndio Jakes unanitoa kwa show ama ni system inanitoa?
Leo kimisbehave system inakutoa automatic yes, dunia na mambo.
Na hiyo system Jakes imeguset kwamba hata wewe itakutoa ukimisbehave wewe. Ama ni mimi peke yangu na wale wengine?
Actually leo ni siku yangu ya mwisho, so nitumie leo vizuri.
Lazima hata tugurushe nje, ukiongea vibaya tutakutoa nje.
This is my final show, so anyway, let's dunia na mambo.
Habari zenu kwanza?
Yes, dunia.
Haya, asante sana kunipea chance ya kuongea. Wacha niongee pale umeandika hapo, nasikia heading yako nasema Ruto is not above the law. According na katiba ya Kenya, president is above the law.
Wewe acha katiba.
Mambo ya constitution.
Sio ndio katiba.
Which law are you citing?
Sio ndio katiba.
Can you quote in the constitution that the president is above the law? Ongea quote. Kama kwa Bible
nitaquote kesho inshallah. Haya, kitu iko
ni talks za jaba.
Hiyo mambo ya Ruto kuzuia hiyo mambo ya PA nini, hizo ma PS waliongeza siyo 50. Hiyo obvious ni kitu ambayo ilikuwa kwa ilikuwa kwa public demand, inaenda kukataliwa kwa court. Kwa sababu hata sijui ni nani alipewa Ruto wasia ya kuongeza 50. Ilikuwa court imekubali 23. Hiyo ni kitu ilikuwa wazi. Hata waende court gani, waende Supreme Court, waende East Africa Court, kwa sababu court ndio ilipeana namba. Ipeane 23. 23. Hata Uhuru pia mwenyewe pia alichagua 23. Huwezi ruka hiyo namba. Sasa hiyo ni si big deal. Hiyo ilikuwa imewekwa 50 ndio akule pesa kwa wale jamaa. Walete ushuru, si unataka hii, unataka hii cheo. Wewe chukua hii, mimi nipe hii, mambo ikuwe sawa. So mimi hapo Ruto alicheza kama yeye, alicheza kama Mkenya na amekula kama Mkenya. Sasa wale ambao walitoa pesa ndio wachaguliwe, wapewe prison, sauri yao. Inakuanga hivyo. Niko bila unakoniwa pia hivyo. Na mimi pia kuna swali nataka kuuliza, kwa sababu hii swali watu wananijibu. Hii kitu inamaanisha nini? Mtu akikwambia this person is a con man or this person is a con woman. What is con means? Hiyo kitu mimi nataka kujua kwanza. Kwa sababu kuna wengine wanatumia hii con kwa njia mbaya sana. Kwa wale ambao itumiki kwa
how you understand it. First of all, let's understand how you understand it.
So kitu hiko, madam siwache nimalize kuongea utaongea kwa sababu mimi sipendi mtu akiongea na mimi.
Because you're going to put so many questions up.
So niongee utaendelea. Niwache hapo uendelee.
Umeuliza ya kwamba dunia ina mambo, dakika moja. Umeuliza con inamaanisha nini? Naye Asitu anakuuliza kwanza tueleze jinsi unafahamu ili iwe rahisi kukujibu.
Ni mtu ambaye anakuuzia hewa.
So Asitu don't understand by a con.
So
ina mambo anakuwa na mambo kila time.
Dunia ina mambo na mambo. But it's lovely to have dunia ina mambo.
Haja sasa kitu hiko, haja tuliza topic. Kitu hiko sasa, hii ni kitu ambayo court already ilikuwa inaenda kukataa. Si mambo ni big deal wala ni breaking news wala nini. Ni kitu ambayo mimi nilijua 100% hata ifanyike nini court itaenda kukataa. Kitu hiko sasa court imeshakataa.
Ni kitu gani kingine unajua 100% kidogo tu? Kitu gani kingine unajua 100% ili sikuwe big news ikihappen tutasema dunia ina mambo alikuwa ametuambia. Kitu gani kingine inaenda kuhappen kwa koti ambayo unajua itaenda kuhappen soon?
Kwani kuna kesi nyingine kwa koti? Kesi gani iko kwa koti sasa hivi?
Kesi iko mingi. Kuna nyingine ya financial bill.
Sio kwanza nipatie kesi moja dunia na mambo ajui. Dunia na mambo nipatie kesi moja. Kuna kesi moja ya kwamba kuna watu walipigania urais na mwenye alishindwa anasema Ruto hakushinda. Wewe hebu tuambie nani itaruliwa aje, nani atakuwa ameshinda?
Aende Africa Court. Hiyo si ya Kenya.
Ala, si ni ya Kenya bado?
Wewe wacheni walize topic yangu. Wacheni kunikatakata na makesi yenye haina mguu. Kwa sababu hiyo kesi nasema
wewe unajua ni ile mzee wa Loliondo, ule wa Tanzania wa Loliondo ule anatibu ukimwi.
So unaona hii kesi ambayo unasema finance
hata wale wanapodaga ukimwi si kupenda kwao. Unaona? Tunaheshimu.
Jax, unaona,
go back to the topic. Nina mambo, continue to the topic. Umeleta mambo kwa show.
Yeah, Jax, unaona hii kesi unasema hii finance bill unasema imepelekwa kwa kotini. Hiyo pia iko bila itaenda. Inaweza enda ikataliwe, inaweza enda ipite, lakini kitu ujue president ilikuwa ameshapiga sign. Wabunge wameshapitisha. So itakuwa ni hiyo ni two arms of government wanapigana. Kwa so one hand of the government imesha prove. So ya another one ndio itakataa. Sasa hapo itakuwa ni mambo zingine itajua vile itaenda 50-50. Lakini sasa kitu hiko.
Nina kama dakika 17 hivi. Nina kama dakika 17 hivi kabla sijatamatisha show. Na nataka kuigawa vizuri sana, right? Nataka kuigawa vizuri kwa sababu nataka tutumie huo muda vizuri. So dunia ina mambo, unapomalizia swali tu kwako. Wewe unaona kama mahakama ilifanya jambo la busara leo?
Kulingana mimi Niseme kwa mkono mwingine ndio wamefanya vizuri kwa kukataza hizo mambo kwa sababu kulingana na vile tu uchumi pia ingekuwa naumiza Wakenya hiyo mzigo. Hapo wamefanya vizuri. Unajua kitu ikifanyika vizuri unapongeza ni vizuri.
Yeah. Atito, what do you make of what happened today? Do you agree with the courts?
So wacha nimalizie niwachie Atito ongee.
Haya.
Kitu nilikuwa nataka kumalizia ambao ulikuwa unanikata hapo. Iko hapa bila naona bila watu na blame Ruto sana. Paka wale mapasta walimpigia Ruto debe. Ukiingia kwa TikTok, kwa YouTube, au ndo sasa number 1 sasa kumblame Ruto kusema vitu zingine ileweki. Na hao ndo walikuwa number 1 kumpe platform ya kuuza sera zake ya ukweli au kuuza sera zake za uongo. Ya pili, sasa unasikia watu na blame Ruto. Hakuna mtu hapa na blame MP yake. Na hizi vitu zote inapita kwa bunge. Ndio president aweke sign. Wabunge wamenyamaza, wamepitisha hizo vitu. Sasa nyinyi unaenda kublame Ruto. Si wabunge wenyu pigeni na mawe, hizo wabunge wenyu pigeni viboko. Wafukuzeni wabunge wenyu hao. Kwa sababu hao ndio wanaletea mzigo kila siku. Ruto aliletea bill kwa parliament. Wabunge kimbelembele yao walijua wataongezwa mshahara, wanapitisha. Haya, Ruto alichagua 50. Wabunge wameona, hawakupinga kwa parliament. Sasa hii una blame Ruto. Blame wabunge wenyu. Mimi watu nafaa nipige viboko ni wabunge. Kama mimi wabunge wangu ni wawili hapo, wananisumbua sana. Atito wewe endelea.
Okay.
Jex, thank you. Jex, I'm shocked you're saying that this is your last show.
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate.
But I will talk about it. I'll talk about it. Uko mwisho, but let's go on.
Jex, I wanted to say something hapo mbele, but kwa bahati mbaya nilishikwa na kakitu nilikuwa nafanya.
Okay.
No, when someone is saying that Ruto has no problem that when wamemzingira ama wabunge wetu ndio wabaya, then I tend to think that some of us are arguing based on hearsays or things that they hear from people. Let them be aware that we have an executive headed by the president. The president is the CEO of a great nation. Okay. Now, when policies are being formed, who is heading the government? The government is being headed by the president, who is a leader of a political party called UDA, with its members, the majority in parliament. When they bring their policies or their agendas, they marshal their troops and even go ahead to lure others to support their policies. Now, why are we finding ourselves in this situation? Because of bad policies. And who are coming up with these policies? The people who are heading the government steered by the president, who is Ruto. So if at all we have to blame someone, then Ruto is number 1 to be blamed. Hapo dunia mambo should get that one. Na awache kutuambia tena, dunia ina mambo. We should not be blaming our MPs. We should be blaming government for swindling us and for even persuading MPs through tokens and vitu zingine kidogo kidogo. Now back to the topic, Jex. Jex, remember sometimes back in 2017 when Maraga actually ruled out Uhuru's win to be unconstitutional. You know, we saw a bad blood being created between executive and judiciary, which was actually worrying to that during that moment. Again, we saw it last regime, that is during the ruling of BBI and some other cases. Now, I want to say this, Jex. You know, when Ruto and Gachagua took over power, one thing that they told us that they inherited empty covers in the judiciary, in the treasury. So we were expecting them, in fact, to even squeeze the number of their cabinets so that it can fit within our budget or what was available at that time. Sababu, they are saying that they were working with the Uhuru's budget, which I agree, you continue with the power. There is no vacuum that was left until now juzi wakakuja with their budget. But you saw what they came up with. It was in excess with almost, I think 0.3%
Okay.
So Kenyans should not be happy that much because we might be hoodwinked by this ruling.
Okay.
So that when we get to the main issue, the elephant in the room, that is finance bill, so they get a leeway. They'll say tuliheshimu ile uamuzi wa koti iliyopita, and we went to the streets, celebrated, and in fact tukasifu judiciary how independent it is. Then what has changed within few days, because the ruling itafanyika on Friday, if I'm not wrong, then itakuwa this week.
Okay.
It's high time.
The ruling will
Kenyans,
be on Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
Yeah.
Still the same, but I think we need to be careful because I see problem coming in. You see, EPRA, the energy regulation agency, they defied orders and in fact implemented the price of fuel. Right now, if you go to the pumps, it's so high, despite the outcry from the public. In fact, I think there's someone who went to court. But what happened? They went ahead and implemented it. So these are people who actually they don't respect the courts. If someone should not cheat you that courts are independent in making their decisions. Otherwise, people like Aisha Jumwa and the rest whose cases were withdrawn, saizi wangekuwa na cases to answer. But what happened? Gachagua saizi angeshaturudishia over 200 million. But what happened? These are the same people that we want to trust because of this small ruling that they gave us. Of course, this was unconstitutional. Hata kama hata mwenye ajui sheria yetu inasema nini. It was unconstitutional. We don't have positions such as CAS in our constitution. We don't have those positions. So creating them in the first place was wrong. So the courts did the right thing. We support them. But again, we are dealing with someone who has no respect to Kenyans. You remember what he said. I saw it from your clips, and I was also watching the interviews with the media houses. He said very well that hiyo ni mambo yake ya kupanga serikali. Akatupatia excuses that Mudavadi yako na kazi mingi, analala kwa ofisi, saizi anakonda, Gachagua anaamka mapema. That is their job. That should not be a reason to increase executive.
Hao watu hata hakuna kazi wanafanya, wanakanga kwa ofisi alafu wanapata mshahara. Hakuna kitu watu wanafanya kazi bila. Nataka kusema ukweli hivyo umesema kuongeza kidogo. Nasema Ruto na Gachagua na huyo Mudavadi hakuna kitu anafanya. Ndio mnasema Mudavadi ako na kitupo kubwa. Sasa kuna tupo imefika hapo. Ni kukula tu, yona enjoy life. Na sisi tunateseka. Wewe unateseka, wewe mama na wewe kijana, na nyinyi mlidanganywa. Ni ndio change.
Kama hakuna kazi wanafanya, koti siko wazi, unaenda kotini, utume lawyer wako aende wapinge wafutwe kazi kama unaweza, kama unaona wafanye kazi.
Kwa sababu hakuna, sijaiona Mudavadi akisema ati watoto wale wako street warudishwe shule kama vile Kibaki alifanya. Kibaki aliingia kwa ofisi first time akasema watoto wote walikuwa chakula, wengi wao walikuwa Wakikuyu na warudishwa shule, wachukula wote ikakuwa. Na sasa hivi chakula wanaongeza more. Wanaomba pesa, nipatie pesa huko Nairobi. Watoto wako na 6 years. Alafu Mudavadi anasema ni kazi gani Mudavadi unafanya? Na tumbo yako imefika hapo. Fikiria mtoto mwingine. We need to have a humanity, not to think about our stomach. Hao watoto ni kama watoto wako, ni kama tushoshito wako. Lakini we don't think this.
Allow me to conclude. Allow me to conclude now, rather. Now, Jake, please do. If we see, allow me to conclude, guys. Please, must interrupt. I was having like 30 seconds remaining, then nimalize niwaachie nafasi. Jake, these CSS were to get a salary, a basic salary of 800,000. If you add the allowances plus the people who are going to work in those offices, plus their securities, plus CAS. Approximately one office of a CAS was ingetuchukua like over 10 million to run monthly. Then multiply that with 50 and see how much courts have saved us. We support courts. However, they should not use this so that they give us unwanted ruling on Wednesday about
But let me ask you, Edgar, the final question to you.
Yeah.
The court wame kusave how much? You talk of around 600 million a year. But how much will SRC increase in form of the 7 to 10% to the salaries of these big guys? So how much have you saved, honestly?
You know, we are under mercies of God as we speak, James, because our president is someone who gets a crisis and then he comes in as a savior. He creates a crisis and then he comes as a savior, mbele ya watu ionekane sasa yeye ndio mtu mzuri.
Okay.
I know Captain will not agree with this, but this guy talks so nice. Anaongea vizuri sana, but now comes ukikuja kwa matendo yake hayambatani na maongezi yake.
Okay.
And therefore hata hiyo ya era SRC itapita and they'll implement it, Jakes. That is the sad part of it all.
Shikilia hapo, as I've said, we are wrapping up.
Kuna swali.
I hope si kwa Edgar because I want us to really tuko wengi. Okay. Uliza swali lakini haitajibiwa na Edgar. Uliza swali.
Haya, swali yangu ni hivi. Swali lilikuwa ni Edgar lakini hata jibu mtu yote atajibu. Swali yangu ni hivi. Swali utajibu je? Sikiza, ulisema mtu ya kwanza kublame kwa hii serikali ni president kwa sababu yeye ndio the commander in chief, yeye ndio the head of the state. Shida zote tunapeleka kwa. Mimi nasema before president afanye kitu, before president atengeneze law, lazima hiyo kitu ipite kwa parliament. Sawa. Parliament akina ndani wako. Si ni bunge wako ambao ulichagua. Kazi yao kuchagua bunge waende kwa parliament ni kazi gani? Si uangalie silaha ya wananchi wake. Sasa kama wao wamepitisha, sasa kuna una blame president. Wale napaa apigwe kofi, apigwe wanyongwe, wapigwe ngeta ni hao wabunge. Hata kama unawatetea. Kwa sababu wao ndio wanaletea Kenya hizo mashida zote.
Sawa.
Yes.
I think it's more of a statement than a question. Captain Dakambili. I think to me it sounded more of a statement rather than a question. Because he's saying they want to be blamed is more of the MP than the president. I think it's more of a statement than a question. Yes, Captain.
Yes, Jax, what are you saying?
Maoni yako.
Today you didn't give me time to give even Maoni. You are giving me the last time to give me Maoni when you are wrapping up. And from the streets where you see where I'm walking.
Complaining.
Yeah, of course, I have to complain because you are attacking the government. And you are attacking the government that it is giving you the privilege to run this show. If not my government to give you that privilege, you will not be running this show.
Okay.
You understand?
We thank you very much.
Because of the security situation of where I'm walking right now in the streets of where I am, I cannot give any submission person to give. And if you will close when I'm still around, it's okay. If I'll have gone, you will have gone, we'll meet tomorrow. But for now, I cannot give any submission because of the security reasons from where I am.
Just one moment before you go. You have said that the show is here because of your government. How comes you're afraid where you are?
From where I am, it is late at night and I'm fearing for the security of my phone and the way I'm talking. the security of everything, because I'm trying to get a taxi to my place, and from where I am, I'm trying to talk to taxi. If you can see, taxi. This taxi is full. That one is going. That's full. I'm trying to stop a taxi to take me to my place. That is why I'm saying from where I am,
of your phone, get your
and
taxi.
everything, and not even my phone, even for my life. Not even for my phone, it's for my life. I'm taking air for my life because I want to be the president of Kenya at 2027.
Yourself. It's okay, Captain. The more you
I'm trying to be the president of Kenya next time. Are you seeing?
It's okay, Captain.
Yes.
The more you are shouting, the more you're attracting people to yourself. Stop
yes.
shouting. Okay.
Captain is trying to get an excuse.
Let's go with the show. Captain needs to be safe. We will attack him when he's back. Okay. Now. Let me have Black. Black, how are you? Good to see you. Looking also healthy. Uko mzima kaka, ulipona? Ujama freeze. Black, are you still there? Did I say Captain or Black? I wanted to say Black. Black, are you there? Okay, Black, I'm a freeze, but I'm a freeze plus 50. Aha. Sawa. Ninapomalizia nikukunja, tunakunja jamvi. Hata nianze na Alex, maoni yake ya mwisho. Lakini show inaweza endelea, but for me I need to go. So maybe, or I should do me, then I give you guys to continue. Would that be fair? So that this is
No, you can close the show, Jex. I mean, you can close the show. I mean, you started the show. Because najua unataka kunirushia na mimi sasa hivi umeona nilitoka kidogo hivi mheshimiwa akakuja kwa kiti hapa.
You can leave the show. Alafu tunataka kufunga tukupigie ngengele. Si ndio?
If I leave the show, who will be adding people?
You can give this man. This man is a gentleman called Joseph Binda. I really respect honor this man.
No.
He's a really honest, and I like you. I like your point. You can leave him, and then after that you can come and close. When you're sleeping, I know you're not feeling well, right? You say you're not feeling well, right? I know you're not feeling well. I know. So if this guy can be moderator, he can be the moderator, and he can moderate very well.
Edgar, are you able to moderate?
Who? Yeah, give him. Go and relax.
We have Alex can really do it perfectly. He did it some time back, and he can do it perfectly.
I have a young boy here who will not even give me time, man. It's just you've seen me go up and down. I have a terrible boy here that just even now just wondering what I'm doing.
Jex, you can just finish because it's few minutes and then you close the show. It's okay. For today, it's all fine. But you need to tell us because you said this is your last show.
Yeah, it is. If I do that, I'll kill the momentum of the show. I won't do it now. I'll do it when I'm wrapping up the show. So you guys want to continue? Now I'm torn in between. Alex, what do I do?
No, we can close the show. I mean, one of the epitome here is that in our WhatsApp group, you told us whatever you told us. So we are here also part of as a community also to say goodbye. Because we don't know even tomorrow if we will have a show. So whoever who thinks that tomorrow there will be a show,
the show will go on.
It will go on, but we don't know. We don't know yet. But for now, this is what we got. So
okay. Now, why did you, Joseph, have to do that? We were not yet there. We were still deciding who is running.
Joseph is quite in order.
Now you see the people here are now looking at me funny. Now let's go on. Edgar, I'll stick around for the next 30 minutes. Edgar, what were you saying?
No, I just wanted to answer Dunia Ina Mambo's question.
Please do.
And I think I did that. First of all, Dunia Ina Mambo should understand the process of making something a law, the processes, starting from the one who initiates it to be a bill, first of all. Whose brainchild is it coming from? Like finance bill. Finance bill actually came from the majority side, and we know that was
wait,
the idea.
Wait. Do you know how? Edgar, please don't mislead these beautiful ladies and gentlemen watching us. Finance bill has been there ever since independence. It's now that it has been made so loud. Finance bill is what informs how the government will make money to finance its budget. As simple as that. So if Kenya has ever had a budget, it has always had a finance bill. So it is only now that it has been so loud.
The adjustments in it.
What?
The funny one. The funny one. The funny one.
It depends how fun you call it, but I don't know. Do you remember, guys, kuna time Uhuru had was it a 0.something% error?
Computer error.
Computer error in budget that translated to billions. You remember that? It is during such stages, during the finance bill, the budget process, all those stages. That's what informs everything. So it has always been there. It does not come with Ruto. It has been there. It's just that Ruto has made it, right? Okay.
Yeah, but you see the Ruto one, the levy. First was levy. Now it's a tax. So you can see how he's behaving. This is more funny than even the Uhuru one.
That one, what you're talking about is the housing issue, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Sawa. Black, how are you? Good to see you. Great to have you. I'm sure now uko mzima. I'm happy to see you. Black, can you hear me? Unajua wazee kabla hata sauti wafikie.
I think I have a problem with my connection.
Geriatric features are real. Yani mtu unaongea unafikiria sauti inaenda Canada alafu inarudi.
Black, can you hear me well? Black, can you hear me? We need to make sure pesa za wazee zinafikia kila mtu so that everyone can...
Kabla ya pesa ni dawa ya wazee.
Hello. Can you hear? I don't know.
Umeamsha Black. Black, pesa ya wazee ikufikie. Hey.
Kabisa.
I give up.
Madawa ya wazee, blood pressure na diabetes iwafikie.
Black pesa ya wazee na wamepewa by the way. Black umepata?
Umepata M-Pesa.
Haki tumepigania hiyo pesa ya wazee. Nakumbuka nimekuwa Saudi Thursday. Tumeongea sana. By the way, we need to be proud of ourselves. Kwa sababu sauti yetu tukiongea, Ruto anakuwa nasi. Hata the point of kuongea. We can make our country great.
Asante, umepata M-Pesa.
Umepata? Wacha tusikize Black. Wacha tusikize Babaka.
Asante bana.
Maoni yako kuhusu uamuzi wa leo? Maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu uamuzi wa leo?
Kwanza nataka niwasalimia wadogo wangu kwa studio, Joseph, Dunia Ina Mambo, Last Born, Edgar, Rhoda, Alex Media, na Jex, and the viewers back home or wherever they are. I hope you're all doing fine. And yes, I'm doing better now. Maoni yangu kuhusu uamuzi wa koti wa leo, I think it was a fair judgment. It was long overdue, and it is something that I'm proud of as a Kenyan, whereby it goes to show that there is an arm of government, because there are three arms of government. Judiciary is one of it, that it can also put and hold accountable the other arms of government, that is legislature and the executive, whatever decisions they take, and that is good. Nevertheless, walisema out of the 50 only the 23 ilikuwa imepitia public participation. So if there is any that is can be appointed, it should be the 23, because that is the my understanding. But as to the other 27, hakukuwa na public participation on that. So now, if at all whether the president is going to settle for 23 names out of the 50, and who those 23 are going to be, it's up to him. We'll find out. Yeah. And then I heard something that Alex Media was talking about in regards to the judiciary funds. I don't know if he's still there. Well, kulingana na budget ya judiciary, venye walikuwa wamesema na maagano, they said they require around 35 to 40 billion a financial year for them to run smoothly. By the time the Ruto walipokuwa anachukua uongozi, they were receiving around 15 billion, about there. Alipoingia akaongezea ikafika around 18-19 billion. No. Na wakawa wameelewana na judiciary that for the next 5 years each year watakuwa wanaongezewa 3 to 4 billion kila mwaka. So in the current budget allocation, ukifanya ile 18 or 19 billion ambayo walikuwa wamepewa last financial year, inakuja around 23 billion. That is what was allocated for this budget. So in the next financial budget utaongeza another 3 to 4 billion, because that was the agreement. So by the time 5 years ikifika 2027, itakuwa imefika ile 40 billion that the judiciary actually requires for them to run smoothly, because because as per the current situation, the government cannot manage to give them the entire 40 billion per financial year. That's the bargain that they had with the judiciary. Wakuwa wanaongezewa 3 billion to 4 billion every financial year.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is my take. Na hii issue nyingine ya maandamano nilikuwa nimesikia. There was a gentleman I heard here that akisema watu wafunge maduka zao, wakipata imefunguliwa watakula. Wakipata maandamano, wakipata duka yako imefunguliwa watakula yote. Man, that is so sad. Inahuzunisha sana. You can imagine. Dunia na mambo, anapigania tumbo yake, afungua duka yake, alafu jamaa maandamano wanapita hapa wanakula yote. I mean, what kind of message is that? It is very unfortunate. Now you see if that's the message that we are passing to the Kenyans out there. Do you think Wakenya watawachukulia serious? They'll start thinking of you as goons, wataona ni kama wakora. Unaona? So I think it is very important that people be careful on the kind of information they pass out there. But if indeed that's the intention, they plan to do that, then I pray they do not succeed, because that will be entirely wrong. Kama wamepanga kufunja maduka watu wenye itakuwa imefunguliwa, no, Mungu asiwajalie kwamba hiyo mpango wao iende through, itakuwa na makosa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Joseph Bibo, matumaini ya Wakenya unaona kama imesalia tu kotini, kwa sababu sasa parliament sina matumaini personally. Wewe unaona vipi? Matumaini imebaki tu kotini peke yake?
Hata tulipokuwa tuna discuss kuhusu financial ilipokuwa bill saini act, I think the last discussion we had here, I recall very well having said that at the end of the day, it's the court now that will decide. because koti pia ni serikali. That is one thing that people fail to understand. Koti pia ni serikali. The court can decide to go against each and everything that the legislature or the executive come up with that they believe is impunitive and goes against the law. They have the right to do that. So if anything, I believe power ilikuwa imegawanywa vizuri, yani katikati, because I heard Alex talking about how Njonjo believed that kwamba judiciary imepewa power zaidi. No, I think it is fairly distributed. It's just that in the current predicament, the executive tend to sit on the other arms of government, using other state machinery such as police, vitu kama hivyo, which they have control of. No. But in actual sense, I think serikali imegawanywa vilivyo. Judiciary inaweza zuia kitu, parliament inatengeneza kitu, executive ina implement kitu. So they are they all have powers in themselves.
Okay.
I believe it's fairly balanced. Yeah.
Very good. Sawa. Dakika mbili basi sasa to wrap up. Sidhani kuna mtu nimefungia nje. Dr. Lincoln, the only challenge I'm having, haujawasha camera ama mic, that's why you're still yet to be added on the panel. But if Dr. Lincoln, yeah, kiasi.
Okay.
But kama una nini, mimi nitawaacha tu, mtanikubalia tu. I can leave you in charge, Black.
Nasikia wazee wengine hao wanasemaje?
Hawa wazee hawezi kosa kitu.
Maoni ni hao wengine wetu.
Can I do that? Is it okay? Dunia ina mambo, muendelee na Black. I'm sure Alex will be coming in kidogo pia. Na Jose na Edgar. Ni sawa?
Watoe maoni yao, unajua nini? Watoe maoni yao, unajua
sawa
nini?
Nikiwaache sasa. Niwaache under the leadership of Black, Edgar, Dunia ina mambo na Jose. In case of anything, nitakuwa tu backstage, that is, but maybe sitarudi tena. Ni sawa?
Black is capable.
Black is well able.
Yeah.
Black ni sawa?
Haina neno.
Aya. Sasa allow me to do this then. Just one moment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this moment, everyone is in, to thank you all from the 14th day of March this year, 2023. I became your moderator of this show rather, and it has been fantastic. You guys have been amazing. Akina Gitash, Akina Black, Alex Media, Edgar, Dunia ina mambo, Ashley, Nancy, Mboro, Mzalendo. I can maybe forget to mention your names, but you guys have been amazing. I want to send a special gratitude to my family for being with me and standing firm with me, despite none of you not knowing anything about them, but they have been my pillar and my support despite it all, and I'm grateful. Through this media, I've learned a lot. I've met people who ended up being friends, family, brothers and sisters, and I'm grateful. I am forever entitled and will always be grateful. And to the main man, Mtembei himself, I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve and even work through Mtembei TV. This has been an awesome experience. This has been a platform where I've grown to be who I am today, known by many. At times I walk through the streets and many can recognize and say, hi, Jake's moderator and all. So it has been fun. At times I get to laugh, I get to be angry, I get to be happy, all because of you guys. Thank you so much, Kenyans. You have been amazing. This show does not end with me. I found it it continues even after me. This is just a change in the chapter, and I'm just shifting to something else. But above all, I'm grateful to Mtembei, the CEO. He is an amazing boss, an amazing person. He has made many, or rather, many have grown through him. He is a fantastic human being. All I would pray for him is that may God bless him, may he do him well. I wish him all the very, very best. To you, our lovely viewers, you guys are just amazing. As I've always told you, it's not just this show. We have so many other shows that happen here at Mtembei. You can catch Bunge la Mwananchi. You can catch many other programs affiliated to Mtembei. What won't make headings, or rather what you won't see in the mainstream media, you'll be sure to catch it here live at Mtembei. For the last couple of months, I've been your host. I've had over 70 shows. I have had close to over 500,000 viewers cumulatively, both from Facebook and on YouTube, on this show alone. So to me, all I can say is thank you very, very much. And I'm grateful because it wasn't me, but you guys. Thank you very much. It's not a wrap, it's neither an end, but it's just a change of chapter. Maybe I'll be coming in, popping in here and there, but as usual, it has been an honor to be your host and your moderator. Thank you very much to my able panelists. You guys have been amazing. I want to thank them, even those who are remaining now. I want to thank each and every one of them from the bottom of my heart. I say thank you to Jose, Dunina Mambo, Edgar, Rhoda, Black, Alex, and many, many, many who watch. You guys are just amazing. Thank you very much. To me, to you, God loves you, but I love you equally. Goodbye. Siniwache in the beautiful hands of Black, and definitely you'll see me around. It's well.
Can we have a moment at least to kupatia pia sisi shukrani zetu at least one by one before we end?
It's okay.
Kianzia juu kwa Joseph, tukiposhuka hivyo kwa Dunia na Mambo, Edgar, Rhoda, alafu nimalizie.
Okay.
Joseph, maybe you can.
Yeah, for me, I'm getting sad because JX, he has been amazing moderator, and I don't know because I was not expecting this. So I'll rather say ni sawa tu. You know, when someone says sawa tu, means bado ako. But all in all, what I can say, for your new thing you are starting or where you are going, God bless you. You have been an amazing guy, listener, someone that we are expecting to see more from what the government is doing and what is happening in our country. So, good luck, bro. And I know my blessings are with you.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Jose.
Yeah. Saa Jack, poa sana kwa muda umepea watu wakakusikiza, muda umepea watu kukuongoza. Naona pale umeenda kama ni pale mzuri. Pesa muongezeka hata kama ni serikali, kula mzuri. Usitasahau.
Nina mambo.
Kitu tunatafuta hii dunia ni tunatafuta tu pesa na hizo vitu vingine. Hizo zingine inakuja tu automatic. So mimi nakuombea tu Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala akuongoze pale huko, pale unaenda, kwa sababu hatujui unaenda wapi. Sengine inaonekana ni the green land au ni garden land. So good luck ndugu yangu. Na usikule peke yako hata kama kwa serikali.
Aya, asante sana Dunia na Mambo.
Edgar. Huko ama ni screen imefreeze?
Yeah. Thank you so much
Oh,
for that.
okay. Yeah.
Huh?
Sawa,
I'm
nilikuwa
there,
nafikiria screen
I'm there, Black.
Okay, okay.
No, I was just doing something. Thank you so much, Jakes, for being with us throughout all this time. And I want to thank you for being open-minded and with someone who is fair to all of us all. I think you gave us a platform, regardless of which side that we support. And through you, interaction was quite interesting. Personally, I'm going to miss you as a moderator, but above all, wherever you are going to, just wish you well. Just wish you well. I know you'll be coming here and there once in a while. We'll be talking much, but I'd love to say that you are such a great man and a great person. Of course, I know there are better things ahead of you, and that is why you decided to leave us. So to me, I'll also join others in wishing you all the best wherever you are heading to. And wacha sisi pia tubaki na baraka, na sisi pia utuombe tupate baraka mahali tuko. Usifinywe sana. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, Jax.
Thank you, Edgar. Rhoda.
Unaenda wapi by the way? Ni kazi umepata ama ingine ama?
Allow it to be as I put it. Allow it to be so. But I'm grateful. I am grateful to be with you. We met here and we became friends, brothers and sisters. And Mtembei became our small home where we meet.
Yes.
And just like any other home, ukifika 18 years, kuna venye tu, you know, like life has a way of making you mature in terms of inakwambia now it's time to leave your father and mother. Kama ni a lady, you can go get a hubby, a guy go get a wifey, and you start another home. Not that I'm starting anything. let me be clear on that. I'm just saying, I've just used it as an example that there's time for everything, and this is my time to call it, to hang the boots rather.
Okay, but thank you so much. It was nice to meet you here. You have been nice, moderate, very mature, very balanced, and you don't judge. You know, me, I'm always read people very quickly within 5 minutes. You are a kind person. You're a nice person. So thank you so much to be here and to know you. And I hope God will open for you another door. And we continue to be here and talking as a sister and brother, even if we are different politicals, we are still one Kenya, one love. Yeah, because we love our country. That's why we are here. And we are very blessed in the country. We have a very blessed country, and we have a very great. I usually say fantastic. You know why I say fantastic? Because can you imagine our country? We grow organic avocado. You know, I used to tell people from here in when I was young, we usually have organic avocado. We usually sell it with my mother when I was younger. So I have a good memory in our country. We have a sukuma wiki. You know, we have potatoes. We are really blessed, and of course, we are blessing. We have a very nice president, former president. He did a great job building the roads. You know, I didn't left those kind of road when I was living in Kenya. It's a long time ago. I've been not attending Kenya, so I see a lot of goodness. What God have given him, wisdom and grace to build our country roads, infrastructure, and recruit. You know, I feel I get happy when Kenya people are happy, and I see. Watu wanatembea barabara poa. I feel so humbled. I feel so wow. You know me, I'm always wishing that Kenyan people happy and to live good life, to enjoy life, and wisdom and democracy and constitution. You know, that's what my heart I want, because I love Kenya so much. That is where I'm born. and I still have a Kenya passport. I have an old passport. The one is green, blue. Actually, I'm very proud of our Kenya. Imagine Kenya, you cannot travel without passport. What a blessing! What opportunity! We are blessed in infrastructure. We have to be very humble our country, and we need to be humble, and we love that country so much. So thank you so much for being here with you. God bless.
Kenya Rebel.
Jake unatoroka show kwani?
Sitoroki
Ama
show.
ni politics? Is it politics or the show? Ebu explain bana. Umechoka hii kitu imekuchokesha yani.
Siwache tuende protocol.
Tufate nini msururu?
Yeah.
Second last born. Kenya River. Last born unajua ni dunia mambo. So second last born anakuwa Kenya River.
Sasa unajua joba yako black unani dismiss hivyo. This is why I don't like you. Don't dismiss me. I'm older than you, yet you talk to me like a child.
Siwache mkururo yenu. Unaenda vizuri, you disrupt.
I know that. I just asked a question. Niko ubaya, niko kwa ubaya. Just quickly, Jake.
Si walao mkururo, my friend. Tuko na hapa hata sisi tuko kwa job.
I'll answer you. I'll definitely answer you.
Look at this.
I promise. I'll answer you. I'll answer you when your time comes. I promise you. I'll answer you. Okay, go ahead, Kenya Rebel.
Jake, is the show getting over? Yani, issue itakuwa there'll be no more lives ama when you na retire?
No, it is me. Lives will continue. Me ndio nina.
Okay.
Panelist.
Okay. Mine will be brief. I'm always brief. Jake, thank you very much. Unajua Jake, sasa wewe ukitoka siwezi kuita conman Raila conman mahali pengine, ni hapa tu. Alex ataniua, Black ataniua, Kip ndio huyo, Dunia anajaribu kuniua, Joseph, Edgar, na Roda pia atanisomea. So nitaita Raila conman wapi? But Jake, anyway, to wrap up, it's been really a great pleasure. Like everyone says, wewe ni mtu you are fair. Hata kama tunatoka kwa saa ingine tunaingia kama tuko na hasira zetu hapa. But you've always been fair, especially after Leonard. So personally, I want to thank you. You have a good personality, and I wish you well in your future. Na familia yako, na we are your virtual family. So I really want to personally appreciate you and tell you, hey, Mungu akubariki bwana. Na ile kitu nitatuma bwana. Niko na namba, usifikirie nimekusahau. So thank you very much. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Pesa yako inakaa kama pesa ya wazee, huwa haifiki but sawa.
Mpaka Ruto anipatie kitu. Unangoja Ruto anipatie kitu.
Ni conman.
Okay. Okay. First of all, yani inahuzunisha sana, to be honest. Because I think we were getting somewhere. From the point we started the show with like 2 or 3 people. I think it was me, Mise, and Mzalendo. Because kuna muda mrefu ilikuwa imetulia mpaka ikaja ikapik tena. Amweze kunisikia? Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Ndo nasema kutoka pale ulipochukulia pokuwa watu wamepotea because it was a while ilikuwa imenyamaza, so people were not aware that the show is back until people became aware, and with the level of moderation that you've been able to carry this show with, it has really encouraged people to come out and air their views despite their political affiliations, without the fear of being kupigwa mawe, unaona. And for that, I mean, there's nothing as good as that. You should be unafaa upelekwe kwa judiciary. I think uko ndo unafaa. But all in all, like they always say, kama unatakia mwenzako mazuri, it's not always a must that ukue na yeye, right? If by kuachana na yeye it means they're going to a better place, then so be it. You just pray for the best for them, right? So I do hope that with you leaving us, you're going to a better place, kujiongeza. And for that reason, I bless you kama mzee, nakupa tu baraka zangu. Mungu akuonekanie kule unakoenda. You'll be so much missed here. I hope you'll still come back, not as a moderator if you cannot, but at least also you can just come and participate kama wananchi wengine sisi tulivyo. Pia for first time tuketi tujue pande gani huko, manake umekuango katikati sana. Hatujapata kuelewa uko pande ile ama pande hii ya kwangu, but maybe if ukikuja kama panelist, that is the day we will get to realize uko pande gani. So
ni wewe tu kutoka umejua. Watu wengi wanajua msimamo wangu, but sawa.
But hujauweka wazi hapa. Umeficha. Sasa pengine ukija kama panelist utaweka wazi kwa dunia nzima ikuone. So wacha nisiongee sana, nipatie wenzangu nafasi pia kujieleza. Thank you.
Alex.
Alex, it's you.
Yeah, Jex, words cannot describe or explain what my evenings have always been. And I've developed something in psychology called emotional equity. When I don't see you, I feel like I'm empty. We created a bond of politics of our country to a point that I think that I know you, but yet I've never met you. And maybe the day I'll meet you, nitashangaa kweli sikuwa nimemeet Jex. I mean, like all of us here, like Black, like Keep, I mean, everybody here, we've been talking through the platform Mutembei for years, and we may think we know each other, but actually the only person I've ever met is Mato through this platform. And it was shocking seeing him in the screen and then seeing him live. I mean, it was two different people.
Okay.
So I'm indebted to say thank you so much for what you have done. We are part of the maandamano that swept tukaacha watu watatu hapa peke yake, Black, Mzalendo na Mise, but I think you resuscitated the situation. Black hata angesha kufa kama yeye ni mzee hivi, hata blood pressure ingekuwa. You saved his life a little bit. Now, yes. Jex, two things. I've known you to be a spiritual person. I'll give you two verses. Proverbs 16 verse 3. Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and your plans will succeed. In his heart, a man plans his course, but the Lord determines his steps. Sorry, I'm being a little bit emotional. My phone is going down. The other one is very sweet, and always read this. 2 Corinthians chapter 13 verse 11. Finally, my brother, farewell. Be perfect. Be of good comfort wherever you are going. Be of one mind wherever you are going. Stay and live in peace wherever you are going. And the God of love and the God of peace shall always be with you. I mean, you have been a very peaceful person. Hata wakati mimi na revolutionary hapa tunachapana, you always come back and become a peacemaker. That's the nature of politics, because democracy is one side, but you always knew how to become a moderator. You never took sides. You understood your role as a moderator. You had your position, but you never gave it to us. Why? Because you took your job seriously. So I'm going to miss you seeing you around Mutembei all the time. I know you're going to come. Good luck with your new endeavor. Thank you for being such an important person to not only us, but to the whole of our country. You don't know how much social capital you have built. And that social capital one day will come back. Somebody will say, I know of a person called Jex. And because of that, fare thee well, wherever you are going. In Kisi, we say, Otacha Macha Maya, which means whenever you step, may the grass be green. Thank you.
Man.
Keep
had asked a question.
Yes. Yes.
Now, just like Alex has said, kuna time kulikuwa na, do I call it Exodus? Now, the good book has interesting chapters. After Exodus, we go to other books, Numbers, Leviticus, and all. But eventually, we have another interesting book called Revelation, the final chapter. Now, everything has its final chapter, but I love one book in particular. After Exodus and everything, there's another book called Ecclesiastes that says there's a time for everything, a time to plant and a time to harvest. My time to plant came, my time to be in the show began on the 14th of March 2023. And my day is it to harvest? Is it to pluck off? Is it to is today the 3rd or the 4th thereabout of July. So it's time and seasons, as the scripture says, they happens to all men. So that's how I'd put it, my brother. Hope you understand.
Jake, you know this is why I like Kenyans. Kenyans are very poetic. We use metaphors. You've not answered my question.
I have.
Umeacha siasa ama show? Kama ni sabbatical, tuambie. Will we see you again? Am I having a drink with you? Or I don't know. You know, me, I don't go with the emotional stuff, but me, I just you know. Are you on a sabbatical? Tutakuona again soon. We see Jake ametokezea tu hivi ama
definitely.
Ama it's personal. If it's personal, tutaachana nayo.
It has both personal and it has both as I've said, it has both changing things. You have to change things here and there.
No pressure.
So by the end of the day, you'll definitely see me, if I can put that way.
There we go.
Once I have a minute or two, you'll definitely see me. So for me, acting as a moderator for now, I put it a pause for now.
Then my message is, yeah, for me, I'll just say this, Mr. Sama is my emotional vitu watu wanafanya hapa. I'll talk to you behind the curtain. So thanks, Jake.
Yeah. Sansa keep. Finally, before she even speaks, if there's one person who looked, or rather made sure some of us came back, was this lady. This lady, many may not know her, many may not see her, and as one time I said that maybe the day you'll see her, some of you will surely die. Ashley is the one who made a call on the 12th of March 2023. Rather, she influenced the decision for me being in the show. So to her, thank you very much for you made this moment, or rather every moment I had in this show special, and I'm grateful. Thank you very, very much to you, to Nancy, to Mtembei, to Clinton, and to everyone else who worked behind the scenes. I am grateful. Thank you very much. Ashley, you get to have the final word.
Situone sura yake leo.
Jax, that wasn't fair. You should have let it stay as anonymous.
No.
Because now you've deflated.
No.
You know what you're not telling us, who's going to be the moderator, or are we killing the show?
No, the show continues. The show continues. The moderator will be known very soon. Very soon. Once everything is in place, that will be confirmed.
So yeah, because some people are saying, you know, like dunia ina mambo, akasema ati uko unaenda kukula umkumbuke. I remember I read a book which was called The Giver. I don't know how many have read The Giver. Who has read it? In The Giver, people used to be released. The older people used to be released, and no one used to know what they were being released to. And even like if a baby was born and they would cry and they would not sleep, they were also released. If someone got twins, one of the kids was released. And it was later that the main character in the show, I don't remember what his name was, came to learn that being released, they were being killed. So sometimes you can think people are being released to a better life when they are being released to condemnation. So I hope that is not the case. I hope you're being released to better and bigger things. But my prayer is that we find, if we don't have a moderator, that we don't kill the same. Because this show is very, very impactful. I know Cate wants to take credit for the finance bill, but I believe a show like this, a show like Bernard, is what has given people political and civic awareness.
Shakaola candidate talk.
Yes. So we are the ones.
No. Wait. Captain, sometimes you have to show some respect, eh? Don't talk like that about Bernard, eh? Please.
So
Yeah,
you are
Bernard,
trying to show that.
what I'm saying is, these shows are very important because they help educate the people back home, and they help bring light to things that would not have come to light. We don't even know how much impact we have done just being on the show. When someone in a place of power can watch and take just one point and make a difference, then in your small way, you have contributed. So to Mutembei, if I will pray that you keep the show on, and I pray that you keep Jake's on. If he has got a better opportunity somewhere, I want you to talk that so we can keep the show going. That is my appeal, and we'll talk behind the scenes and see if this can continue. Thank you.
Ashley and Jakes and all the panelists, kindly, because I see Ashley you want to leave, and because Jakes has told me that maybe he might be leaving, guys, let's be mindful to our people, or Jakes, whenever maybe he might have gotten a green pasture somewhere, tumwambie Jakes, congratulations bro, kama umepata ile nyasi green mahali, ombea sisi wengine wenye tuko hapa. Tunakuombea mazuri kaka, tunataka uende vizuri, utupatie mtu ile anatuelewa, utupatie mtu ile anaelewa captain ni nani. Patia sisi mwenye anajua Kenya Rebel alikataa kwenda kinyozi. Patia sisi mtu anajua Ashley ni mtu akiongea hawezi simamishwa akiongea. Patia sisi mtu anajua Keep ni mtu anapiga selfie na the opposition government, and we appreciate on that. No problem on that. We agree on everyone. We are all Kenyans, and we want to structure this government. We want to bring our country, we want to panel beat the country to where we want. Not that we are here to fight any other. Hatupigani vita ya mtu yote hapa. Tunapigania vita ya Kenya yetu ile tunataka. Jakes, one day I tell you, one day here, kuna siku moja utaalika sisi kwako, na kuna siku moja ndaalika nyinyi kwangu, na kuna siku moja hata Keep huyu wa selfie wa Azimio atatualika kwake, na tutapelekea zawadi, atashangaa na tutajua kweli kumbe Wakenya ni wale wale. Unajua Wakenya uzuri wao, mtu akishinda marathon huko Europe ama huko America watakuwa kitu kimoja, lakini tukiwa kwa siasa wanakosana. But one day I tell you guys, we will be one thing in a day. Our day will come. Unaona hata kuna mwingine hapo, kuna mwingine anauza chapati Amerika, sitaki nimseme, ndio huyo ametokea, rafiki yangu sana, lakini wacha nisimie hapo. Tuendelee wandugu, tuendelee.
Okay.
Hata afadhali simu yako ingeibiwa, sasa hiyo ungekuwa na inaitwa nini? Sasa hiyo ungekuwa
very good.
Yaani watu wanaibiana simu pamoja sasa. Uko Europe gani? Uko Italy ama uko wapi?
Mumeona vile tuko pamoja sasa. Wakenya tuko pamoja na tukae namna hiyo vile tuko. By the way, sisi wote hapa tumeangalia platform za watu wengine pale internet, lakini mumeona sisi Wakenya tuko mbele. Alex Media, Keep, mimi Ashley, Alex Media, Joseph, Dunia Ina Mambo, Kenya Rebel, Black. Sisi Wakenya tuko mbele sana. Hata kama tunapigana hapa, tuko mbele kabisa. tupigane tu hivyo, lakini tupeleke Kenya yetu ikuwe moja. Tukosane peke yetu, lakini tukae pamoja.
Usikuwa conman. That's my last word. Usikuwa conman. Peace. Blessings.
Unajua conman wale watu waendagi kinyozi. So unajua wenye waendagi kinyozi kina nani wenye waendi kinyozi?
Usiende kwanza. Revolutionary usiende kwanza. Leo captain amefanya ile kitu unafanyanga Friday, captain ameifanya Monday. Captain, kitu unafanyia mpaka Friday.
I love you people. I love you people. I love you people. I love you guys.
Mumefanya paka mzalenda maamuka.
Hata mzalenda ndio amerudi. Jex, kuna kitu utapata kwangu between leo and Friday. There is something you'll get from me. Don't worry about that. Even my fellow panelists, I want them to do that. You'll get something from me. Sitaki niseme ni ngapi ama ni ngapi. Leo utapata bro, shukrani na hiyo. Niko na namba yako. Tutakuambia pale mbele uende penye utaenda. Tutakuwa pamoja, nipigie simu, uko wapi? Nitajua penye uko. Lakini nakuombea mazuri kaka. Endelea hivyo. Utapata kitu.
Before I do, just one moment. Before, Captain, before anything, allow me to equally say a special thank you to one other important team. This team has just been amazing. Kwanza, there's one guy called Gitash. If kuna show ni maifanya Gitash akamis, I'll be lying. That guy, together with Cornerstone, and there's one more person I really wanted to say Ruto. Geoffrey Ruto. There's another one. They never miss. Kuna time alikuwa anajiita challenge in something. He changed his name. But but thank you so much, you guys. The three of you, hey, you are always the last one to
Alafu kuna jamaa alikuwa mgonjwa. Anaitwa nani? Nimesahau jina. Kuna jamaa alikuwa mgonjwa juzi. I think Black something. Oh, Black. Hey. These are the people we want in this show. These are the people, our people, we want them here. Black, karibu bro. That is why I cannot miss to say Black.
Asante. So thank you so much, Wadau. I see Charles Waiguru amesema goodbye, Jex. Thank you so much. Pen Nyagaka, asante sana. Nyagaka as well has been very good. I see Cornerstone ALs, Kamakawa, Dennis Ondieki, I see you. TikTok, I see you. Ambrose Yele, asante sana. Ambrose Yele juzi alifanya ile kitu na Sarah Kebon. That's why Siele ako nyuma ya tent, alifanya ile kitu kwa hii show. But anyway, I see Mary Wekesa. I see wengi wenyu. Asante sana. Elizabeth Nganga and wengi. Geoffrey Ruto. If I didn't mention your name, know that sikupendi, nakupenda pia. Ni venye comments kibao. Asante tu sana. Someone is asking for my contacts. Oi, allow me not to make it up alive kwa public, sawa. But if you want it, kuipata singomu. But all
tuma your contact.
All the same, I want to really say thank you. I see brother Eli anasema Jake Sasanti, namona Jackie Mugure na wengi wenyu. Thank you guys very, very much. Mzalendo, yes, you get okay. Black said you and Mise and himself were the three musketeers that survived after the shock from Alex, Kip, and the rest.
Yeah. I mean, it has been a journey, but we are still soldiering on. But I am glad, Jex, you've been part of us, and I know you are moving to better frontiers. So I wish you all the best. You know, people underrate this show in a way, and some others have found a home and a place where we can relax and vent out our frustrations in life, and maybe share some knowledge that we have. This show has been very, very educative for many Kenyans. And even myself as a panelist, I've learned a lot through Black, I've learned a lot through Alex, I've learned a lot through Mise, I've learned a lot through Joseph, so many other people who have been in this show. I mean, you've been an inspiration to many who cannot come on this stage and say a word or two. You have represented their view. But again, I say that uzalendo sio kutoroka. Be part of us. Be part of us. Be part of the great family of change. All right. For us, we want a better country. For us in the diaspora, this has been a home. Diaspora is work. This is why you find Alex relaxing his mind and getting in touch with what is happening on the ground. It is very, very important. You might underrate your commitment or underrate the show, but this show has connected us to so many friends, and now we are a family and one Mutembei family. I hope the show will not die with your exit. But
No. The show must. You guys should not allow it to die. You are now a team. You can imagine right now you are a full panel. All of you are here. Some are wanting to come in. Some want to come in, but you guys are, imagine size mmeja. So you have all.
You know na saizi show imejaa kwa sababu watu wanakupenda. Kwa hizi show imejaa kwa sababu watu wanakudhamini.
Mzalendo, dakika moja tu kidogo naomba juu betri yangu inazima. Naomba tu nimwambie Jex kwa kitu moja. Juu naomba tu kwa heshima sana, betri yangu inazima. Tafadhali inazima sahi. Jex, you've been good to us, bro. Enda namna hiyo. Usisimamie upande ya serikali, usisimamie upande ya kupinga serikali. Wewe simama neutral. Ukipatiwa position ya kuserve the people of Kenya, don't be partisan to any side. Be partisan to the people of Kenya whom you are representing too. Kwa sababu naenda kwa nyumba na I want to try to look for a taxi. Itachukua muda kabla nirudi, labda mtakuwa maondoka. I respect you people. Joseph Pingo namuona pale, Dunia ina mambo namuona pale, Black namuona pale, rafiki yangu sana ambaye anaitwa Alex Media, rafiki yangu sana huyo. Na msifu sana kwa sababu tumepigana naye kwa muda na tunataka Kenya ikuwe pamoja. Na sitakosa kupigania naye Alex huyo. Rafiki yangu sana huyo. Niko na Ambrose, sijakuwa naye kwa muda sana kwa hii platform. Mzalendo tumekuwa na wewe kwa platform, wewe unajielewa. Kuna Kip huyu, Kip unajua huyu jamaa anaitwa Kip, anatoka Kapseret nini huko Geses. Kwa nani? Kwa huyu jamaa anaitwa huyu Muhindi. Kuna Muhindi fulani hapo. Na msahau jina. Kuna
move along.
Anyway, that is it. Kuna Muhindi fulani anatoka pale, alikuwa amesimama MP akashindwa, huko ndio kwake. Lakini people, what I can say is this. Tupatie Jex sitaita send off, lakini kitu mzuri tu aende nyumbani kwake kama anaenda another level of media. I don't know if I'm putting it very clear, but nataka tuone tu kitu mzuri ile tutampatia, atembee mzuri. Jex, utaona yangu, utasema tu pale. Na nashukuru sana wazee, nashukuru sana. Tumekuwa hapa tukipingana.
Hizi taxi umetumia sana leo, mara uko kwa taxi unachukua hii, sasa saa hii ndio unaenda nyumbani na ulikuwa unasema
tugoje. Hatuko taxes Joseph. Unajua wewe umeseeka, wewe uzee yako inakupeleka mbio. Wewe relax, wacha tukuonyeshe maneno. Tunataka Jex aende nyumbani. Jex ana graduate, anaenda kwingine. Aende nyumbani.
Amefanya ile kitu weekend.
Unajua before ufike nyumbani
moto ya simu kidogo ndio uita taxi. Msimalizie yeye moto ya taxi bwana. Simu ikizima utaita taxi aje?
Lakini kesho bro. Yeah, Jex, kesho usivukose kufunga media. Mimi niko na nyinyi hapa. Kuna proposal nilikuwa nimekuambia.
Enda lala.
Tutaipanga na Mtembei, nitakwambia.
Haya, sawa sawa. Haya, haya.
Haya, but
Captain.
anyway, nilikuwa ninamalizia tu. I think everybody has said all they wanted to say. But the most important thing, Jex, is that you are brave enough to say farewell to all of us. That means the world holds a very bright future ahead. Saying that, I think sijui kama ningekuimbia liwere Mungu akulinde, asingeweza kuimba hiyo, but that farewell part of it, that is brave enough for a gentleman who has been good to us. All right. So whatever happens, I wish you the best, you and your family. So, but keep in touch, keep Mtembei, keep locked here. You have our numbers. We will always be talking. Just as I said, the world is flat nowadays. It's no longer round. We can always see each other from the other end. So
I might
wherever
be
you
your
are,
visitor tomorrow morning.
wherever you are, know that the world is flat. It is not round. Otherwise, thank you for your time. Yeah, thank you very much.
Ambrose, karibu sana. Pole, najua ulifanywa ile kitu kwa hisho. Lakini zaidi ya yote, thank you for being among the many panelists who graced our show. Asante sana.
Kwani unataka kwenda wapi, Jex? Umesikia farewell nini?
Siwachie tu hapo. But otherwise, thank you so very, very much. I am grateful. I leave you in the hands of Kina Black, Mzalendo, Alex, Jose, Dunia na Mambo. Keep you guys, you have all it takes, and I know you'll take this to the next level. It just needs you to be there. That's all I did. I was there. Be there, and you never know. Thank you very much. Can I now say goodbye? Bye, people. Bye, people. Bye, people. This has been your host, Jakes, the moderator, for the very last time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. God bless you. God do you good. Sikutane hizi mitaa. Goodbye.
Jakes, mbona ukulia?
Sasa
Jakes, mbona ukulia? Wacha ujinga.
But why? I came to the show laughing. I have ended it how I started. I've always maintained the laughter for you guys.
Yani Jakes always lia, yani hata ile tears of joy zile, eh?
Na unajua kuna watu walikuwa wanasema wanataka kuona Ashley. Na Ashley hajaonesha hata sura yake.
Ashley angelia.
Jeff angeona hiyo sura ya Ashley angelia.
No, Ashley anakuwaga curtain. Yaani curtain.
Si wadau, mnikubalie tu niwache kwa Ebo Hands ya kina Mzalendo and Alex, tuonaneni. I have been your host for this show, but for the others, kuna wengine wadau watakam and they will definitely grace you with enough content. You never know. Alex is well able. Mzalendo is equally the same. So it's a face. But thank you. God bless. Goodbye. Mbona mnatoroka? I want to leave.
Watu wametoroka. I told you funge show. Watu wametoroka, which is good. I mean, for today we've had enough. I think people are still digesting. Tomorrow they will wake up. Sasa watapigia Mzalendo, not you anymore. Na mzee Black hapo. So I think we'll form a great team. Sad. I mean, we'll continue to deliberate on this. But for today, I think it's enough.
Please do.
Yeah.
Good thing you guys mumejijaza wengi mmeingia. So you have seen the number is there. You guys are there. You are able to do it. Mtembei has this platform for you. He's a good guy, a wonderful guy, and he will definitely support anyone willing to step up. Please do. please do. Don't be afraid. If you can moderate, come on board. The more the merrier. I'm a VP Alex. The more the merrier.
True. That is true. I mean, it will make us grow also.
Yeah,
we must learn to manage ourselves regardless of what. You know, as Baba told one time Kalonzo, our what will meet again, and they met again.
Alex, someone here anasema one of these Fridays ninafaa niingie as a panelist. This is your friend earlier saying that I think he has a beef with me. He wants to roast me seriously.
Actually, I'll be a moderator that day, and I will see what will happen. I might try tomorrow. I will. You know, it's a patchwork. It's baby steps. So if we will not have enough moderators, I'll be coming for 1 hour. You know, as long as you make for me the thumbnails, you know, I'll start the show.
If I make them that one, sunanijua tu kama vile Black ameonwa na Rigathi na pesa za wazee. But
yeah, the show must continue. I mean, Jex, the good thing is that
the show must go on.
You set up a foundation. You set up a foundation that was so balanced that even when I felt I should be extreme, I felt guilty again. Why? Because, I mean, unaharibu show. So it forced me also to be balanced in my own submission. And I think that is the best thing we could have done. Why? I think we came from a polarity and a point of toxicity that if we continued so, I think ingefika mahala, the politicians are eating together, they're adding their salaries together, lakini sisi hapa tungeendelea tu kuchapana. So I think ulikuwa ni kama, you know, sanitizer. You sanitized a lot of, you know, before we move from here to the other side, I mean, it got to a point, me and Mzalendo could not even be in one platform because I think he was to the left, I was to the right, and we could not talk anymore. And the good thing is that you brought that sanity. So I think there's no fear now to have a show. Why? Because I think you see people like Keep are coming back again, kukuambia kwa heri, people Roda are coming back. If there was anybody who never thought he'd come back to Mtembei, actually it was me, because I left very mad with Mzalendo. Though Mzalendo is my personal friend, on one-on-one, but on the panel we could not even talk on politics. But you brought the sanity, and thank you.
No, I remember Jex used to, I know Alex, whenever he saw me on the show, anaingia kwa show saa hiyo hiyo, yani is coming specifically for me. And I knew it. Even if it's driving, if just hears that sauti ya Mzalendo is coming to defend Baba's position. But anyway, that is democracy, and that is what we want: being tolerant and not fighting. So you know the beauty about us and the other side, and the people who think that politics is about war. For us, we behave like Raila and Ruto. You saw Raila and Ruto greeting each other at the stadium, and they were very, very happy. And probably they went for tea after that. But you see their supporters.
Which
these guys are friends, one. These guys are friends.
Mzalendo, don't bring team issues here.
No, but you see, you are one person who said that Baba will never greet Ruto. Hawezi salimia Ruto. Didn't you say that?
Baba said he didn't know that Ruto is coming to watch.
Before Jex aende mumeanza. Sasa nikimoderate kwanza. Really?
Nimekwambia Joseph, mlisema Baba hawezi salimia Ruto. Si mlisema hivyo?
You see,
ama mimi Kiswahili ndio sielewi.
You see, Mzalendo is bringing here something of the tea. Baba didn't take tea with Ruto.
Chai ni unajua tu chai ya
sio chai peke yake. They did even more. You know, Mzalendo, let's be honest. I'm one person who never thought that could happen. It was not even chai. Even hao watu walikula samaki pamoja.
Hata samaki sasa angalia.
Wakamalizia mursik. I mean, that's a fact.
Sasa wewe bado watu unaenda kwa maandamano, unaenda maandamano kufanya nini?
Mambo ya
maneno ya
maandamano iko
maandamano
kwako
wacha.
mzalendo.
Sisi tunaongea
Mzalendo,
kitu ya chai.
kuja
Maandamano
ukiwa
tutaenda.
soba. Maandamano tunaenda.
Maandamano hizo tu hizo zinaitwa hotea. Zinaitwa hotea.
Ni
But
sawa,
Mzalendo,
wacha
let me
ikuwe
ask you.
hotea kwako.
Mzalendo, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Bye bye guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Okay,
Bye, Dex.
Tutaanza tumeanza mahali uliwachia.
Yeah, so let me ask you, Mzalendo. Look at what is happening in Homa Bay.
Yes.
Unaona, Baba was in Homa Bay to open a stadium like, just for me it was just crap. I like the fact that it has the name of Baba, but the standard of the stadium, I mean, they were hurrying. Just, I don't know why the lady was hurrying. Baba is whether Baba is alive or Baba has gone. Why the hurry? I mean, is that the standard of a stadium that should be called after Baba? Now, and then you see that Murkomen went, and now Baba has gone to open the stadium. And I hear this week, Ruto will be there for 2 or 3 days. What is happening in Homa Bay? Just be honest to me.
Inaitwa, you know, you are reading politics. Because you are a politician, you can read the finer details that people cannot read. The opening of that stadium, first of all, just as you mentioned, some of us have said that, you know, the cost of building that stadium is 369 million. It has a capacity less than 10,000 people. So for me, and even Sekafa, the Sekafa standards of stadium, there's no international match that would be played in that particular stadium regarding its safety and so many other things that comes with a stadium. So the purpose of a stadium is to generate sports revenue, like to invite when a team from Zambia comes to Kenya and they don't want to train in anywhere near Nairobi, they want to hide somewhere. Those are the kind of stadiums that they would like to go, because there's a good hotel. There are good hotels around Homa Bay. They can spend in those hotels and train in a good facility. But they are always missing the point. They are always missing the point. The point is to please Baba. It is not the point to please Baba. The point is to give services to the people and give value for the taxes that the people pay. So what stood out is the PR exercise, the public relationship exercise that accompanied the opening of the stadium. That is what stood out, and you will realize that a lot of money has been spent into that activity. A lot of it. It's very, very unnecessary. Very unnecessary expenditure. But the timing is where what we have a big question on. What is the timing? The timing came as a result of the announcement of this guy called Care for the Luo Nation. So the Care had a lot of controversy, and again, Baba is flexing his muscle in his own backyard. What he really wants to show the people is that he is still a force to reckon in Nyanza politics. That is the message that he wanted to send, because Homa Bay is strategically where we have the CS for internal security. Yeah, Homa Bay is the PS. Homa Bay is strategically where we have so many other CSs now the quota has stopped. So, and there's a lot of activity, and South Nyanza particularly seems to be a swing kind of vote. It is a swing kind of vote, meaning that we are either leaning towards Baba or we are either leaning towards UDA. So there is a minority. There's a minority, Alex, that feels that they are going. We should work with the government. There's a majority.
Hold on there, Mzalendo. So Edgar, when Ruto went to the Nyanza tour, which actually Baba on the record is heard saying that when anybody who has welcomed Ruto in Nyanza, I gave him permission. Remember, we were trying to castigate the governors when they welcomed Baba, and Baba actually said that anybody that did that, Baba allowed him. The first stop was in Homme Bay. You remember the hearty smile and how Wanga welcomed Ruto. And in finishing that tour, Wanga gave Ruto a couple of bulls, like 5 bulls. Do you know that? And now Ruto promised the first place whereby the housing project is going to start is going to be Homme Bay. Is Ruto trying to flex his muscles by going to Homme Bay and trying actually to make a reality that is where the housing project is going to start?
Are you done? Alex, am I audible?
Yeah, you're very audible.
First of all, allow me to rectify
Joseph Bieber to
James.
mute his mic.
Am I clear for sure? Nasikika? Mzalendo
Go ahead.
Yeah, kwanza mniruhusu kwanza nikosoe Mzalendo wakati alisema eti Homme Bay is a swing vote. That is very wrong perception, Mzalendo. You know very well that Homme Bay is behind Raila and almost 99% kuliko hata Siaya County, going by the last general elections and other elections. Unakumbuka we used to have Kasipul Kabondo constituency, the larger Kasipul Kabondo before. That is the constituency yenye ilikuwa napiga kura zaidi kwa Raila Nyanza mzima kuliko other constituencies, even in Kisumu. So if you are talking of swing votes or swing vote region within Nyanza, then I think Kisumu should be the first one, considering the fact that we have those constituencies within Kisumu town and outside Kisumu, such as Muhoroni and Nyando, where we have some Kalenjins and Kikuyus in those regions. So hiyo toa kwa akili that Homme Bay is a swing region. That is not true. But I don't know Ruto's interest in Homme Bay, because even if you look at the appointments that have been done in Nyanza, I think Homme Bay tops. Homme Bay tops in terms of board members of various, I don't know, how do we call them? Or various commissions. And the PS, the CSS, kuna Kidero hapo, and then there's this lady from Ndiwa. Is it Ndiwa? Wako wengi, quite a number. I don't know, but to some point, I don't know what politics Raila is playing, because you remember some times back, he actually told the likes of Wanga, and in fact Orengo pia, when Ruto went to Siaya. You remember how Orengo talked to Ruto nicely, and even Wanga went ahead and gave Ruto some gifts. And now it became a crime when the likes of Jalango went to State House. I really don't understand the kind of politics Raila is playing on us, but all in all, we are behind him. Kama ni mbaya, tutafuata tu, kama ni mzuri. But again, the event at Homme Bay, actually, that was quite an interesting one, because we were having the major event, or the main reason why they went there, ilikuwa tu ni kuchagua yule mzee. And I'm privileged to say that that mzee comes from my village, Kano, as something to smile. And I told Randa. Randa comes from my constituency Nyando, the ancestral constituency if you live ukitoka Muroni. So we are also in government.
It's Edgar. I have a question.
Kidogo tu acha nimalize. And then kwa issue ya stadium, I think Wanga did something which is which deserve at least appreciation. Ukienda hata county ya Siaya where Raila comes from, look at what Rasanga did. Absolutely nothing. And then Wanga, within 8 months after taking over from Cyprian, is actually quite what he's doing. She's doing quite recommendable things. Anamaliza zile projects zilianzishwa. Anamaliza na hospitali, some offices of the governor, and now the stadium. However much you can say that hiyo stadium imechukua pesa mingi, the standard does not meet the cost. In Kenya, what kila mtu, it's our time we eat. That is the slogan that they use. But what she did is quite recommendable. I believe itafika ile standard inatakikana. I want to agree with you Mzalendo. Hata KPL, leave alone CECAFA standard, but hata Kenyan Premier League cannot be played in that stadium. Unless they work on it, itakuwa sawa. But Wanga is performing. Look at what she did. She's actually exposing Homa Bay to the international level. Unakumbuka the last event alikuwa na something to do with the national park or something of that sort.
Yeah.
So Wanga is doing quite a good job. Wanga is doing a good job. Among the governors, people elected, Wanga and Nyong'o are doing interesting works. I think they need our support. But kuliko county yenyu, unajua ofisi ya deputy governor yenyu iko na viti 3 ya 2 million. So you can't compare us with that. My aunt is doing a good job. My aunt is doing a good job. Anyway. Wanga alizaliwa na kiongozi. Babake alikuwa councillor Nyasuna. Nyasuna was a councillor in an area called Wangaya. Wangaya Masobo Ward. So she's a leader. Naturally, she's a leader. And what she's doing a good job. And actually, she has pushed quite a number of her supporters to government positions. I know like 4 who have been absorbed in national government. Wengine kwa sports commission. I know one was his chief campaigner, and the driver right now is serving as a state officer in some commission. How do we call this? Talanta Hela. Quite a number. So Wanga deserves appreciation. Na anataka kupongezwa kabisa. Kuliko huyu debe yenyu anaitwa Working Constitution.
Okay, maliza bwana. Niko na swali.
Sasa uliza sasa.
Mzalendo first of all mute. Let's all mute. I think
I'm a mute my voice.
Inakuja. Okay, sasa I think yeah, there is a voice that sasa imekuwa clear. So before Mzalendo, Edgar, when we say that the woman has actually performed, many people may think like just because you are affiliated to the party.
Guys, mute bwana, mute.
Edgar, mute. Yeah, so when we say the lady has done a good job, I think maybe some people may think that we are playing politics. Sometimes it's good to spell out the few things that she's been able to do than the previous man who sat there for 10 years and he practically lived in Kisumu, and that sometimes he was actually in German for a couple of years and did nothing. For instance, maneno nasikia mulitengeneza unga factory ya unga. hospitality is being, at least it's better off than before, because I remember hospitality, there was a time hospitality at Homme Bay. I don't know if you guys saw some things a couple of years ago surfacing that were really of concern of the mortuary of Homme Bay. I don't know if you remember, about 4 or 5 years ago. If you look at a few things that I think putting it in order, sahi nimeona sio lazima muende to Kisumu, sijui how effective that airstrip is going to be. It may be small things, but she has planted a seed that actually among the governors of Luo Nyanza, I think for me, looking at Wanga as an individual, I think she's doing much better than all the male. And it's not politics, Mr. Edgar. Isn't that so?
Alex, I think you are right. The things that Wanga amefanya zinaonekana. I'll start with the health sector. When Cyprian was there, health sector within Homme Bay was in a horrible condition. Homme Bay residents were seeking treatment from to Kisii or some to Kisumu. And when she came in, the first thing that she did, she ensured that hospitals were elevated to another level. And we've seen, compared to the previous regime, she has done a recommended job in health sector. Again, another part that she has done perfectly well is the tourism sector. Wanga has actually, like I said before, that she exposed Homme Bay to the world. Number one, by reviving the Ruma National Park. Right now, tourists are going to Homme Bay. She introduced the air travel, which Awiti tried in the end for some weeks and then collapsed. But she brought in Renegade Air. They signed a deal. And right now, people travel to Homme Bay thrice a week, which is quite recommendable. With the introduction of Ruma National Park with good facilities over there, we are seeing Homme Bay even overtaking Kisumu. That is one thing that we must appreciate that Wanga has done. And then when she came in, within 6 months or 5 months, they introduced Unga factory. Though they didn't have a long-time plan, najua they started this factory lakini sasa wakulima. So saizi inafanya kidogo kidogo, inafanya inapotea, inafanya inapotea. But at least there is something that is seen she is doing. Kuliko yule mwenye alikuwa analala Kisumu, asubuhi anarudi huko. Analala Kisumu, asubuhi anarudi huko. Actually, he was sleeping at Imperial Hotel. Since the introduction of Devolution, sisi watu wa Nyanza tumeumia sana. Sisi watu wa Nyanza tumeumia sana. We had a governor wa Kisumu. If you compare him with Nyong'o, actually Nyong'o revived Kisumu. Hata kama kuna kitu nafanya, but haijasafisha Kisumu. Kisumu is at least iko safi kidogo compared to how it was before, and we are seeing some other services. But what Wanga has done with these 10 months, quite recommended. What she has done inaonekana, right from health sector, tourism, the air travel, the Unga factory, and even the revival of sports by completing that stadium. Hata kama iko in a bad status, yes. I believe they will improve it. But she's doing something that other governors should emulate.
Thank you, Edgar. And I think you have brought a very good thing that if you remember that if you look at the can you mute Edgar? If you look at the sports, like the secondary school sports, soccer of Kenya, it was Homme Bay, it was Pehila Koko, and which schools? I mean, Homme Bay was up there when Itiero used to play with us. So the revival of the stadium actually must be affiliated also that maybe the soccer of South Nyanza may revive. But Eddie, welcome here. Tumekuwa tukipigia our friend Jex kwa Eddie. I think Edgar, I will mute you. Yeah, tumekuwa tukipigia rafiki yetu hapa kwa heri because this was his last show. He didn't tell us where he's moving to. Maybe you can say a word or two and also come in and say something because I think he just came in.
before Eli says something, I mean, I wanted to ask the gentleman a question, but
it will be monotonous. We've spoken like
you are
25 minutes.
interfering with the conversation that was flowing. You know, yeah, and Eli has just come in, so Eli will have his time.
Oh, okay.
But I wanted to say something, just to add on what Edgar has just said, because I come from Homme Bay. Wanga has done a good job. Yeah, we agree, because she comes in with in a place where there are no standards. There was nothing, zero, done for 10 years by the predecessor. We have the Homme Bay Stadium. I personally have played for Bond AFC in that particular stadium. I started my soccer career in that particular stadium. So I know much about that stadium than probably any of you. So that stadium is a good facility. If it was made to a standard whereby it could attract international matches or even the local matches, then that would have been a plus to us. I want to give credit in the health sector whereby it was in a terrible state. She has done and revived the health sector. That is a plus on her. And tourism. Nobody knew about Ruma National Park. Ruma National Park is the home of the white rhino, the only endangered species that is still around, lives in Ruma National Park. So that is a very, very good step towards opening Homme Bay County in tourism. And remember, we have beautiful hotels around Mfangano and Mbita Causeway. There are so many nice, beautiful hotels, and that is a white sand beach area. So it is a place where if you want to holiday in December, instead of going to Mombasa, just take a flight to Homme Bay. But the reason why Wanga is doing a good job is because of people like us. We are scrutinizing every detail and every move of the shilling in the county. So he knows that he has got a very strong opposition out there, and she has to do a good job. Otherwise, thank you. Eli, now you can now say goodbye to. Eli, can you hear me? Eli, you are on mute. Unmute, Eli. Unmute, please.
I received a communication from Jake earlier on yesterday, and that he was quitting, moderating the show, and I wish him the best, whatever he's going to do next. So this is an interesting take on how county governments should work, because we know how Cyprian Awiti, for example, because you guys are talking about Homme Bay, this guy was absolutely ridiculous. The best he could do was to dance around, the best dancer during those rallies of ODM. He takes the trophy easily. No one can compete with Cyprian Awiti. That's all I know about this guy. He promised something called Agri City in 2013 after the promulgation of that new constitution and the devolved system started. People thought that this man, given his background, would be a powerhouse in how to lead a county government, and it brought those people from I think somewhere in England, some conmen. They came and they studied the area, Homme Bay County. They were given lots of money to structure this county for a
200
thing
million.
called yes, an agri city. That thing was quite believable, and this is the problem where we have Wazungu's leading a project, and we blame the Chinese. But when we see the difference, it's stuck, you know. And nothing has ever happened to Awiti and the people who were behind that. All that money that was stolen, very sad. I am not going to say that Gladys Wanga is without any speck in our eyes. What I know is that for every county government, every political leader in Kenya, a lifestyle audit, as was proposed in the government of Mwai Kibaki, should really, really take place. I am not saying this out of ignorance. I mean, I've seen how Gladys Wanga lives, you know, in a palatial home in the middle of nowhere near Rodikopany there in Homme Bay County. I am not suggesting that she has stolen money in order to build that, but these leaders, there must be a lifestyle audit, because you wonder how you can connect their lifestyle with the kind of wages or salary that they earn. Of course, we know that Kenya pays its parliamentarians, she was an MP and I think a lawyer as well, but Kenya pays parliamentarians, they're amongst, say, the top 10, 15 in the world in terms of payment. But if you look at the way these MPs live, including the former MP Gladys Wanga, sometimes it's difficult to, to align their salary with their lifestyle. So I am saying that we have to be careful when we're praising these people. And also when we're praising these people for what they do, those are the things they should do. You know, that's the mandate they've been given to do those things. So when we praise them too much, we're actually not doing ourselves any favor. Those are automatic things that they should do. I would like to say that, for example, Homme Bay Stadium, that place that was supposed to have been finished in 2015, and it's still in the state that it was until fairly recently. I visited that area myself last year, and I was actually in shock to see the state of, the place. It's at Sophia, the upper side of Homme Bay, or as you enter Homme Bay from the Kisii side, from the Migori side, a town that has been stagnant for quite some time. Yes, there's an uplift by the way Gladys Wanga is trying her best, but there still needs a lot more to be done to develop that town, because it's a lakeside town. It could be a major tourist attraction place. They should address the health of Homme Bay. I know that during the post-colonial era and 1980s, all the way to 1990s, there was this issue of the tsetse infestation of the Rusinga area, Mbita, and in parts of Homme Bay district, the then district. And this denied a lot of tourist activities to take place, even agricultural development in the region. So sometimes when we bash Homme Bay too much, we also should be aware that things like tsetse flies messing about with the livestock and attacking the agricultural industry was quite a menace back then. So it's interesting what is happening now. Without putting politics into it, I think that Homme Bay can give an example to the likes of Migori County, and also given our proximity to Uganda, we can improve the transport services on that lake between Kenya and Uganda. and do many more important things that can affect the lives of the people of Homme Bay positively. I remember, I just want to add this. I grew up in Homme Bay for a few years after living in Mombasa as a young kid, and then to Homme Bay for a few years. What I can remember really, that town was not a sleepy town, but it was a bit too relaxed to make a move for itself. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think that what has happened now is just an immense approach to life, that the people of Homme Bay can do something quite different. There is things about Homme Bay that needs to involve public consultation, which is not happening at the moment. The people of Homme Bay, a lot of the young people are jobless. And I'm talking about now not just the town, but the county itself. It is desperate. I took a friend of mine from here, where I live, to Nyanza last year. This person is Portuguese, and they wanted to visit Mombasa to get the connection about Fort Jesus and the Portuguese, blah, blah, blah. And also ended up bringing them to Homme Bay County. And they were amazed what they saw in those islands that, are on Lake Victoria, And they say they've never heard of this kind of places. They've heard about the Masai Mara and all these other places in Kenya. But the magic of this county of Homme Bay, they really didn't know about. So I think that what we are saying here is that each county in Kenya has some shining example that the people of those counties can benefit from, something beautiful that can bring tourists, can bring the economy up to a better place. That's a given. Same thing in Kisii, all the counties in Kenya. So the final thing I wanted to say about Homme Bay. You see, with the devolution, there is an expectation that the county employs a certain percentage of officers from other counties, show some kind of diversity, not just local people. What I remember about Homme Bay, back in the Moi days, this was an expatriate community coming to work in the county. And when I say that, I mean Kenyan expatriates. You could say the diaspora people from different tribes. You had people like Amos Bore, Cyrus Gitwai. These were the people that you remember back in the day leading government offices or working with the people of Homme Bay. There were leaders from all different parts coming to the county, to the then district, working there. Now I think there is something that this new constitutional dispensation is lacking, to emphasize this thing about people from other counties working in these counties, post 2013 constitution. Kibaki tried to tighten that up by emphasizing the issue of county commissioners, but those are just top-down jobs. We want people working in all areas of the economy in each county, but they are coming from different counties. They don't have to be the people originally from that county, because that can cause a lot of tension in the future. So it's just a balanced approach I'm trying to propose. Again, my thanks to Jake, and I hope that our new moderators, Alex and Mzalendo, I'm sure you are the two new moderators. I hope that It's going to be an interesting combination.
I'm not a moderator. I just decided to stay back because, I mean, Jack left people high and dry. I said, let me continue the show since I have the admin rights. But anyway, you're giving a very good, interesting perspective
Thank you.
Of Homme Bay. And since we don't have other people here, and I know all of us, the three of us, have had an opportunity to be in Homme Bay. There was a time my mother was a civil servant, a high-ranking civil servant in Homme Bay. And I remember us going to Homme Bay Tourist Hotel. My friend, 3 years later, I found it was a Pentecostal church. How did that affect Homme Bay in general? You remember how beautiful that place was. It was next to the lake. Remember how the fish was being cooked across there. And it was clean from Sophia all the way down. You could see how it was.
White building and the green roof, yes.
The green roof. But years later, it was a charismatic church. How did that affect the general economy of Homme Bay?
I think Jake's Eli and Alex, you reminded me of the tour. It was called Tourist Hotel. Tourist Hotel in Homme Bay is a place where, you know, you'd take your girlfriend out for a date. Yeah, and sit by the trees with a very cold Fanta and some fries from the kitchen. And you tell her, you know, see the future with them. So Tourist Hotel was a very, very good place. And when it came to holidays like Christmas, that is where the families would gather, you know, and there were so many games for the kids. But unfortunately, Alex and Eli, I don't know who owned the Tourist Hotel, but it has changed.
It was partly owned by government. It was part of the. It was a tourism, you know, department thing owned by the Kenyan government. Even in Kisii, they had a tourist hotel there.
I think it was a Kenya
Kisii
Tourist
Hotel.
Board or something.
Yeah,
Kenya
board,
Tourist Board. Yeah. There's a board that owns these hotels. Now, Homme Bay Hotel has changed hands with so many managers, people coming on board, taking it up, and I think paying the tourist board something to run the business. But they have failed, mainly because, one, marketing of the place as a tourist destination, and there's not a lot of activities that has been going on in Homme Bay, and that is why we are glad that Wanga has tried to revive the tourism circuit, and tourism spots. With the stadium there, those hotels would have generated a lot of revenue. But remember, there are other hotels now in Homme Bay that are probably 3 or 5 stars hotel, like Starrich. There are so many other hotels in Homme Bay that are very, very, very good, equally very, very good. Built by county officials, people working in the county government. You are a clerk in the county government is holding a 3-star hotel.
Lifestyle audit.
Yeah, that you know, Eli brought in something very interesting, Alex.
Yes.
That I've never looked at it that way. You know, in Homme Bay, we were so cosmopolitan. We had Kisis, we had Kikuyus. In fact, the place where I used to eat mutura was kwa Kamau, next to Gusi Deluxe. Yeah, Apple, we had very, very nice mutura. We used to eat there, but that was diversity. So Kamau was from somewhere in Nyeri. He opened a butchery in Luoland and was very, very successful. His children grew up in Homme Bay, and they know Luo. They are all
and
Luo.
There was John Lengo. There was this Mike Power.
Those people. I mean,
Diego.
They brought the diversity of our culture. But you see, now our politics has gone so tribal that you find that Kisii no longer find Homa Bay as their home. Yeah, they want to go back to build in Kisii. Yet we had accommodated all these other tribes. The county government is under 99.5, 99.9 Luo. They can conduct their business in Dholuo. The assembly can run in Dholuo. Everything can be conducted in Dholuo. And they are from one particular party. So what the constitution never saw is that, so how do you expect all those
Wacha
MCAs?
kuchokoza watu
No,
at
I'm
one
just,
particular
we are just
party.
having a conversation. No, Alex, this is where we want to reason. I think the constitution never saw this. You are supposed to oversight your boss. You can imagine you working in an office, and you have your boss there who runs almost entirely everything. Then you have these junior officers called MCAs who are supposed to oversight this guy, who tells them, we are closing the office, get out. Let's, we are going for campaigns. Here is some money. Let us go and campaign for our party. So how will an MCA who is supporting a particular governor for that particular seat oversight her or him or her if they win elections? So it takes much integrity and adhering to the constitution and the rule of law for you to come up and say, we are in the same political party, and you stole some money, like what Dual did. What Dual did was so daring. It is rare. It has never been seen. It is a taboo. That is how it was looked at.
And this is where we come, and Edgar did say it, unfortunately, that in as much as we fought, and I put myself in because I was part of that, for devolution for a very long time, it is unfortunate that the 4 counties of Luo Nyanza, actually, until now, it's now that actually they maybe start to reap. Apart from Kisumu, because Kisumu, remember, has always had the advantage of being the 3rd biggest city in our country. But when you look at all across the first governors, save for, even if I did not like him one way or the other, but he did try a little bit. Obado tried a little bit because of the pressure, and he understood that if he does not perform, I mean, he was an enemy within. But if you look at Siaya particularly, and Homa Bay, what does that tell you about democracy? That you fight for it, but when it comes now to governance, democracy and governance are two diabolical things that the Luo Nyanza missed to understand. Should we blame them or should we blame the party? Eli, should we blame, in terms of governance, now, especially the governors in the elective politics, should we blame the party or we should blame the people of repeating the same mistake twice? If the first time they saw Awiti did not perform, should they have elected Awiti the second time, honestly?
Jakes, the sad part about it.
Remember, Jakes is gone.
Oh, no, Alex, the sad part about it is that even in this last general election, when Baba was saying that, people like Awiti, he will absorb them in government. Yeah, they are moving up to the upper office. People like the former governor for Siaya, they are people that was going to absorb up there in the office. But this is failure of leadership. Political party leadership and development, just as you mentioned it, are totally two different things. Yeah, do we blame the people or do we blame the party? I think I blame the party leader. I blame the party leader for giving us this kind of leaders, because most of them were selected and not elected. They were selected. They were told, Alex is the best candidate. Go and vote for Eli. Eli is my man. Eli will do what I want. Eli is in our party. Go and vote for him. But Eli, in the long run, does not deliver to the people of Diwa where he comes from. So, and instead, he delivers the party agenda. And the party agenda, there's no development apart from aiming for the top seat, which is the presidency. So Baba, in the long run, it took over 10 years, not even over 10 years. He is still doing the same thing. He has not reprimanded the governors who are not working for the people in Luo Nyanza. And he has continued, he has given them a free hand to do whatever they want to do in the county. So that is the danger. That is the danger. If people voted for you and voted for your political party, they want service delivery. Apart from national government, we have county government. In fact, the draft, the guy who wrote the chapter of Devolution, the late Dr. Diamomai, that cost his life, is not even celebrated at all. This guy is not celebrated at all by the Luo community. And this is the owner of Devolution. Forget about Kinababa. That is the guy who lost his life because of the chapter of Devolution. And he said it. And one of his famous quotes is that the Luo people will no longer need the presidency. We have the services closer to the people. That cost his life. Kibaki's people did not understand what Devolution was all about. They killed this innocent guy for that particular chapter, and is not celebrated anywhere or mentioned anywhere. So that's the sad bit and the sad reality about Devolution.
Baba, I've heard Baba several times quote him among the heroes, and maybe it's the general Luo people, but Baba always reminds us of him. Actually, I've heard him on several occasions. But looking at now where we are, and this is the same question that I'm asking in a different way. Looking where we are, is Gladys Wanga really shining, or is doing the dirty work that Awiti did, and is able now to come out as a star? Or does she have her own projects, or she's just going back to redo what Awiti did that was wrong? The same to Orengo. Are they really doing a good job, or they're just walking and getting out the mud that the first governors of those two counties did?
What I hear about Gladys Wanga is that she's exceptionally, coherent with what she does. She will push to the last. And of course, you'll see some hiccups. For example, that maybe that structure is not perfect, but she will do it to the last. That you don't see from many governors. Some of them, they just do cosmetic jobs. Please don't even mention Siaya, because last year when I drove up to Siaya, I was, man, no.
And
seriously.
Eli, I tell people that we argued with one person. I went to CII, I could not find a place to eat and a place to sleep. That was 3 years ago. And be honest with that. Let's be honest with that. Not even water in Dasani. I couldn't even find water in Dasani to drink. And that was...
Bro, CII is embarrassing, for a place that has produced eminent people, in inverted commas and in real, CII is embarrassing. Whoever calls themselves a governor of CII should literally work something out in the way, for example, Paul Kagame did as vice president of Rwanda. I mean, Paul Kagame started ruling Rwanda as vice president. The other guy was no president. Of course, we know that Paul Kagame is not the best form of a Democrat, but he made sure people were up at a certain early time of the morning, and most of the economy was being run by 7 a.m. And if you're lucky, you would have finished at 5 p.m. if you were a government official. We lack those kind of leaders, and I think in terms of devolution, like Mzalendo said there, Odhiambo Mbai, who was I think actually from Homme Bay County, he did mention his metaphor for these people would not need a president. The people of Luoland was like saying, well, if you want a president, then ask your governor, the new devolved statesperson, to make a difference. In fact, we've debated this here before, when from the original Mutembe channel. Why are we arguing about who should be president when we should actually be arguing about who should be our governors? Unfortunately, our situation is no different from, say, for example, Nigeria, which I would say we could have compared ourselves with Nigeria because of their their governor systems over there. But theirs is a bit more complex than ours. But some of the things they do is the things we do. And they still want to talk about the president rather than their governors. So here we have a problem that maybe in a few years' time we might be able to address in a better way. I wanted to speak about the Homme Bay Stadium. Sorry to take you back again to this Homme Bay Stadium. So back then, we used to follow those, police officers and AP and all the other armed forces marching to the stadium on a public holiday. And I think it was Zalendo, if you remember, St. John's Seminary, Rakwaro. That was the band that was ahead of the troopers, on say Madaraka Day, whatever, marching from the town center to the old stadium, up the hill towards Sophia in Homme Bay. And we thought it was magic because we had never seen a band, that was a band that was something else, but it was actually people from the seminary, Those were things that that was some nostalgia, bwana. And then you see those guys marching left, right, you think this is something, So back then, we like the likes of us, we never knew about a thing called Sheng because we lived in Homme Bay. So what is Sheng, Then you hear these Nairobians telling you about Sheng this, Sheng that when you go to boarding school. It was amazing. I think Homme Bay should just remain the way it was in terms of in terms of our rural typology. We were not really those are kind of things that should not have changed. But now when you go to those towns, even Kisumu, they now have their own kind of Sheng. I mean, what happened? I don't know. These towns should have just remained the way they were. I am really, really, really interested to know what Raila Odinga meant the other day by emphasizing about some cultural developments and creating a department that will continue instilling culture into the people of Homme Bay and the rest of Nyanza. I am really interested to know because one of the things that has happened in our counties, especially in Nyanza, a lot of young people now is either they're overdoing it in terms of rejecting our languages. I think it's because of the internet, or something quite unusual is happening. And then I'm afraid maybe in about 20 years' time, you'll be struggling to meet someone who can speak fluent Luo in these counties, or fluent Kisii, or fluent Kibaluya, or any other language. It would be a sad thing to happen. And I'm talking about the deep Luo that that you used to hear back then in the 80s is not the same. You'll hear people talking, but it will not be the same deep language that you would hear, for example, in the rural areas. I don't know whether this is what Raila Odinga meant by because the man is a powerhouse when it comes to cultural heritage of the Luo. There is a famous clip where he spoke for nearly 20 minutes about the lineage of the Luo from the Sudan and how the clans split into different groups. And I think that even every community in Kenya has their own story. But it would be unfortunate that the county system does not look at how they can enrich their cultures, especially language, because when that language goes, there's nothing left, For example, me personally, I would say that my Luo is now not perfect because I have spent actually more than half of my life in Western Europe. And there's no regret there. But I think I can only speak 60%, if I'm lucky, fluent Luo, which is quite embarrassing. I mean, I do speak Luo. I can speak it, in the village until someone gets me to say something which I may not be able to say as I should say it, in the marketplace in Mirogi or places like that. They will catch me. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
No, that reminds me, as Mzalendo has said, I mean, Homa Bay was a metropolitan place. I remember, I went there to school for my class 8 in Sang Academy. And that's when Mr. Mr. Luochad, he was a mathematics teacher of Homa Bay. He just started with Mrs. Omolo. And when you could see Homa Bay as a whole, you could see that Bondo was mostly Luo people. The other side was where Onyego had built some shanty houses, many like 300. Side was mostly the Kisses and the Luos. And then when you came to the other side, and I remember we used to play a lot of soccer. I mean, what do you call estate soccer, which was very good. But years later, actually, Homa Bay went so down that even land value, you go to Rongo because of Las Jona. Land is so expensive. You come to Sofia, you like, are you throwing land to me? You even fear buying land in Sofia because in Rongo land is 300,000. In Sofia land is 20,000. I mean, then you start wondering, why are they throwing free land for me? And then you start, kuogopa. But I think the standard has improved with Wanga coming.
But is that going to change with Kabunda Airport?
Oh, it's going to change, actually. It's changing. Somebody told me last time that 2 weeks ago, he was telling me that, do you know now you cannot afford land in Sofia anymore? And actually, there's no land in Sofia anymore. Now, I mean, the town is going further and further. Something that I did not envision. That what
about Shauriako?
Shauriako is doing very well right now. Actually, you can't even buy land there. I mean, I think it's going to 1 million now. You couldn't
that
envision
place was like
Bay land being 1 million. But
you reminded me now. You see, Shauriako.
Mm-hmm.
Shauriako was a place you just didn't walk into back in the day, and these were really peaceful times, in Homme Bay town. Now I'm talking about, and Shauriako was a place of its, iko na wenyewe back then. So it's interesting you're saying now.
Unajua, you remind me, there is a famous place where we teenagers used to hang out. It was called Tien. That's next to Black and Black, where they used to supply cigarettes. There's a cobbler there. and they used to sell cigarettes. So all the youths, the rogue youths in Homa Bay town, the ones, yani, if you are coming from Morlare, Sijui Wapi and all, and you are young, those are the guys who would rough you up. But Homa Bay had got very, very interesting people, and very, very, very rough, very rough. I remember there's this guy who was leading. Remember Moi had a gang that used to operate in country bus. What was the name of that gang? The Moi au vijana wa Moi. Moi had got vijana wake pia. I remember, and nakumbuka nakwambia, one of them was from Homa Bay. That guy, he was tall, huge, and he would walk in town majestically. And the cops knew him that he's a very bad guy. And he used to smoke weed from Sophia to down without any cop touching him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no matter. And Eli,
There was a guy.
when if you come from Europe, if you came from Europe with your girlfriend and he spots your girlfriend, he would simply snatch that lady away from your arms without caring. I mean, and people would just watch him go with your girlfriend. So you can imagine, we had such people, but Homa Bay was, by and large, it was interesting. It was an interesting place to be.
So do you think that? Do you think that with Wanga's leadership, something in terms of employment opportunities, something industrial is going to take place? Because that's the big thing for any of these counties.
And that is one thing that we have refused to educate and inform Kenyans. A couple of years ago, there was this guy who was an educationist from Gwasi. His name was Obado. He became an headmaster to many schools in Gwasi, in Diwa, in Miuru Bay, and later on, the last school that he taught was, there was an island within Lake Victoria when you're going to Kisumu. So the first tour that I took to Miuru Bay, I was very young, and instead of going half time to my home, I decided to go to Miuru Bay to one of my friends. And that time, the road going to Ndiwa, I mean, let me tell you, Mbita and Ndiwa, man, I mean, it was impossible. But when we got to the other side, all these, what can we say? I mean, all these lies that Luoland was a desert came alive to realize that the most fertile place I had ever stepped until then in my life was Mbita, Ndiwa, and those places. So now, when you talk about adding value to Homa Bay has, because of politics, has remained back, not because it is not productive. If you wanted, if Wanga had a goodwill, and Baba uses his international association to bring development to any county now, let's say the 4 counties, Homa Bay will be one of the one that will be most beneficial, because when you look at even land division within all over Nyanza now, Homa Bay is one of the counties that actually people still have very huge huge parcel of land. If you look at Kisii, we are basically squatters. Nyamira, squatters. Kisumu, I think because of being what it is, metropolitan, land with speculation, land has become very expensive. And Siaya being so remote and nothing you can see. I think right now, Leo told me that, you're seeing light is coming at the end of the tunnel for Siaya. But Homa Bay is a place because they never encroached the sugarcane farming to Homa Bay. So it was left a little bit so as development can come in. So I'm one person who is very optimistic that one of the counties that can be put as a test for devolution without putting into politics is Homa Bay, if goodwill was to be done. Why? Because Homa Bay still has enough land. you can put industrial park that you cannot put in Kisii. In as much as we have money in Kisii, you cannot touch my 50 by 100. I tell you, we will die together. But Homa Bay can become an industrial park.
It's not even funny.
Actually, yeah, Homa Bay can become an industrial park for Kisii, Nyamira, and Migori. And the proximity again to Uganda, as you said, and also to Tanzania, is also very helpful with the transportation of what? Of the lake. So as the question you have asked is very valid. How do we turn Homa Bay to a powerhouse without putting into politics? That is something that Wanga should actually know how to work. If you look like people like Mandago, they were deeply supporting Ruto, but at the same time, they knew how to talk with Baba in terms of politics. And therefore, they played their politics in a balanced way without leaving their counties debilitated, you see? So, and I see Wanga doing the same thing. That's why I asked this question, and this Mzalendo did not answer me. What is Wanga trying to do? Wanga is naming Homa Bay Stadium, at the same time working with UDA to bring development to her people. and I'm seeing it openly because she understands, as a governor, after 5 years, you're not going to be asked how close you are to Baba. You'll be asked, what did you do when you are a governor? And I think Wanga is trying, you know, to detonate that jinx that Awiti had created, that the only way I can be elected is to be close to Baba and to do what Baba wants. But Wanga is doing two things at a go. He's showing Baba his solidarity, but at the same time, trying to bring development to her people. So I hope, and that's why I decided today to talk about Homa Bay, because if there is a county that in Luo Nyanza we are going to see development, Ruto is coming. Ruto has visited that county several times. Murkomen visited there. The PS for interior comes from there. And most of the people who have been appointed to boards actually, in these small boards come from actually there. So I think Wanga can do that if she wants, unless she plays too much politics. But I think where we are, I think she will care more about development than being re-elected. And I don't think she really cares enough because she has enough enemies. Right now, if you don't know, Wanga does not talk eye to eye with Millie Odhiambo. You need to know that. Never. People like Mbadi just do not like the lady because they thought she's just going to be a flower girl and fail. So as Mbadi can come from behind later on and vie. But the way she's working so smart, I think she may not have a competitor in 2027. I don't know. That's my personal opinion. I don't know about this because that's your county. You can tell me more about it.
It's good. You mentioned Millie Odhiambo. We grew up with those people. She was slightly older than me and all that, but I remember the family very well. Very humble family in Homa Bay, near Salama area there. That is where they came from, and we knew that Millie Odhiambo would be venturing into politics. You know, back then as kids, we knew she was something different. Yeah, but anyway, to Mzalendo.
Anyway, you have mentioned Salama. You know, Millie Agostino Neto, myself, we all
the
grew up in Salama. And the funny thing,
you grew up in Salama?
Oh, of course, yes. But I didn't grow up there. I mean, at some point in my life, I used to live in Homa Bay.
Okay.
So that particular area, I know it so well. I know the family, and in fact, Millie's brother is my best friend. They call Opio. and
Opio and Odongo, the twins.
Opio and Odongo, the twins.
It's a small world.
it is a small one, and then Dan Harrison is also somebody I know.
Man, I know Dan. I know Dan very well.
So
yeah.
Dan, when you talk about Dan, you talk about Uchila Yako, and then they went to the same school. Dan would have been a better MP than probably Millie. I think so. That's my opinion.
Even Ochila Yako grew in.
Ochilo by extension, he went to school in Kanga High School.
I know that.
Yeah, and some of the fellows, like the ones we're mentioning, also went to Kanga High School. Even my younger brother went to in that school. So they were all in the same school. So, I mean, it is a small world, really. So sometimes when you are in Azimio there, I know that I am also a brother. And then by extension, you also come from Diwa. So that makes us more bonded. And
I know that family very well. I could say more than I know, but that's okay.
And then my late mom used to be the chair lady of Maendeleo Wanawake in Homme. So politically, I knew all these people.
So are you trying to say Rabur is your brother?
Who?
Rabur.
Rabur is who? Rabur.
Or the guy, or am I talking about the? Okay, your mother used to be the chair lady of the one. Okay, and did Omabe used to have a mayor?
Yeah, Omabe used to have a mayor.
So the lady that used to be a mayor, I think I'm confusing with that.
The Omabe used to have a mayor. The first mayor was called, I think, Otio was a mayor in Omabe. Then there was this guy, Otio Bala. Then this guy who has built a castle in the opposite side. There's a very big house that looks like a church. Yeah, Angado. Joas Angado was now again a mayor. I think he was the last mayor in Homme. So, but I don't know what happened to their offices. Maybe the county government runs those offices nowadays. I don't know what happened to the mayor's office. I don't know who sits there nowadays. But back to politics. You said maybe Wanga is too scared of a UDA opponent. So he's trying to neutralize a UDA candidate that is possibly going to run against her. But again, the influence of UDA in Homme Bay is growing by the day. Remember, the PS comes from Homme Bay, and quite so many other CSs that have been appointed, assistant CSs that have been appointed from Homme Bay. So Homme Bay is a place to watch politically. That's why I say that Wanga is not sitting pretty good in her seat. She will face opposition, and a very, very strong opposition. First from her party, ODM, she will have to face off with Mbadi and possibly Magwanga. So you will hear stories of, and possibly Magwanga would not want to be a deputy for so long. And I know you would not want to be a deputy for so long. So at one point, Wanga will have a very, very stiff competition. The other time, Baba saved her neck, otherwise she would have gone in this last general election. She was not the favorite candidate to win that particular seat. So she's fighting for legitimacy. That's what we have been saying that Ruto is doing. She's been fighting for legitimacy. She's almost earning that legitimacy. But until she came up with this Mokwa thing, she needs to revisit the issue of Mokwa that was supposed to give the locals the 195 bag of maize. So that one is another elephant project. But as you said, Alex, Wanga so far does not have a project of her own. Whatever she's doing is what her predecessor had left at halfway. And a lot of money had been pumped into these projects. A lot. The factory that is in Guasi, Kitiro, is it Kitiro? Something like that, it has costed the taxpayer about 300 million. The stadium has costed the taxpayer 369 million to date. Remember, Awiti had also put some millions for the stadium. Had always put some millions for the stadium. So this we are talking about 0.4 B on these projects. So these projects are huge, and they know pretty well that there is some smoke in some of these projects. And when the auditors come, these things will be scrutinized, how the money was spent in these particular projects. But by and large, when you talk about Homme Bay, from zero to something, Awiti did nothing, completely nothing. But at least now you can point that we have the stadium that is completed, halfway completed, and then we have the Ruma National Park that is trying to be revived. Then we have the airport, although the airport is not a county project. The airport is a national government project run by Kenya Airports Authority. That is the authority that is in charge of all the airports in Kenya. So that is not a county government project that we should not always praise. The way I am seeing it, people have turned it into a county project, but that is a national government project. So we need to differentiate what is a national government project and what is a county government project. Just the same way.
Yes, Ella, you're to interject.
I was just sorry about tourism there in Roma. I was just going to say, some of our beautiful resources in Kenya and in the rest of Africa. I am not for like too fast investment or development of these places. I think yes, it's good to have the likes of the hotel industry and educational tourism and things like that. But when we plan, I think the county governments should just be aware that they don't introduce, the planning that will destroy the environment. That is something that, for example, has an impact. We need to kind of. I like Roma just the way it is. The wild Roma National Park. It's only 12 kilometers from where we come from, and I was surprised that people were saying that there's not much tourism going on there, because actually there is tourism. We just don't have the data of who goes there, how often. But honestly, I don't think it should be a place that is targeted with like a concrete jungle, and they start building things there. It should really be measured, because those places are raw and unspoiled, and they look better when they're like that. But sorry, that's me just being conservative in the way I look at things. Some people prefer that things change ridiculously faster. I can give you an example of Chuda, for example. When we lived in Mombasa, that part of Chuda where we lived, if you go there now, and I'm talking about the Chuda of the 1970s, if you go there now, you'll not even think you were in that place. The place has just changed completely. Houses everywhere, just totally unplanned. You think you're in Umoja. And I'm not slagging the people of Umoja, But town planning should be something serious because it has an impact for the future. Too much speculation, on matters housing and development is quite dangerous. So a place like Homa Bay and other counties that are still so-called virgin should benefit from town planning that does not destroy the face of the place, the environment. So that's just my take. A more environmentally friendly town planning. My brother Alex, I need to
Yes, we
retire.
close the show. I think we've
Yes.
had our best. I think it was a day that most of our people have been emotional. I can see my sister Mary. She's telling me that this is bad. Alex, if you don't bring back Jex, I will never watch this again. Bye. It's not me. Jex had to make a move, and in everything, people have their personal decisions. I can't bring somebody back here. But all in all, thanks for watching. It was a beautiful day. The courts had to stop Ruto with the CAS position. We don't know how long it's going to go. The courts again stopped Ruto when it comes to the finance bill. We don't know how long it's going to go. Friday, Baba seems to say that anaenda maandamano. We don't know. So we have a packed week. Stay with us. If we have time, we will log in and be able to have a debate. And bear with me. I'm not Jakes. So you will have to start dealing with the new normal. So, and we have full-time jobs. We will only come here when we also have time. But all in all, thanks Gitash, thanks Kona, anaitwa Cornerstone ama anaitwa nani? Thanks TikTok, thanks Mzalendo, Penny Nyagaka, and Elizabeth Nganga, and all the rest of the people that have been with us throughout the day. To our friend Jex, wherever you go, may God bless you. My friend Ellie will close the show, and that is it for today. Good night and good morning to all of you.
Bye-bye.
So let's close the show.
Bye bye.